Good afternoon. How's everyone today? Good morning, Omar. Afternoon, Omar. What we've got today is we've got a small handful of items we're going to discuss, and then we're also going to do audience choice. So basically, whatever's going on the chat, we will go ahead and bring it in and see what everybody has to say. Let me get all that rolling. I don't know why it says all except Facebook. Facebook came in last time. We'll see what happens with that. All right, so it's not made for kids. Sorry, YouTube is asking me this now. So they should have asked me this before we went live. All right. So how was your week?
Well, happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
It is Easter.
It is Easter. Easter Sunday.
Yes, it is.
Yes. What did you all do for it?
We were just relaxing. We don't have kids, so there's not a whole lot of celebration for us to partake in.
There you go.
But it was a very relaxing day for us.
Yeah, very reflective here as well. All right, so you've got some stuff to show us for today for show and tell.
Sure do. So I did bring with me. We have here. Boom. My not a flamethrower.
Not a flamethrower. Don't call it a flamethrower.
That's right. Don't call it a flamethrower. So I'm gonna pull it out the box.
Yeah.
So here's my weapon of choice here.
There we go.
Foreign company flamethrower. What's funny is these, when they shipped, they had to ship them without the gas. So
right.
We had to buy that separately and attach that. And I've tried it out. I've used it quite a few times, and it's a lot of fun.
It looks like fun. You should paint the bottle to match.
So I thought about looking for different styles of bottles because there are some out there that you can get that are black instead of blue.
Oh, black would work.
But that was just too much effort.
Maybe next time.
Yeah, maybe next time.
Yep. And then I've got one item today. I don't know if I showed it last time or if I did, it was in the bag. This is the Tesla icebreaker for the front right door on the Model X.
Model X.
You can see the little Tesla logo there. You can see a little Atlas here. I don't know if that's the subcontractor that makes it. We've got a power port here, so if we get interrupted by the doorbell today, that's actually the Amazon delivery bringing in a DC power converter so that I can power the motor in here outside of the car. I don't have a pinout though, so if anybody out there has got a pinout, it would be nice to know instead of having to do trial and error. It's got I don't know if you can see it with the light. It's got 4 pins in there. I can
You can kind of see it a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. And so since it's only 4, I'm assuming that 2 are data and 1 is, or 2 of them are DC positive, DC negative. And it's a 12 volt door, so I'll do 12 volts and I'll just put really low amps and see if it jumps. Unless I get a pin out. And you've got something else.
So in other words, you're going to break it. Okay.
There are no returns, so might as well. Hopefully I don't break it and I can just kind of eBay it or something. But hey, if you want to help us be able to obtain items like this to put videos on for you, you can join the channel down below at the channel join feature, and that is optional, but it is definitely appreciated. And then I also want to thank our patrons because you guys make this a little easier to do. What's up, Travis? And
what's up,
Robert
Travis?
Williams. Yes. All right, so you had another item you were going to show us today.
I do. So, in addition to my not a flamethrower, I also have with me my Tesla CHAdeMO adapter. Comes in a box like this.
Yeah.
I'll pull it out. And what it is it's a adapter for your Tesla. And these were originally sold by Tesla. I think they had stopped selling them for a while. I don't know if they still sell them now. However, it's an adapter that goes to a CHAdeMO, which is the same type of DC fast charger that the Nissan Leaf uses.
Yeah.
And the other side is Tesla. So you can DC fast charge your Tesla at a non-Tesla DC fast charger.
I used to use them
Which,
all the time. Go ahead.
yeah, this came in handy in the early days.
Yes, I used to use it all the time on the EVgo network because that was what was around me. They did come back on sale, and the price didn't drop. Depending on what week you're looking at, it's either going to be $450 US or $500, and
It,
the
they're not cheap.
they aren't cheap. But you can also get them updated, but you can only do that at the service center because they have to do it from the Chatamo end, and they don't let the mobile techs take the adapter anywhere for some reason.
Mm, okay, that's good to know.
I guess maybe it connects directly to Tesla Wi-Fi or something, but their laptops make a Tesla hotspot that the car and all the other equipment know what to do with. So I don't know. Maybe it's just they don't have a lot of them. Same with the UV treatment on the MCU screens. They don't let them do them mobile either. Got to bring it in. What's up,
I guess,
Kyle?
yeah, so the funny part is I haven't used this thing in a long time now because
Yeah,
the supercharger network has gotten so robust
it has.
that it's very. I mean, I keep it in the car and just in case, but I can't tell you the last time I used it. However, in the
Yeah,
early days, I had to use it uh, not all the time, but somewhat frequently.
yeah. There was a series I was going to do reviewing the non superchargers, and I just they started rolling out the superchargers like crazy. So I got tied up reviewing the superchargers. So I never did go back to do the other DC fast chargers. But they're also expanding like crazy, and Kyle has actually found quite a few of them with his Ford Mustang, and it's cool stuff to watch. And not just the Mustang. He his channel, Out of Spec Motoring, and his partnership with the Inside EVs. They do a lot of non Tesla EVs, and they get some experience off the supercharger network.
Well, I'm glad to see that others besides Tesla are taking the charging infrastructure seriously now and starting to actually roll out a lot of chargers. Because for a while there, Tesla seemed like the only ones that were really taking it seriously. So what everybody else is kind of an afterthought, but now it's they're starting to really roll out, which is good to see.
Yes, because we need everybody because the rising tide is going to lift all boats, and it will be nice to see that you can pick up any EV and take a cross country trip, whether or not you actually want to, that you can do it, and that's the important part.
Right.
A lot of people just rather just get on the train or a plane.
Right, but it eliminates that argument that people have of, well, I'm not going to buy a EV because you- I know I can drive anywhere with my gas car, and there's gas stations everywhere, and I can fill up quickly, as opposed to an EV where they're not sure where they can charge at or whatever. And now when people actually start seeing them pop up everywhere, it's like, oh, there's chargers. I know where there's a charger in my neighborhood. Oh, there's a charger over there. There's chargers everywhere. I'm seeing them everywhere, and that
Exactly.
helps.
Exactly.
Even though
Yeah.
they're not going to use them, because it's funny, some of the same people that have the argument about the time that it would take to recharge are the same people that never do road trips anyway. They fly everywhere.
Right.
um, but just the psychological aspect of it for them, it's a big deal.
Yeah. I mean, like, I rarely charge outside of the home unless I am on a road trip. If I'm around town, the only time you'll catch me at a supercharger is if something's happened with the supercharger and I'm making a video on it, or if we've literally been running for over 200 miles around town that day and we need to keep running, which is quite rare. What about you guys out there on the stream? Tell us about what your experience with charging is, and then we're going to start talking about. Let's talk about the solar regulations that all these power companies are trying to put out there. So Omar and I, we both are solar owners, and the utility in South Carolina, they are now a part of Dominion Energy, which is one of the same ones up here in Virginia. They are trying to put on a solar tariff, change the rates, and change the how much they buy your power back for. Basically, they want it for free. So instead of giving you dollar for dollar input, I can kind of understand that part, capitalism, all that. So maybe there's a cost to run their network. So maybe they don't give me 100% of my power back. But I don't like what they're going. They're trying to go from next to zero of the power back, so that I would sell it to them for free and then buy it back at night from them at full price. Not quite fair. Then they want to charge a per panel monthly fee. I bought these panels myself, so I don't want to rent from the power company that had no part in putting them on my roof. I paid. Oh yeah, I did get a loan, but the loan is paid off now. So basically, I paid cash, and they didn't put the sun in the sky, so they don't really have any claims to this. And then,
Right.
but that's per month. And then on top of the per month, so I've got 27 panels that are not running at full power because I've got 250s on the roof, and the panels are all 280s and 270s. So I can never get to 100% output of my panels. It's just impossible. And if I am, then the house is burning down because I've overloaded all the inverters. and then they want to charge a solar tariff every month. So it's like, say, $29. All these numbers aren't the exact ones. I haven't looked at it in a minute, but say $29 a month just to have solar, and then $6 per panel. And then instead of paying me
$6 per panel.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Per month. This is a monthly
per month.
So,
yes. Plus the rate. So whatever I'm buying back from them at night, they want to charge me full price for that and take all of the extra that I'm making during the day and buy it at nothing. So that when I go to charge my EV at night, that it won't have been economical.
So what they're trying to do is basically just discourage everyone from getting solar because it's cutting into their market share and their money. I mean, I can understand part of the aspect of the electronic transmission because they do have to maintain infrastructure. They do have to. There is a cost associated with them sending power to you when at night when you're not.
They don't know how much it is, though. Like they testify, they don't know how much it is.
But there's also
there is. It's non-zero. Yeah.
There's also a cost associated with you sending power back through the transmission lines the other way.
Absolutely.
So those aspects I understand, but they are way overpricing this. I mean, what I don't understand is why the electric companies just don't say, okay, we see the direction that everything is going. Let's compete with everyone else and sell solar ourselves. Like people want solar on a roof, no problem. We'll be a solar company and we'll be an installer and we'll be, and they can get into the game themselves installing solar, which then would help them control the grid a little bit more because if they're the ones installing it and, people are leasing from them or buying from them, they can control where it is, what, and not only that, it would help them to set up microgrids, which is really the best way to go. Like the way the grid is formed right now today really needs to change. So to make it more robust, the best thing to do is to set up microgrids. And the one great aspect of putting solar on everybody else's roofs is it helps you with the microgrids because now you have all these different areas of production. So hopefully with Biden's new infrastructure bill and all that, maybe the power companies will get money from that to maybe invest in improving the grid and really changing how they do things.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a non-zero cost. I totally agree with that. They just, I don't know if they're making it outrageous, hoping that they'll get cut down and get to keep it all, or if they just really think that they actually have put that much effort into this. And they put zero effort into this because they bought the power company that did it. And the law in South Carolina is that they can't recover any of these costs because they would try and pull this stunt. And so now they're relabeling it so it doesn't count. The hard part for me is that when I'm making the most production, either I'm using it myself or it's flowing straight into both of my neighbors' air conditioner units because it's high noon in South Carolina and it's hot.
Yeah, you guys get real hot down there.
Yeah. So, I mean, the amount of power I could put out at once would put it, so 27 times 250. Let me pull out a calculator. and that would have to be high noon because my panels face east and west. So I could put out 6.75 kilowatts based on the inverters, even though I have 7 and change kilowatts of panels installed. So yeah, I could run a dryer or 2 air conditioners.
Yeah.
They think highly of themselves, and hopefully they fail. I testified against them at the hearing, and they thought they were going to run for a couple hours, and it ran from 9 in the morning until 1:30 at night was the original schedule, and they actually got about 45 minutes behind schedule before it came time to do my testimony. And I'm hoping that enough of us owners, prospective owners, residents, and taxpayers decided that nah, we're not going to pay for your monopoly. You pay for your own monopoly.
I'll definitely keep up the good fight because if you don't call them out, then they'll just get away with anything. So
Yeah. Let's see. Anders said that he hasn't had the opportunity to do a Tesla yet, but he did do some hybrids that take a while to charge. Yeah, they charge on level 2 for any of the plug-in hybrids. I haven't seen any plug-in hybrids that can DC fast charge except for the Mitsubishi Outlander, and that's only outside of the States, so I personally haven't seen any that can do it.
And the BMW i3 range extender.
Oh, that is right, but that's more of an EV with a generator on board.
It is.
Yeah, versus like a Prius
I always
Prime
look
or
at
something.
it. I always look at it kind of like a hybrid with an extended range battery.
Fair enough. But like the Kia and the Ford and the Volt and well, I guess yeah, because the Volt is more like the i3. Yeah, so that one can CCS charge, but everything else is level 2 only. And like you said, it takes forever. Their thinking is why put in a good charger and the expensive copper cables when you've got a generator sitting right on board and gas is cheap. Which I don't think they understood their customer too well to make that decision.
Right.
Yeah. And Robert Williams says that his dad's bricks battery they stole outside the churches. He had to have a normal house plug. Maybe rephrase that one. I'm having trouble getting the message on that one. And picture of the battery, 16 months out of cost, thousands had to walk back from the garage. So in 98. Yeah, rephrase that one too, and we're glad to talk about it. Yeah, there are so many strange laws and regs here in the States because anybody can.
Every state's different.
Every state's different. It's like a little mini country, and they can be proposed by anybody. You can be proposed by citizens, lawmakers, corporations can propose stuff, and as long as nobody stops it, it'll sail straight on through and become law, and then you get a nice little patchwork. Hopefully, it's for the better, but they aren't all for the better, unfortunately.
Yep.
Put the prices up on April 1st. That is a terrible day to raise prices.
Yes, that's horrible.
It's like, this is some kind of a joke, isn't it? And then people don't pay, and then they get a bad day. Oh man, 19 pounds per kilowatt hour. That is stupid high. Wow.
Wait, that can't be right.
Hopefully 19. What do they call the portions over there?
That's got to be way too high.
Yeah.
I
Or is
think-
that a tax? I don't know.
I think that those are like the prices that Texas was seeing during the
Yes!
Vegas storm when there was extreme gouging going on.
Yes, it was out of control. Did you notice that all those people quit?
Yeah, right.
But I think one of them was trying to stay on, but he got caught on tape reassuring one of the power companies that he was going to do everything to protect their higher profits during the time. He could have said that and phrased it differently, and not been attacked by his fellow citizens. But in the role they're in, just like when we were testifying to the South Carolina PSC, their job is to protect us from them. I think his job is probably set up similarly to protect his people from their power companies. And so that would be a resume generating event, and it was. The audacity. So another thing that came up is Elon said on Twitter that there are not going to be any door handles on. Well, he didn't say door handles. He said there aren't going to be any handles on the Cybertruck, and the way that it was presented implies door handles. Let's talk about that.
So everybody is, when he said no handles, right? Everybody's thinking door handles. So I started thinking, well, what other handles might there be on trucks, besides door handles? And I was thinking like maybe a handle at the tailgate to open it, or maybe there's a handle when you're inside a truck, the little handles like people like passenger can hold on to or whatever up top. So I
Yeah,
was like, maybe he meant that. And then
but
I
no
thought,
Tesla has
okay.
those.
So then I thought, okay, let's just go with door handles.
Right?
So what would he do? I mean, he could make it like a push button, kind of like the Model X,
Right. I hope
or he
so.
could also make it auto presenting door that would automatically open itself like the
Like
Model
Model
X.
X, that would be my favorite.
And then I was thinking maybe a combination of the auto presenting opening door, and then for manual release, have it like the swipe down like the Roadster.
The swipe down will be hard because in a truck, a lot of people will be wearing work gloves.
Right. So, and in that case, I think the auto presenting, auto opening would be probably a nice feature.
Yeah,
Um,
like a
and
button
and
on
I'm
the
thinking,
B pillar.
and I'm thinking even maybe just a combo of, or they could do the combo of it could be auto presenting or have the push button, kind of like the Model X,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
which which I think that would make a lot of sense because like if you're carrying stuff, you have stuff in your hands, you want to put it in the truck or whatever, you can
yes.
just hit the button with your elbow and it'll pop open, and then you can just like hit
Well, even
open
better
the
than
door
that,
the rest of the way.
even better than that with Model X today is as long as you aren't one of the few people who got an early Model X without the premium package. If your hands are full and you've got the key or your phone in this case, since it's going to have the newer computer, if the car triangulates you coming towards that driver's door, the door will swing open as wide as it can without hitting anything, and you never have to touch it. And when you get in,
Yeah,
you push the brake and it closes. That is what I'm really hoping is on there because I have become spoiled
that's
by
great
that.
when it works. That's a
When doesn't it
phenomenal
work?
feature when it works. However, it like with all computers and stuff, maybe it may not work every time. So
Yeah, once or twice it doesn't do it.
right. So when it doesn't do it, if you still have the option of hitting the button,
Yeah, yeah,
like the
there's
Model
still
X,
buttons
and you
there.
just like bump it with your elbow or something like that, I think would be
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah. I'm hoping that they do that. There's like a because they've got the fake door handles on the Model X, and you when you push them, it's actually actuating a electronic button, and then that tells the motors to do their thing, or the Falcon Wings to do their dance. But hopefully for that, since there aren't going to be any handles, and the whole point of not having handles is to not have that extra step of cutting the steel. Hopefully in the B pillars, or you don't even really need a button. They can just use the autopilot cameras. And if you make a motion to the camera that basically covers its field of view, and you've got a key on you or any kind of authorized device, maybe that will act as a virtual button and then open the open the door on up. But they could also do like the Mach E and the Ford Mach E and have a circle that you can physically push a button on the V pillar, and that doesn't defeat
They
the
could do
purpose of
that.
not stamping the steel. Yeah.
It's going
What's
to
up,
be
John?
interesting to see what they do.
Yeah, yeah. And so with that, I'm really preferring the idea of having a motor in the door because those are gonna be some heavy doors versus like on the Model 3 and the Model Y. Those doors are made of aluminum, so they're really easy to maneuver with your hands full. And we'll see what they do with it. But we will revisit this as we learn more.
How thick do you think that steel is going to be? Because they said 30 times rolled cold steel, which I don't even know what that means. A lot of people don't, but I'm wondering just how thick that steel is going to be. I mean, they showed footage of it actually stopping a 9 millimeter bullet, which it's got to be some. I don't know. It obviously it's some really tough exoskeleton there.
Yeah, my understanding is it's going to be at least 4 millimeters, unless they are able to get the rocket down thinner because they're using the exact same material on the rocket, and it's down to 4 millimeters. It was 6, but it's going to be a monster, and that'll be fun to see what they do with it. The 30X is actually 30X. They have 304, 309, and I think the X is just hiding which formula they're going to use on that cold rolled steel. But because they're cold rolling it, is why that thing is going to look like very angular, as our friend Dan says. He calls it the N64 truck because it's very polygonal,
Yeah.
very low res. So the storm outside damaged Dad's house, and they stole his outside. So he had to use. Oh, they were stealing power outside. Man. Omar doesn't work at SpaceX.
I do not.
You can say if you want what you do or not.
I'm a big fan of SpaceX and of the different things that Elon's doing. Big fan of Tesla, but no, I'm not a SpaceX employee. I wish I could get in on some of that stock because all the SpaceX employees actually get a little cut of the company, and I would love to be able to invest in SpaceX and get a piece of that because I can't even imagine their value over the years, how much it's just going to grow.
Yeah, I think it's more profitable than Tesla stock for the people who are holding that, or at least it will be, especially once he gets the satellite network completed, the Starlink. But the cool thing about that is once Starlink is bringing in revenue, we will be able to invest in that, and it should very quickly go from taking revenue to taking profit because there are so many bad internet providers out there that they're going to take the lunch of.
Oh, absolutely. And they'll be able to, easily.
Yeah, yeah. SpaceX is cool. I would do work for them in a minute. Yeah. So on the Cybertruck, somebody suggested that we talk about their crash testing, and we had some ideas before the show. Go ahead and put your take on that, and I'll go on mine.
Well, so for crash testing with the Cybertruck, I think the Cybertruck is going to do phenomenal with crash tests just because of the way they made the exoskeleton. That thing's a tank. It's literally like a street legal tank, right? So I think it will protect the occupants very well. Problem I think they're going to have is there's certain regulations and stuff on crash testing with like pedestrians and injuries caused and stuff at certain speeds or whatever, and it's just going to be tough for them to not destroy anything that they hit. So you'll
Yes.
be protected in the truck, but the you know I wouldn't want to be on the other end of that.
Not at because if the Model X weighs 6,000 pounds, the truck should weigh at least 10,000 pounds, and I think that you would notice if that thing had a collision with you. But at the same time, this is their Roadster, Model S, Model X, Model 3, Model S and X Part 2, Model Y. This would be their ninth vehicle. So I would think they know a thing or two about passing a crash test. People were worried about how it'll do with pedestrians. And then I got to thinking about what about the new Ram and the new F-150? They've got really high hood lines. And if they can pass pedestrian safety or not, this one actually appears to have a lower hood line because it kind of comes down at an angle. So I have a feeling that it might actually match or do better with pedestrians than the existing trucks.
You might be right about that.
Yeah.
And the other thing is they do have with their all their software on board a lot of avoidance with it too. So their emergency braking and avoidance, crash avoidance, and stuff like that. That's only going to improve over time. So that may play into a factor with that as well.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they do something about shorter folks, like children, because the current trucks have a problem right now. If the child is shorter than the ultrasonic sensors, assuming that the vehicle is equipped with them, then it doesn't see them. And that's not sufficient. We need to do better because we still have problems with children and vehicles. I think that's also why people always get upset when you smart summon a Tesla and it starts out in reverse, even if it should just go forward. There's a blind spot on the current Teslas, so what they're doing is they're backing up a little bit to make sure that there's nothing below the sensors that they can't see. It may not be backed up enough that the camera can see, but it's basically doing a sweep with the ultrasonic sensors to make sure that they aren't about to run over anything solid or meaty. And I do like that. It looks bad, and it looks like the car is confused, and that's led a lot of people to say, oh, well, if the current smart summon can't do it, how can you have a car with no gear shifter if it's going to shift in reverse first? I think that it's just going to go shift straight into drive if drive is the right answer at that point, assuming that you looked before you got in the car.
That makes sense. I mean,
yeah.
that backing up so that it can see more what's directly in front of it before it goes. I mean, that actually does make sense, and I can see how people just looking at it would think, like, what's wrong with this car? It's drunk.
Why is it backing up to go forwards? I can just drive out of the spot. What is it doing? The Cybertruck will not be allowed because pedestrians will be more injured. So I'm curious how they'll get around the European ones. I think that they'll be just fine in like Australia, the Canada, and the US because we have big old trucks. But what modifications do they make to our current trucks? We've got the old Hummers. I think they might have been excluded because they might have stopped before that happened. We got the F-150, the Silverado, all the GM sisters, and the Ram. And I see them in Europe occasionally. How are they getting around it? Or is there a waiver? Or did you guys import them? What's going on there?
Well,
or just certain countries?
I think with the Cybertruck in particular, Elon did allude to possibly making a smaller version for Europe. So they may end up making a smaller version, a little slightly modified, different version of the Cybertruck that for Giga Berlin that they're going to put out in Europe.
That would be cool to have the full-size truck as a Cybertruck, and then to have the something more like the old 1980s and 1990s mid-size pickups, like the old Tacoma, not the current one, or the S10, or
like the S10 style. Yeah,
those would be super popular.
Yeah.
Yes, they don't even need to be crew cab or full-size cab, but that would be nice. But if they can have the two main seats, maybe a middle seat, and a jump seat or two, that would be perfect for the European market, and I think it would sell like hotcakes, especially with all the power you get from EVs.
The other thing is with in some of those European countries, and some of those roads are really narrow, and they're not like the U.S. with our wide roads. So making a smaller vehicle would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's the same problem that Aptera is running into. They've been asked a couple times, what are you going to do about Europe? Because that thing is as wide as Model S. And those wheel pods might have a little bit of problem if somebody is being careless and not paying attention to see them sticking way out on a parallel park. Because you see the body of the car here, and who knows how tall the wheel is, at least 14 or 15 inches, but is it going to be noticeable to people who aren't used to seeing what looks like a clipped airplane parked in a parallel parking spot, or are they going to cut in too close and have a bad day for you?
Yeah. That's a very good point.
Yeah. Airbags on the outside would actually be one way to handle it. I don't know how quickly you could do it, and if you could do it in a way that's safe enough. But Aptera was looking at seatbelt airbags for a while on their original model. So the technology has come 10 years forward. So in like the hood seams, or as they fold over or put the metal together, they could put airbags in or under the metal. I mean, it would still stink to be hitting a piece of steel, but if the piece of steel has some give underneath it, an airbag might be one way they handle it.
I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious what they'll do about the pedestrians. That's going to be interesting. The crash zones. Yeah, I've seen on some cars, they actually have a different hood in Europe, where the hood actually pops up in a collision to help give it more give as the person hits the car, so that it's got more room for them to travel before hitting that solid stop of the vehicle's frame. I think. Trying to think what cars I remember had it. I think the Model S has it. But it's pretty cool the way that they handle the pedestrian safety there. Yeah. Oh, here we go. And then you said that they gave you a price of per kilowatt hour. That is really expensive.
High. That's really high. Wow.
For me, I usually run 700 kilowatt hours a month.
That just looks really high to me.
That would be 13,000 pounds for me every month in electricity without solar. That's wow. I don't know the conversion rate today. Stand by.
Too much. That's what that equals.
Yes. Dollars to euros. Let's do dollars to pounds.
I think pounds are. I think they're more than dollars, slightly.
Now let's ask this box here. Alexa, how much is 1,300 pounds, 13,000 pounds in US dollars?
The answer to your calculation is 1,300.
Alexa, how much is 17,000 pounds in US dollars?
17,000 pounds is 23,499 US dollars and 16 cents.
Yeah, I thought pounds were a little bit more than.
That's expensive as hell.
Yeah.
Wow. So you have generation on site, like wind or solar? Because I would not be paying those people that much money. Wow.
I'd have to go off grid on that one.
I would go in a heartbeat. Or I would get a pedal in the living room and just pedal cycle. No AC tonight, honey. Older American cars, Cadillacs, you can do, Chevy, I guess. You can do without restrictions. Oh, the same way we have the 25-year rule, where older cars can come here, no changes. Buses and trucks, yeah. I don't think that the buses would have, other than visibility, I don't think they would have anything for pedestrian safety. I do like the way that you guys do the trucks over there, where they have the guards on the side so that nobody can underrun the trailer.
Why aren't we doing that here?
It costs an extra $20 a trailer to put.
Okay, so why aren't we doing that here?
Extra $20 a trailer.
I mean, what price? And how much is a life worth, right? So, like, why aren't we doing that? I don't understand that.
That part. Yes. $10-foot. That's on some of the slower streets. That's about what we have. But we get really wide. What is it? The higher speed streets are like closer to 20, right?
So, well, it depends.
Properly designed.
We have. I mean, So there, some of the main roads, even inside of a city, might be 2 lanes in each direction. So.
I mean, each lane they get wider as you go faster.
Each lane, but so each lane would get a little wider, especially on the main roads.
Yeah.
For trucks and buses and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think a truck, the maximum was it like 79 inches, 82 inches, something like that?
Something like that, 80, something like that, I don't know.
That's what, a hair over 7 feet? Yeah. What was one of the other things they came up with for us? They were talking about the Model 3 in the winter. I mean, I know it's going on spring now, but I did notice that they actually made some additional changes to Model 3 for the wintertime. They added a heated charging port like they got on the Model Y. They added a drain so that way anything that did melt got out of the charge port, which I don't know why there wasn't a drain to begin with, because with that huge flap they have and very minimal weather stripping, you would think that it'd be very easy to get that thing wet.
You would think they would have thought of that originally, right?
Yeah, especially like the European and Australian and everybody else. Well, not maybe not Australian. European and Asian ones, they all have CCS or the the Chinese ports. And unlike all the other manufacturers that have a cover, like GM, Ford, everybody has a cover that goes over the DC ports when you're not using them. Maybe Porsche doesn't, but everybody else has the little flippy piece to cover up those two
Right, the little
DC
flap that they
lights.
cover it over. Yep.
Yeah, probably for the same reason they don't want to get it wet in there. But then I saw on the last software update, 2021.4.12 that I am running, that it mentioned winter improvements, cold weather improvements, and the only thing I could see is it seems to be a little more willing to regen in the cold, but I don't think that most of that was aimed at my car. So I'm curious what all was included for the other cars, like the Model Y and the Model 3. Then they wanted me to talk about Model X towing, but that's not very popular. It's fun. You got to stop a lot if you're going interstate because it's very aerodynamic and trailers aren't. And they're heavy.
You destroy your range, right?
Yes, you do. It's about a little more than half if you do 55 miles an hour. If you do faster than 55 miles an hour...
Wait. I don't drive 55, so let's...
Well, it depends on what you're towing.
The speed limit is like 65 or whatever,
Yes.
And everybody else is doing 80, right?
Yes.
You want to do at least the speed limit.
Right. And this is why I'm looking forward to Cybertruck. It's already less aerodynamic than Model X, and it still gets the range it does, and it's more powerful, and it's got double the battery power, so it can do 500 miles untethered. So I'm hoping it'll be able to do 300, 350 miles at max load with a, I don't want to say aerodynamic, but basically a non-square trailer. So something like a boat or something that's got a little bit of rounded edges to it. If you got a square trailer, that's kind of on you. Because you knew what you were getting into.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, one of the biggest things about towing, though, with a Tesla is pulling up into the superchargers. You want to find that stall that has that, you pull straight in. Otherwise, you got to try to unhook the trailer so you can back in and charge, and then hook the trailer back up, and that's like a painful experience there.
It is, and with some trailers, like any of the U-Haul van trailers, you actually cannot take them off. Once they're loaded up, they're stuck, and they don't let you hook them up in the first place. When you rent them, the employee has to hook it up to your vehicle, and then they take pictures, and you sign a waiver. I actually haven't read the waiver to see if it says you can take it off. I skimmed it to make sure of what they were making me liable for, and then I was done with it. So in those cases, you can't unplug them until they're empty and back at the depot. So a pull through would be great there, but even with the ones that you have yourself, it's when you go to the gas station, you just pull through, you block a stall, and you fill up, and you're done. It's a bit too much to ask to have people having to unplug their trailers at every stop, assuming that they even can. So if you have your boat or your camper, yes, you can do it. Assuming it's not broken, but if it's broken, that's on you. Because
I just think it's not realistic to unhook every time you gotta refuel. Right?
Especially if you got 5 stops. So if you're gonna go from here to Disney World, for instance, you're gonna stop 4 or 5 times, and at a minimum. And if you gotta unhook and rehook over 10 times, that's... The mission is to get everything electrified, and if it's easier to go gas, then people will do that if their main use of the vehicle is towing. Think about the half-time or full-time RVers. They're not gonna sit there and deal with that. They might unhook once they get where they're going, so they don't have to have 2 vehicles to travel around town. But it is unrealistic to expect them to unplug multiple times to stop. I mean, I get it if you're in some of the older places where there is just no way logistically to do it, but putting in the new sites and remodeling the old sites, you need to make something that can either pull through, pull alongside, and then you need to block them off so that these people that I see a lot of people nosing into the nose installs because it's easier for them because they're coming from a non-electric vehicle, and they just oh, I'll just pull right in, and then somebody shows up with a trailer, and it's like now they have to wait. If the person's in the car and they're not a jerk, you can knock on the window and be like, "Hey, excuse me, this is the only one I can use," and they move. But like my video where we were towing from Santee, South Carolina, and those folks from Jersey with the blue Model S. Oh, we only moved because we were done eating. Screw you, guy. Like all the other owners there, they were flabbergasted. They'd never seen anything like that, and yeah, even a young lady with a Model S60, Model X60, which is super rare. She's like, "Wow, she was speechless, and she was mad for us."
Wow,
Yes.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
People in general, I don't know. Some people are selfish.
Yeah. Thankfully, most Tesla owners we've run across haven't been like that. I mean, because literally the one we wanted was the slow urban charger, the temporary charger. And one had opened up. I'm like, hey, once the manager found them, let them know that the faster one is open now, and they weren't concerned. Yeah. Wish that had been solar. But yeah, that's something that's hard right now with rental properties is you don't have any sort of say over where your electricity is coming from. You could do the plus up and oh, that was the other thing with that power company. They are installing acres of solar panels. So if solar is causing them so much trouble managing their grid, why are you installing acres of it? So really, it's proof that it's greed. But in your case, since you're renting, if your company offers the opportunity to buy solar or wind, that's nice. But they charge you extra for it. It's not like even if they let you lease some of their panels, like this company does, they let you lease, I think, up to half of your system as solar panels, but they don't give you a discount in the power, so you're paying extra.
So you have no incentive to do that.
Well, the being green incentive, but that's it.
Right. But
The incentive for
people
me
in
to be
general
green
aren't going to do something that's going to be
more costly.
right.
Yeah.
If it's not going to be financially in their favor, they're not going to want to do it.
Yeah, for me, I mean, yes, whenever I can, I try to do the green thing. But what makes it easier for me is if going green is no thought, no cost, or even better, if it's profitable. So, like my solar panels, my electric bill went from $120 a month to most months it's negative $20. And so until I get to the wintertime where it's like $4 and $10 with the Model X, so that made it a no-brainer. I'm doing the right thing, and it's less painful to do it that way.
Right.
But when it's more painful, it's like, eh. I did do a program. I forgot their name as I was trying to say it, where they would buy half of my power as wind power, and they would feed that into the grid, and that was cool, and it was free, and it was no extra thought. They would automatically take the money from my bank account for the power bill and pay the power company, and then they would inject the rest as wind power, and that was cool. Yeah, that's about what we pay here on the low side. We have as low as I've heard 5-7 cents a kilowatt hour. Most of us it's like 11 or 12 cents.
I don't even know
13
what
or
the
14.
price is around here anymore. I think
Yeah.
last time I checked, it was around 11 cents per kilowatt. I don't know because I have solar. So
Right. Mine once I exhaust my solar was 12 cents a kilowatt hour, and now it's 13 cents a kilowatt hour, because they did get a rate pushed through. The last rate they tried to get pushed through after the 13 cents actually got shot down because the way they formulated it, the PSC turned them down and said, you don't get any of this. You don't get any of the items you requested. So I'm hoping they repeat that.
that would be good.
Yes, they need to.
Keep them in check.
Yeah, keep them in check. I mean, I understand asking for helping to keep the business running and whatnot, but that was a power grab. That was money grab.
Right. And see, the problem with the electric companies is not they kind of got a monopoly, which is why you need regulations on them. Because, I mean, what are you going to do? Oh, I don't like your rates. I want to shop around and get somebody else. Okay, good luck. Who else is there? Who else is there? You going to tie into another grid? Where are you going?
And worse than
You're not
that,
going to move your house. So
right?
What are you going to do?
Worse than that, in some places, if you unplug, they'll condemn your house. Thankfully,
yeah. Some places you're not allowed to unplug and be off grid. So,
thankfully, in my place, as long as you can show that the lights are on 100%, that there's no outage, and that that you've got a safe environment, you can do it yourself. You can have a coal-fired power plant out back if you want, if you're meeting the emissions requirements, or you do your own generator or whatever. Again, same thing. You got to meet the noise and emissions, but there's nothing stopping you from unplugging, which is unless they get a law in for that. That is really nice. There are other places where you can't capture your own rainwater, and so I guess that they're trying to do that model for some of these utilities. And
Can't capture your own rainwater? That
no, you
stinks.
can't. Yeah, it's municipal property. Most of them are like desert towns, and I get that, but I understand. I don't really understand. It's if it's falling on your roof and you use it to drink, and you're not selling it like out to Nestle or something, then it should be fine.
I mean, if I wanted to capture the rainwater off my roof and use it to water my lawn, like what? I don't understand why that would be a problem. It's not hurting anybody. In
Yep.
fact, it's conserving. It's helping. Water is it's a valuable resource, especially
Yes.
drinkable water.
Yes.
So if I'm using less drinkable water and using, just reusing water that's falling out the sky, I don't see the problem.
They say it's theirs. You took our water. I think that you
I
might
mean,
be able to get away
how is
with,
that theirs though? I don't understand that.
right?
It's
I
falling
think you
out the
might
sky.
exactly. You might get away with something like something that would immediately take it from your roof and put it into the lawn. But if you bottle it in any way, if you put it in a rain barrel, they got you. Other
See, that
places are
that
a
would be the
little.
whole purpose. It wouldn't. It would. It wouldn't.
You wouldn't want to drink it.
I mean, you wouldn't want to immediately put it back in the lawn because it's raining, so your
Right,
lawn's
right.
already being watered. So the whole purpose would be to bottle it to use
For
it
later.
later and
Yeah,
water the lawn on a non-rainy day, right?
exactly. Other places are a little smarter about it. They actually do a barrel tax, so you'll pay like $2 a year, $4 a year per barrel, and then you can reuse your rainwater for when it makes sense.
All right,
You
well
can't
that
drink
would
it,
make more
but
sense.
yeah, you can't drink it. I think that's just a safety item, but
I wouldn't use it to drink anyway.
with the right filters, you could.
You
But
could, but I I would just use it for my
yeah,
lawn.
I mean it's perfect because you got a garden out there regardless. So what I would like to see is them adjust that to basically be that you can't have more than X days of supply of water, or you can't sell it. I mean, because if you're selling it, then yeah, you're stealing it from them. They could have taken it from the table and sold it. But
I understand about selling it, but if you're
yeah,
using it for yourself, I don't see a problem. If I want to use it to flush my toilets,
right.
it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, if you're using it on site and you have less than X days of supply, that is a completely reasonable restriction. Assuming that you're in a state that has a water problem, like here in Virginia, I don't know if it's allowed or not, but I don't see them. It rains enough that they wouldn't they wouldn't care what you do with it.
Yeah, we get enough rain here.
Yeah,
I don't see them. I don't even think there are any restrictions on that here. But
yeah. Last I checked, Florida didn't have any. It rains every day. We got enough. Have fun.
yeah, it does rain every day in Florida. Right about 4 o'clock, like clockwork.
Yes, yes. When I was working at the grocery lot after school a couple times, and you could smell it, and you could look at the watch and be like, "Oh, it's time. Let me go inside real quick."
Yep. Like, oh, here comes that afternoon thunderstorm.
Yes. Oh man. And so they wanted us to talk about the refreshes for the Model S and the Model X. So one thing that was interesting to me was that they didn't have hardly any sales. They sold, what was it, 2020 Model S and Model X for the last quarter because the factory was shut down this whole time for Model S and Model X production
For retooling
and making the new prototypes.
yep.
That thing is beautiful. I can't wait to take it out for a spin. One of our friends actually got a chance to touch it, and he said it was natural, and he enjoyed it. And he didn't take any pictures because he didn't want to ruin that relationship. So
I'm curious about that yoke.
I hope that it is either variable ratio or some other method of making sure that your lock to lock is like this rather than a turning. Because if you have to turn and lift your hands off of that like a steering wheel, I don't know.
That I don't know how they would do that. That would be a problem. like you said, if it's variable ratio depending on speed and it varies, then and it calculates that. I mean, they can do that electronically. I mean, I could see that being a thing, but I don't know. I'd like to see how it works. I don't know. I've never driven a car with a yoke, so I don't know how that is.
I think the one yoke I had was something like a go kart or something that was set up for the track, and you didn't need full ratio for it. And then the further you went, though, the further it went closer to a
You
lock.
know
But
what? You're right. I did drive a go kart that had a yoke. Now that I think about it, but it was on like a little racing track, and we were, just racing around the track. You weren't doing a whole U turn. It didn't matter.
right, and if you did need to do a U-turn, somebody else was doing it for you. They had the space, and they just handled it.
Right.
But the part that concerns me is with the ones that are shipping with a wheel. If they actually do ship them with a wheel to customers, is it going to be set up for a yoke, but it has a round wheel on it, and so you've got a wheel that just doesn't turn all the way? That would be kind of cool to me, actually.
I don't know.
Yeah,
You know what? I don't know.
because to do variable ratio, you got to change the rack, and I don't see them shipping it with a different rack and changing it
Racks,
out.
right.
Yeah, unless that's just why it's not done yet. Is because same way that for SpaceX they're taking too long to do the approvals, especially during right now with the COVID protocol. Maybe the approving bodies are just understaffed with the COVID protocol to get what they need in time for them to have got the cars on the road by now. Because Elon seemed very much like he was going to have the cars out by now, and they're not. Just like the button. Where's my button? We're talking about the FSD beta button. So the road rules, yeah. So it should fit, but will it park?
Will it park? Yeah.
Yep. Hey, neighbor.
They never.
Yeah. So with the refresh, I'm excited to try it out, and it looks nice. The rear-facing cameras, the fender cams, they look huge. I've seen so many more pictures of it now, and everybody's like, "Oh, it's the same, it's the same." It does not look the same to me. Especially the ones like where they've taped it on there. We're talking about prototypes again, but you've got like a little piece of tape holding it on. It's like that thing is. It may still actually be the same size, but on the fender with the little slot that they go in is no longer there, and so that might just make them look wider than they actually are.
I
We'll
don't
see
know.
when
It's going to be interesting to see what the finished product looks like.
Yeah, we'll see when somebody can get their hands on the parts. What I do like is that new processor. It's actually running an AMD Ryzen basically, and it can run just like a PS5 or Xbox Series X. It can run the newest, fastest games, and The Witcher is actually highlighted prominently. So that's going to be
Yeah.
it's going to be fun to see what kind of AAA titles that they allow in there. Cyberpunk, Grand Theft Auto.
Now, what I want to know is, are they going to allow? Are you going to be able to have those games running and playing while the car's driving?
Yes, at least in the backseat. The question is, I wonder now that the swivel is built into the screen. I wonder if it swivels past the driver's view, because on the Model S and Model X, you still have the screen in front of you with the speedometer and the tachometer. Well, not tachometer, but the power meter and all of that.
Right.
So I'm wondering if once the screen swivels out of the driver's view, if there's like a switch on there that'll allow the passenger to play video games in the front seat.
That's what I'm curious about. If they'll
'Cause
allow that, because it technically, it's not legal to play video in the driver's view,
Right, and so it wouldn't
right?
be in the
While you're
driver's
driving,
view.
because that's a distraction, right?
Yes,
But
yes.
if, like you said, if you could swivel it so that the angle makes it so that the driver's not really seeing it,
Yeah.
is that then legal? Well, it would be legal. So
It would be legal, but will
will
they
they
do
allow
it?
that?
Yeah.
What's interesting is I've seen other vehicles where they have this weird thing with their screen where, depending on the viewing angle, if you're sitting in the driver's seat, you literally can't. You see one thing, but if you're sitting in the passenger seat, you're literally seeing something else.
Yes, I saw that
And
in the LA Auto Show. Mercedes had it on one of their prototypes at the time. This was over 10 years ago, and the guy showed me. He's like, "All right, look here. I'm gonna hit loop on this," and it was a video. It was a nice music video, and that was cool. He said, "All right, now lean over. Put your arm on the armrest and lean over. What do you see?" I was like, "Oh snap! It was navigation and car status. It was like driver's door open, passenger seat unbuckled, and you could not see the video once I got past the midpoint of the car. That was. I'm assuming it's in production cars by now because it was over 10 years ago.
I think it was. I think it was at an auto show that I've seen it too. And I can't remember what vehicle it was. Probably the same thing you saw.
Yeah.
But just the fact that they were able to do that back then, I'm sure they're able to do it now. So if you're looking at it and you have your screen, and if it's tilted slightly so that it's in favor of the passenger, maybe they can play video games while the driver is actually seeing navigation or something on there. Then I think
I don't see Tesla taking the time and expense to put that technology in there, especially if it's patented. But it would be very simple for them to put just a simple trigger. Like once it reaches 11 degrees or whatever angle the driver can't see it, it electrically triggers that
it's allowed to, yeah.
Yeah, or they can do it electronically. Like they can have an angle sensor on there just based on, in case somebody tries to override it, there won't be a switch that you can override it. It's actually measuring the angle. So they'd have to flip it over. Or some kind of hackery to and that way at that point if something happens it's on them for liability and not Tesla. Right. Like, oh well, they didn't stop me from playing video games, they should get the ticket. Which it doesn't fly, but yeah, go ahead.
It looks like Tesla is entering more markets now with their insurance.
I'm excited for that.
So I think that's going to be real interesting, and if they bring it here, I'm going to be very compelled to at least get a quote, because
absolutely same here.
Tesla has all your data, right? Your driving,
they do.
Your driving data, so they know what kind of rates they should charge each person based on their driving, and that's something that current insurance companies can't do. And because current insurance companies can't do that, they have to take the law of averages, and even if you have a good driving record, they still have to bake in additional cost for you to make up for the drivers that do get in a lot of accidents. So they kind of have to balance it out.
Right,
so,
and they have that little dongle that you can plug into your OBD2 port, which it's not very fair to EV drivers, because for me, all of the driving apps and all the dongles, they all say, "Oh, you're accelerating too hard, you're stopping too fast." It's like I'm not. It's all very smooth. It's just that I don't have gears to shift through, and it's a very powerful car. If I want to get up to the speed limit, I am up to the speed limit before I've crossed the intersection.
Right.
I don't exceed it, and I don't like lurch once I've hit it. It's like it's like a pressure. There we are. We're gonna keep going. It's just condensed. That's all. It's not like I'm doing jackrabbit starts. Because if I were to do that in a fossil car, I would have spun the tires to get there. But there are no gears to shift through. So
exactly that instant torque. And the other thing that Tesla has, at least for the not in the vintage, not in the old classic cars like my old 2013 Model S, but in the newer vehicles, the other thing the advantage that Tesla has is they have the cameras, so they can see from the cameras. They'll know, okay, did he slow down and stop for the yellow light, or does he accelerate and go faster? Is he running red lights constantly? Is he doing, like, what type of driver is he? Does he stop all the way for the stop sign, or is he doing that California roll? Like, what is he doing? So they'll have all that. They can literally look at all the data and say, okay. Or the other thing, how often does he use autopilot? Or if he
uses autopilot, does he have his hand on the wheels?
FSD installed, if you paid for FSD, maybe you get a discount because you have FSD, and you're going to be using that more. And the car is driving itself. They know
they
how
control that,
because they're in control of that, right? So there's all these different factors that all these advantages that they would have over your traditional insurance company is not going to have.
Right.
And I think as they break into more and more of that market, that's just going to make these Tesla shares go up. So, buy now while it's on a discount, because that's going to go up.
We're just two dudes on the internet. This is not stock advice, but we both own Tesla shares.
Please don't take all your advice from me. Please don't
do your research, and we like it, so you might like it too.
Our opinions. Thank you, Kacey. You're absolutely right. This is strictly our opinions.
Yeah, insurance is a bear right now, and I'm hoping that this additional competition will help them do the right thing, both lower the price for everybody, and I think that they'll be able to see, even with AP1, what kind of a driver you are versus with, like you said, on yours, where they can't really tell, and like worse, at least they can see what style of your driving is, because your car is still sending them stuff, versus what the current insurance companies have, which is nothing, just the actuarial tables. I totally pronounced that wrong. The stats guys, but
right. They're definitely getting way more data from Tesla. Definitely gets way more data than anybody else, and
yeah,
even in the older cars like mine.
Yep. Somebody said something about a Tesla Model 3 road trip. We both have taken road trips in our Model S's and my Model X. And Omar's taken way more trips than me because he's been, he's an OG.
Well, I've got 126,000 miles on my car,
Great.
so I've gone all over the place. I live in New Jersey. I've driven it down to as far south as Key West. I've driven it up to Montreal, Canada, to Toronto. I've gone as far west as Chicago. I mean, I've been all over the place. I've been Mississippi, Kentucky, wherever. I've been all over the place. One of the things that I learned really quickly after my first road trip to Florida was at a supercharger stop. When you stop to charge, do not waste your time trying to charge up to 95% or something stupid like that.
Yeah.
That's just a waste of time. It's weird. It's a complete change in how you normally would do things, because like when you're coming from a gas car, when you stop for fuel, you gas all the way up, right? You fill it up, you top it off to the max,
or at least to the first click, and then roll.
right? You fill it all the way up, basically.
Yeah.
Right. But with the EV, that's not what you do, because the fuller the battery gets, the slower it charges. So it's actually a lot quicker and more efficient just to charge up just enough to get you to the next supercharger, which may be a couple hours away. So you're stopping every 2-3
2.5 hours. Yeah.
So okay, I'll stop every 2.5 hours. But I'm stopping for shorter periods of time in between.
Right.
So I'm not stopping for an hour to charge. I'm stopping for 15 minutes, 20
Right.
minutes.
And I like that because it allows me to stretch my legs, take a quick restroom break, and grab a snack. Either I buy a snack or I've got one in the cooler, and literally, like I said, 15 minutes is the most that you really stop, unless you're in a thin part of the network, and then you might stop for 30 minutes. But you're not. Sometimes you're not even getting to 50%. But on the new Model S, for instance, you can recharge not the Ludicrous Plus, but just the not the Plaid Plus, but just the regular Plaid. In 15 minutes, you're adding 200 miles of charge, and at 65 miles an hour, that is, let's see how many hours of driving that is. So 200 divided by 65, because you're not going to average 65. That's 3.07 hours from a 15-minute stop. So it's the same as gas. Because most gas cars today are in the high 300s of miles per fill, and you start out full. If you know you're taking a trip.
And what's funny is when I used to drive gas cars, I would fill up at half a tank.
Right.
So, so I was driving
better,
for like
better.
3 hours, and then I would stop anyway.
Yeah. So unless you don't have charging at home, you're starting ready to go anyway. So with a full 350, 400, 500 miles, depending on what vehicle you're driving, or 250, 200 if you're on one of the older models, or if you are in a non-Tesla. But knowing you've got a trip coming up the next day, you won't have set it to your around town limit of 50 to 70%. You'll have set it to 80 to 90%, or if you know what time you're leaving, you might set it to 100% and just roll out once it gets full. So that's already 4 or 5 hours on the road before you're making your first stop. So for us, we leave before the sun comes up or as the sun comes up, and we're eating. Usually because of the way we travel, we're eating in the car, and then at lunchtime is our first stop, wherever that may be, and then we the car says, all right, you're going to need 16 minutes to go, and it ends up taking us, like, we're in line, and the car is texting us, hey, you have enough energy to complete your trip. And we're like, well, we're still waiting on our food. We just got out of the restroom, and they haven't handed us our food yet. And then you get another text from the car, hey, if you don't hurry up, we're going to start charging you $1 a minute. You're like, oh, let me get out there. So most of the time, the car is waiting on us than us waiting on the car. There have been 3 or 4 times where we did either a 95 or 100% charge. Once the car directed it because it knew that a part of the network was down as we were going through because of weather activity. And another time it was cold and our consumption was high, so it thought that we weren't going to slow down to make the next charger. So we weren't paying attention. I was surfing email and she was playing video games. And then I noticed it's been longer than we should have stopped. And then I see that the car is actually charged through the set point, and it keeps going. And I was like, well, let me read the rest of these emails because I didn't notice already. And the last time it did it was it knew I was towing, and it requested 100% charge. And we needed every bit of that charge because when we got where we were going, there was another one of those people who pulled into the nose-in spot, and we had to wait. And it was hot, so the AC was running, and the car had been towing, so it was already running the AC for the battery and the motors. And so those are my 3 required 100% charges. I've done others just because I'm a nerd and I wanted to see how the car behaved. But as Omar said, it is not worth the time because you're looking at 90 minutes versus 15 minutes. Do not do full charges at the supercharger or the DC fast charger for any reason.
I found that out on my first road trip, and I found that out really quickly.
Yes, and you do get some nice stops. They're not all like gas station style things. Like one of my favorites is Strasburg, Virginia. It's a nice, beautiful mountain view.
I like
right
that
there.
one. Yes,
Yeah,
I love that stop. I've been there.
Yeah.
That's one of the ones I like.
Yeah, and most of them, there's something you can do, something you can see, and as you stretch your legs, you're not just looking at the highway. You're looking at the worst you'll see is a hotel or a strip mall, but they're usually someplace interesting, and I enjoy that about the network is that the hosts, either self-selected or the Tesla selected, they did a decent job with that. And in fact, in California, they're getting ready to open one that has a 50s style drive-in diner with roller skates and everything.
That's cool.
Yeah. We thought he was joking, but I guess it was just permitting that stopped.
It's like a high-end Sonic.
Like a high-end Sonic, yes, with movies. And Elon, we thought he was joking after a while because it just never came to be. And then he just this weekend reiterated that it's going to happen, and that is exciting.
So one of the other things about road tripping is because it's forcing you to take these stops, it's forcing you to make these safety breaks. You're not as tired when you get to where you're going. And I noticed that, like, when I drove to Florida, what's weird is I got there and I was like, wow, I'm not as worn out or tired or fatigued as I thought I would be or as I normally would be. And which, by the way, I've driven to Florida multiple times, but yeah, it's interesting because you're taking those breaks, because you're getting out, stretching your leg, walking around a little bit, the fatigue factor, that road fatigue factor of that, your concentration level being there for so long is just it's not there.
And that's even another order of magnitude once you get that autopilot 1, autopilot free, or full self drive. They are, man, it's at that point you're not driving the car anymore. You're supervising a teenage driver and making sure they don't do anything stupid.
As it stands right now, and that's only getting better over time. So
right, it is getting better. I've seen previews of the full self driving, and it is phenomenal. It's not done, and it does make mistakes still, but that is a teen about ready to take the test rather than somebody who just got their permit. And it allows you don't get that tunnel vision. You're able to expand where you're looking, and you can look for stuff that the car won't detect, like just people being insane on the road, and it is nice.
Yeah,
Somebody said,
that's nice for you to be able to look at the scenery a little bit more than concentrating just on the road and the traffic ahead and all that.
yeah, especially in traffic jams, because people are like, I love to drive. I don't want a car to drive itself. I drive the car 90% of the time when it's in a fun opportunity, and maybe 5% of the time when it's terrible. They call it beep and creep, bumper to bumper, stop and go. If it's just that soul crushing traffic, I let the car drive because it has a lot less road rage than I do. I have it set to Mad Max mode, so it will. Sometimes it thinks it's a cat and it's a cardboard box. If it fits, I sit, and it'll squeeze itself into places that you wouldn't expect to ever go. But it's really good at predicting the slow lanes and getting out of them, and it takes so much stress off of the end of my days. And
Yeah,
man,
I had a loaner one time. My car was in the shop and it had autopilot, and I got to play around with that. And one of the things I loved was I was sitting in some stop and go bumper to bumper Philly traffic, and I set the autopilot and it just let it stop and let it go and let it do its thing. And I was like, man, this is way more relaxing. Like my stress level and my road rage, my internal road rage. I don't take it out on anybody.
oh
But
yeah,
I do
same
get
here.
but I do get angry, right? You do get
Yeah,
that just frustration. It just wasn't there because I
right,
was just enjoying the fact that everybody else is sitting there all tense, and I'm just looking around and looking at them like, well, look at this person next to me all tensed up. Oh, look at this person. And meanwhile, I'm just relaxed and just letting the car do it for me.
right. Yeah,
So
somebody
so
else. Go ahead.
I'm looking forward to that on my next Tesla when I upgrade, but I'm not looking forward to paying for a supercharging because that's the other thing. I'm grandfathered in with the free supercharging, so
That part I like.
all those road trips I take, I have free fuel for now until I
Yeah,
upgrade.
that part I do like, and I'm not looking forward to giving it up. Somebody else had asked about Tesla Model Y road trips. It's about the same thing, except not as fuel efficient as a Model S or Model 3, but still more fuel efficient than a Model X. So,
Well, it's more fuel efficient than the probably than my older Model S that I have,
oh, for sure, for
and
sure. But
it has more range to start off with.
yes,
So the Model Y has like you may have like a 300-mile range, whereas my old school Model S only had 250 when it was brand new. So
oh, so
now,
you hear about my range,
so now, well, no, that's when it was new. It was
right? Mine's
256.
not new anymore either. Just
So
the Model
now
X is one of their least fuel efficient.
the Model X, yeah, it is. But so yeah, my Model S. Well, the funny thing is, it hasn't degraded that much. So my car is almost 8 years old now, and you would think that the battery would have degraded a lot over time, but it really hasn't degraded that much. I'm surprised at how well it's held up. Um, so I'm still getting about 240 miles out of a charge,
Not bad.
and what's interesting is what they did. Tesla did do something that did kind of tick me off a little bit, but then again, I understand why they did it. Is they kind of nerfed my battery a little bit, of like about 2 years ago with a
Hmm.
software update, and they made it charge slower now at the superchargers. So they
They
did that to save the battery lifespan,
yeah,
and they kind of with the older style battery packs like I have, they wanted to make sure that I didn't degrade it or brick my battery or anything like that. So they did slow down the rate of charge. So now it doesn't charge as fast as it used to when I first got it.
right. They slowed me down for about a year on supercharging. I hit 174 at the version 3 supercharger, 174 kilowatt, and then it never got that high again for over a year. And right around Christmas time, they unleashed me, and It's nice. I've been in the 160 kilowatts, and it feels good to be back. So hopefully yours will do the same. I'm about to share here on the screen is my battery degradation report from Teslafy. I've got a link on the website for my Teslafy referral code that will get you extra time with the trial to see if you like it or not. Let's make this screen bigger for you. All right. So this is from the day I picked up my Model X to well into the future for charges of more than 60%. So you can see that I had this is probably right about where they nerfed me, and right about here is where it came back. My current range is 266. It was 289 when I got the car. It never showed 289 on the dash, and I've since switched to percent because it's less infuriating.
Oh yeah, I've switched to percent a long time ago. So
Yes. There are two vehicles in the data that have my current odometer, and one has a higher range and one has a lower range. So I am better than half of them. This is just not a very common vehicle, the Model X P100D of that era. So from the fleet average, I'm down 4 miles from the guy at the top, and I'm up 4 miles from the other guy, obviously. And so my low range was 262. And I had lost 23.73 miles for 9% at the time. And currently, I'm down 7% from when I got the car, or what the car's rated for, so I've lost a total of 20 miles. But what my Volt taught me is that 20 miles is a lot. You can do a lot with 20 miles. Omar's Leaf did the same thing to him. He can do a lot with 80 miles or less.
yeah, less.
Oh. And it gives you an appreciation for it. But like, yeah, if I was going on a road trip and I wanted to do the say the Cannonball Run, for instance, I would be missing it at that point. But 20 miles is this is why we keep saying, you know, when you go to get your electric vehicle, get the biggest battery that you can afford over any other options, because you can get other options added later, or you can get a third-party aftermarket situation at any point, but you can't easily increase the size of the battery pack. And even if you can easily do it, it's super expensive to do it after the fact than to get that at purchase discount.
Yep.
Yep. So if somebody's asked me in the past, they said, would you get full self-drive or would you get free autopilot and the bigger battery? Get the bigger battery.
Bigger battery all day.
You can always add the autopilot later. Now, if it comes to used cars and you have one that can't get any autopilot and one that has a bigger battery, depending on how much smaller the battery is on the one that's the best compromise, I would probably still go for the compromised one at that point.
Well, and in that case, you're only talking about, I mean, if you look at the older cars with no autopilot like mine, so the biggest battery size back then was the 85.
85 and 90.
Which is what, well, even the 90Ds, they had
autopilot.
They had autopilot. They had AP1. So
yeah.
you're really only talking about the 85s.
Well, I've had people ask me,
and the difference is, I mean, if you're looking at an 85 versus, let's say, a 70D that has, let's say, AP1, right?
Right.
I would rather get the 70D with AP1 than the 85, and because they're basically going to have the same amount of range, because the 70D is actually more efficient than the 85 because of the dual motor. And then you get you get some version of autopilot. You're getting AP1, which is better than zero AP.
I agree. Yeah, I've had people ask me, should I get a 90D with AP1 or a 75D with full self-drive? And I would actually steer them to the 75D with full self-drive, just because it actually has better fuel efficiency, has a more robust battery. The 90 was not their strongest battery. And I actually had mine replaced under warranty. It had a steep drop-off in range. Very similar. It was tracking right along with Cayman Auto's 90D the whole time. And they keep telling him that his is normal, and he's been tracking it, and it has less power in it now than a 70 kilowatt-hour battery. And they still tell him it's normal. They won't do anything about it. But
oh, wow.
Yeah, mine must have had something additional go on that it hit enough of the triggers that they said yours is not normal. Bring it in and let's get it swapped out. And they did. They were going to repair it and you bring mine back, but it was an 8-hour round trip to the to the service center from where I was living at the time. And so on my way back, they said, "Oh, don't bother coming back. Just keep the one you got." They had loaned me a brand new one. They just took out of the crate, so I got a new battery rather than a loaner and a replacement. So that was nice.
Oh, that's funny because they early on when I had my car, they Tesla contacted me. I wasn't
Oh,
even aware of it, but they contacted me and said, "Hey, bring your car in when you get a chance. We need to take a look at your battery and service your battery." And I'm
wow.
like, "Oh, really? Yeah, we'll give you a loaner battery pack and we'll service yours." I said, "Okay." Brought it
Yeah,
in. They gave me a loaner battery pack,
yeah.
and then my old battery pack, they actually shipped it to California.
That's what they were going to do
Did
mine.
did whatever they did with it. They had it for like months.
Oh, wow.
I didn't care because
You had one.
I had one. I don't care. Still driving around in my car, whatever.
Yeah,
And then eventually they contacted me, said, "Okay, bring it back. We'll give you your old pack back." And they gave me my old pack back. Matter of fact, they didn't even say. I think they said, "Bring it in at your convenience when if you need something else,
oh,
and
there you
we'll
go.
deal with then." So I
Yeah.
said, "Okay." So at some point, I forget what it was I brought it in for. Oh, I think it was I retrofitted and I got rid of my 3G connection and put LTE
Oh, there you
in
go.
my car. So when I brought it in to do the retrofit for that, they swapped my battery pack back out and said, "Okay, well, here you go." And I had no idea what they did or what was the issue or anything, but
Same. They didn't tell
they,
me what was wrong.
but they knew something I didn't even know. I wasn't experiencing any type of issue like on my end, on the user end. It performed normally like it did, like it always did. And then when I got it back, it pretty much performed the same way like before when I gave it to him. So I have no idea what was the issue,
Right.
and I wasn't really concerned. I was like, "Oh, that's great customer service. That's good. They take care of you."
Yeah, I do like that they do the monitoring. I do wish they did more reaching out than they do now. I know that there's more cars, but like Omar had, they used to just reach out very proactively, and now they generally just put a message up for you to contact them. So like when my 12-volt battery was dying for the first time on this Model X, they're like, "Hey, call Tesla service. Your battery is not going to last very long." And so I called them up, and they had mobile service out to me to get a new 12-volt battery, and it was a nice experience. And that's just one of the things I do like about it. They try their best for customer service.
But
They're not
that's one of the
100%.
things that honestly they haven't been able to keep up with as much as I would have liked them to is their customer service because of the fact that there's so many more cars now on the road. They just they've grown so much in such a short period of time that they weren't able to keep up with having enough service centers and enough of that to be able to keep up on the service end. So it has I've noticed over the years that the level of service has gone down a little bit. However, in general, as things go, honestly, the car is pretty reliable. It's not like I need to take it in for a lot of stuff either. So, the service is not at the level that it once was, but I'm not servicing it very often either.
Yeah. Let's see. Dad was at 70% of the battery. 16 months out of warranty. Had to pay for a new battery. On which vehicle?
Well, yeah, I'm curious what vehicle that was.
Because on the Model S, most of them are still under warranty. The 2012 had an 8-year unlimited mile warranty, unless it was a 60D, or sorry, 60.
Yeah,
60.
there was no D.
The 60D actually had a longer battery warranty than that, and most of them should still be under warranty. And the 70D was another true battery that had the same situation. But the Model 3 and the Model Y, although all the Model Y should be under warranty, but the Model 3, they had a fixed warranty where you could run it out
I
readily.
think didn't they have a I thought their batteries were 8 year, but they were like 100,000 miles or something.
Right, and that's what they're doing with all the new ones: 8 year, 100,000, or 8 year, 150,000, depending on the battery size. Like even our cars now, if they were to resell them, they've removed the warranty. if they go through Tesla, if they go to a private party, they keep the unlimited. Yeah,
So mine had the 8 year unlimited mile warranty for the battery
mine was one of the last ones with that.
and the motor. But I'm coming up on the 8 years soon, so
Yes, you are.
mine is up in September.
Yeah.
So at that point, I guess I'll sell it.
Yeah, at that point it could get expensive, but we'll see.
Well, so far so good.
So far so good. I mean, there's not a lot to break in them, thankfully. And you've already got the new MCU repair?
No, so what's funny is I replaced my MCU, I want to say 3 years ago.
Yeah, but
Mine
with the MCU one.
The MCU one, mine failed, right?
Yeah,
So I had it replaced with the same thing,
yeah.
So eventually it's going to fail again, I guess. Um, I did get notified of the recall about the chip or whatever, and I haven't taken it in yet to get the chip redone. I did not want to get the MCU2 because, quite frankly, I didn't want to lose my I didn't want to
Your
lose
radio.
my AM and FM radio.
I don't blame you. Or pay $500 to get FM back.
Because like, I know it sounds crazy, but occasionally I actually do use it.
Right?
And like, if you go to, like, I don't know, like, let's say the drive-in movie theater, and they're pumping their sound over, um, a FM radio frequency that you have to
Yes.
tune into. You need it for that. It's
You
not
do.
you can't stream that over the internet. It's not a regular normal radio station that you can do, a streaming radio for. So you need the actual radio to work.
Yeah. My DC power adapter for the for probing this Model X door popper / icebreaker has arrived.
Oh, okay.
They didn't ring the doorbell. Yeah. So at some point I'll go down there and grab that. But did yours the 1.5 where they already did the memory upgrade, or are you just waiting for the memory chip to fail?
I didn't do the memory upgrade yet. I just be quite honest with you, it hasn't failed yet.
It's a brand new
second
one.
time. It hasn't failed yet the second time, right?
Yeah.
And it just hasn't been convenient yet for me to go take it in. So hey, Kagai.
Yeah. The it'll be interesting to see how all this plays out, and I hope that they have Green. They only said that they have really reduced the logging, and I hope that that their reduction is enough. Dad's brakes went out twice now. Warranty, they wouldn't let him. Yeah, they would probably consider the brakes to be a consumption item. Is that Tesla, or what brand is that? Yeah, typically the manufacturers and the shops, they typically want to make their money. So if they haven't already covered something, they're not very big on the goodwill.
Yeah, brakes and rotors are usually not covered. Which funny thing about brakes is I have 126,000 miles on my Model S on the same brakes.
Nice. Yeah, I haven't changed brakes since I got my Prius. The Prius, all the way up through all the EVs and plug-ins and other hybrids, they were all the original brakes. But Tesla actually did goodwill some stuff I didn't expect. Like my left headlight went out on my Model S, and they said, "All right, here's a do." All the guts to the headlight got replaced under warranty. I was like, "All right, thank you." I was 10,000 miles out of warranty by then too. No argument here.
Wow, nice.
Yes. Kagai, he did pay for the radio to come back. He just got back FM and XM. Yeah, so if you got the moonroof and the premium audio, you'll have XM. But no AM.
No AM, yeah.
No AM. Which is
So,
kind of a
I still
shame
have
because
AM.
right. Kind of a shame because a lot of a lot of the emergency announcements are over AM. Like you'll see the flashing sign on the side of the road, tune to 8:50 AM,
Yeah, exactly.
and you can't.
And you can't. I got well, and what's funny is I have the sunroof. And I'm gonna miss that too.
Oh yes, yeah. Although I do like the new roof on the Model S and the Model Y. Those things are beautiful.
Those are nice, but they don't open.
They don't open. But my sunroof was replaced 4 times because it would piddle on my wife's lap after it rained, and nobody
I
wants a
didn't
cold.
have that problem.
Yeah, they finally stopped it on ours, and it was fine after that. I don't know why it was one of the bad ones, but they replaced the hardware. I think all 4 times, and they were going to replace the glass, but somebody canceled the glass, and so it had the same glass the whole time. But eventually, it stopped giving my wife cold showers, and we were good. But in South Carolina, it's so hot that you can't open it but a couple weeks out of the year.
Yes, Eddie, the one pedal driving that saves your brake pads so much. Just
It does.
the regen.
Yeah, Eddie drives a Bolt, and it's a really cool experience to see it, from another manufacturer's perspective. And I'm hoping he'll join us on here. We'll see if he jumps in or not. I sent him a link. It'll be fun to talk about. Yeah, the DAB radio is a. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, they have that built into the Tesla FM with the HD radio and everything. It's pretty cool to see. They actually have a little traffic icon that confused somebody because it was showing traffic reports on the radio, and it was in the radio section, and everybody's like, "No, that's the button for the traffic on the map," and no, not one that's in the radio. So that was pretty cool.
That's interesting.
Oh, that's cool. They kept all his favorites. Yeah, so they back up your stuff and restore it now, but sometimes it fails. So anyone, I always suggest when you go to get your MCU swapped, either from one to another or for a warranty, I always suggest that you take pictures of all your screens of settings, just in case something doesn't make it. But Green the Only found that they are actually starting to do cloud profiles now, so the car will keep track of all of your settings. And
That's interesting.
yeah, we don't know what they're going to do with it, but I hope it's like Elon was saying that, as you got in a loaner car or another Tesla, all your settings would follow you around. But even if they could just stick with your car through whatever's going on, that would be a nice start.
That would have been a nice feature to have when when mine failed a couple of years ago, because when it failed and they had to replace it and all that, it actually I lost everything, so I had to put all my settings and everything.
Same when I moved from car to car. It would have been nice to be able to.
The funny thing about that is it failed on me on a road trip, so that was unnerving. When my MCU failed, it failed. My center screen went completely black. My screen behind the steering wheel went completely black, but then it came back on. I was able to reset that, and that came up, but the center screen wouldn't come up. So I was in North Carolina, so I ended up going to a service station out near Charlotte, and they were gonna order the replacement MCU, but by the time it would have got there, I would have already been going back home. So what they did is they ordered it to be delivered to my service center closer to my home. So on the way back, we stopped there, but it was crazy because I didn't have my navigation, which means for all the supercharging stops, I had to calculate that myself.
Yes.
Which I didn't realize just how convenient that is until I had to do it myself.
Yes.
So I was using the PlugShare app, and then I was stopping at each stop, and then had to calculate it out. Like, okay, how far do I need to go to the next charger, and then how much do I need to charge to get there? And I had to, and then give myself an extra cushion just in case. And it was that was an interesting trip.
Yeah, that's
But everything still worked in the car, which is crazy because like the turn signals still worked even though they made no clicking sound.
right.
The the lights just stayed on all the time. Like I guess it just defaulted to lights on mode or
Right.
something.
Well,
Um,
because the media control unit MCU it controls a lot of the car, but a lot of the car is independent of it. So all your safety features are independent. Turn signals, the operation of the car. I do wonder how pin to drive will work without it. Because well, I guess at that
oh,
point
I
you
guess.
could yeah. Nope.
That's interesting because I do
Yeah.
use pin to drive now. Back
Yeah.
then it
Same.
didn't. Back then pin to drive wasn't a thing.
Right.
Um, so
Because you wouldn't be able to remote start it because the remote functions are handled by the MCU.
right,
I'm
and
curious now.
I mean, I'm guessing that it probably just would not. It probably would just let you drive it without any pin or anything.
Right. Or go into valet mode, which
Maybe.
is a bear to drive, but it works. Because I noticed the other day when I put it in valet mode for the radio shop that they actually did. They were able to drive it without a pin. Model X and BMW. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I got a 18 and a half Model X, so it had most of the good improvements. Like 17 and a half is the one where I would start considering a Model X if I was looking at a used one. And then 18 is where they got the folding seats, and I don't know what that last group that mine was in had, but it was the last major milestone before like the Raven and the current one. But I mean, they had some lemons. They did have some lemons. It's what Elon calls the Fabergé egg of their vehicles because there was just so much going on. State legacy. It's not as you'll hear the problems. You'll hear much less of the blind praise because good news travels a lot shorter than bad news.
That's true. And
But
like I
that's how
said,
you know we're real.
but I'll tell it all, the good, bad, and the ugly. But
Exactly, that's how you know we're real. We're not people who are just all over Elon like some sort of fangirls. So,
I will say this though. I mean, my car is 2013, right? So that was
mhm.
early on, and Tesla had only been building cars for a year when they built
Yeah.
my car, right? For, as far as the Model S goes,
Well, their
and
own cars
so
all the
there
way
was
through. Yeah.
so there was a lot of issues that they, you know, that they were learning. It was still
Right.
a learning phase, and a lot of those issues they've worked out. Like
Yeah.
I've had several door handles fail that I got
I
replaced
had
under warranty.
6.
Um, and right, see what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's no longer a thing now. Like they've
Right. Right. The
solved
new
that
ones don't do
problem.
that. Yeah.
So like in the newer cars, they no longer have a lot of the issues that the earlier cars had. And the
And
funny
you
thing
didn't have
is
to
like
wait for model years either. They just once it was fixed, they fixed it on the line, and they any repairs you had, they fixed it in your repairs. So you don't have to. Oh, sorry, you have a 2012. We're gonna keep putting in this broken part, and when you get a 2019, then we'll give you the door handles that don't break.
yeah, they didn't do that. So
Somebody.
so there is that. Now, what's funny is like if when I go to sell my car, the next person who takes it, all the problems I've already had are already solved.
Right.
So they're not going to have any of those problems.
They'll already have LTE. They'll already have any motor replacements, and they'll have
They,
that battery replacement.
they already have they already have that battery module replaced or whatever they did to it. They've already had the LTE. They already have the my motor was replaced
The motor,
early on. Um,
power mirrors.
the power mirrors, I upgraded to my power mirrors. They'll have that. Trying to think. Oh, I did have a sunroof issue initially, which was replaced. Which it was dealt with under warranty. Um, so that won't be an issue. So all these little things, all these little issues already done.
Yep. So somebody asked us about Model S interior, and since we were both Model S owners, you still are. I actually wanted to look at it more in terms of because Model S interior is kind of vague. I wanted to compare it to what we've seen of the new Model S refresh, and one of the things that got me, and probably you too, is the seats. My seats were Generation 2 from Omar's Generation 1, and the seats in my Model X are Generation 3 seats with the second gen perforated air-cooled seats. And so this one I would call generation 4 of the air-cooled seats, because the air-cooled seats, they came in with the leather seats, and then they went back out, and then they came back in with mine, and then they went back out, and they came in one more time for a couple months, and then they were gone again because Tesla was trying to eliminate options on their cars so they would be easy to build. And now the material the seats are made of, it looks nicer, and they look more robust than the way they did mine. And I'm betting that with that amount of mesh, that they probably have more airflow to help with the swamp side when, when you're running in the heat.
They probably are their best iteration yet.
Yeah, they look great.
My Gen 1 seats, I don't, they're just heated.
Yeah.
And they're not as comfortable as the newer seats.
Right. My seats are more comfortable than yours, but for me on the Model S, this seat hurt my left thigh just because of the way that your legs are straight out in the performance car. And you guys asked me a question here. I think someone brand new to EV wanted to drop 40 grand for 2013 without even autopilot in lieu of. It does, but like Omar and I were saying a few minutes ago, I would try to push them to at least AP1. I would prefer to make that recommendation that way.
First of all, I wouldn't drop 40 grand on a 13 at this point because you can get them for under 30.
Yes.
So I wouldn't. I don't think I'd go any higher than 25. Around that neighborhood, 25 grand for 2013.
Yeah.
And one of the things about the 2013 as opposed to a newer Tesla now is, number one, some people want a Tesla for the simple fact that it is a viable EV that does have a viable amount of range to it that makes it a really good car. But the other thing is, some people are afraid of autopilot and don't want the car driving itself. Some people want to just drive the car themselves. And 2013 doesn't even have that hardware in it. So guess what? You're driving.
Yeah. I would usually tell them though, just don't turn it on. And if you ever change your mind, try it.
I'm like, well, it's like cruise control. Either you use it or you don't. You don't have to use it. Just because it's there doesn't mean you have to use it. But some people just, hey, that's the way they are. They just don't want it to even be there, which is fine because.
But don't spend 40 on it. Spend less.
Absolutely. And then the other thing that you do get with the 2013, which you're not going to get with the newer car now, is that free supercharging.
Yes, because that was with the car until.
For people like me that like to do a lot of road trips, that's big.
Yeah, because the free supercharging for life is with the car up until mid 2016. And as long as it hasn't been back through Tesla, because once it goes back through the Tesla system as a Tesla used car, they remove free charging, free internet, they remove it all. Because they want that money.
Right. And actually, Tesla's not even reselling 2013s anymore. Like,
they're making them into service cars.
If you trade in your 2013 now, they just use that as loaner car or a service car or whatever. But they're not like reselling them anymore.
Yeah, a lot of them come in and they get either a white wrap or just even some of them, they don't even get the wrap anymore. They just get a Tesla word mark for Tesla service. And that's replacing all the little Ford vans they used to run around in. Because everybody is like, why is this gas truck coming up to work on my electric car? And this is a solution to that. But depending on what other EVs, because at 40 you can get a nice something else. I would like a Bolt. Eddie's had good luck with his Bolt, and the Volkswagen. I'm not exclusive to Tesla, and if they wait a few months and they only need 2 seats, you can get an Aptera, like under my Tesla Tequila there. Yeah, but it depends on what they're doing. I would never recommend the fossil unless it was a really extenuating circumstance, but it doesn't have to be a Tesla. Just any EV is fulfilling the mission.
Right.
Yeah.
But
yeah, you get to use a Model 3 for 40 and have a much better time at it. Yeah, exactly. So other than the seats, what did you think of the new refresh interior and the 2 screens?
So I like. Okay, so one of the things that me and my wife had this discussion. Like one of the things that I wasn't a big fan of with the Model Y and the Model 3 was just a single screen. I like having the two screens. I like the Model S. My current Model S, that it has the screen going
Portrait.
vertically, and then it has the other screen behind it, behind the
Yeah,
steering wheel. I
yeah,
like having. I like that feature. Now with the new refresh, they turn the screen the other way, so it's more in line with their you know their language of their style. It's more in line with the rest of their newer style, like the Model 3 and the Model Y. However, they kept that screen behind the steering wheel, which I like.
yeah.
So overall,
So,
I like that they did that.
yeah, it's
Uh,
better for watching movies and playing games.
right.
Yeah,
It is, and I'm not against the different orientation of the screen. I think that's a good
I just didn't like the
orientation.
single screen.
I just didn't like the single screen. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Cybertruck has this interior rather than the one they showed off because it would be so much more functional, even if it's an added option. I know they're not huge on options right now, but if I could have that screen on the Cybertruck and just keep the current Model X, and because I don't really want to get a new Model X, I want to get just the Cybertruck and be done with that. But we'll see
Well, I'm
what
going to be
happens.
upgrading. I'm going to be getting rid of my current Tesla when I get the Cybertruck.
Yeah,
So I already
yeah,
have a secondary little round town vehicle, and that's my Nissan Leaf.
yes.
I'm going to keep the Leaf because it's the
Run to the grocery
most
store, tight parking.
it's the most efficient car that I've ever had as far as energy consumption,
Yeah,
and it's the most economical vehicle I've ever owned
yes, all the way through.
because I bought it used. So I mean, it's great. It's a great little round town vehicle, and I'm going to keep that. So
Yeah. The other thing I liked were they finally have door pockets on the Model S. It had been the Model X had them, and so I thought at some point the Model S would get them, and then they just didn't for years and years. And now with the refresh, you can get a place to put your water bottle or your tickets.
yeah, when I
Yeah.
first saw that, I was excited. When I saw that, I'm like, oh yes, they finally put door pockets.
Yes, and Kagai currently drives a Model S that's heavily customized. He loves the back screen on the new SNX. Um, yeah, kids watching it and playing games is probably what's going to happen. I might probably put a mirror on it and put it like a periscope for adult folk. But you can also lean the seat back. So I wonder if leaning the seat back makes it a little bit easier to deal with for taller people. I saw a spy photo of I think the Kilowatts took it of the rear seat where the right rear seat was reclined a little bit, and then the left rear seat was in the traditional Model S rear seat position. So that'll be interesting to see. I also like that they finally they matched up the doors with the Model 3, and so they've got the electronic door poppers, but they actually have the button so people know what to pull on, and then they have the emergency release down low like on the Model 3. And so that was pretty cool to see as well. And the mega casting in the rear should help with vibration and crash repair and noise and that sort of thing, as well as be easier and cheaper to produce. Uh, I'm not sure if there's actually a casting up front or not. Elon was a little vague with his descriptions of it, but it sounds like at least partially cast up front, even though it doesn't entirely look like it. And some folks were asking about, well, what if I get in a crash with a cast car? If it has passed the crush protection, the crush rails, then the car is probably totaled anyway. So this just kind of guarantees that. But if it does take out the crush rails, then they can just cut them off and weld in new crush rails like they would do on a regular car. And Elon has said that as much, so that's what their plan is. And then, of course, the new wheels look nice.
Yeah, the wheels look nice.
Yeah, yeah. But that's about what caught me with the new interior. How about you?
Yeah, a lot of the same stuff. I like the fact that they have that screen in the rear now for the kids to play with or and whatnot, which is interesting. And I like the door pockets and so I think it's I mean I think it's a compelling vehicle. And
Yes.
the additional range, I think, they're now getting to the point where they don't. We're almost getting to the point where you have enough range in the vehicle that they no longer have to try to increase. Now it's just a matter of maybe making them slightly more efficient, making it charge
Yes,
faster, things of
and
that nature.
and then they did
Um,
add that 15-minute 200-mile top up. I do love that.
right.
Versus
Yeah.
us, we get
Yeah.
150, 200 after a little bit longer than that, about 20 minutes. Yeah, because it stays at that higher speed longer. Guys asking about the noise canceling, and I had that on a Honda. A Honda I had when I was selling cars. I had a little loaner I could borrow every now and then, and that was really nice. It'd cancel out the engine noise. It didn't do so much for the road noise because it wasn't the Acura. You had to plus up a little further to get that, and it was a nice touch. And so if it's anything like that, assuming that they've got it calibrated right so it doesn't give you that like airplane ear popping noise feeling, then I think that's pretty cool and I'd enjoy it. It's not something I'd upgrade for, but in addition to that, they've also laminated the front glass windows like they did on the new Model Ys and new Model 3s. So that alone will help keep the noise down. Having two panes of glass in
Having
there
it
with
double
the
paned, yeah,
yeah.
that's going to be huge with keeping the noise down.
Yes, it does mean they're greater than 100 kilowatt hours. My P100D is actually also greater than 100 kilowatt hours. It's 102, 109, depending on who you listen to and what the car is telling me. The car tells me it's 105. We'll see what it really is. But it's also telling me it's only got 90 left. So uh, the top end doesn't really matter that much. I'd say the range matters more, and that they stay true to a repeatable fuel consumption. So that would be more on the EPA to make sure that the test remains accurate. But 500 miles is a lot. Even the 400 and plus 420 or so it is now on the new one. Let me look it up.
Yeah, I think it's 4. I think it's 420.
That's Elon for you. All the little number jokes. So I love the way their website is. It's like it's always been this way, even when they only had the Model S. It's Tesla.com/models. So the Model S range, there's advertising. Oh, it dropped actually. They're advertising 390.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I wonder if that's.
that might just be the Plaid. Let me see the long range. No, it did drop for the Plaid from the Performance Plus, but the long range is showing 412 miles of range.
412. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm seeing 412
and
here.
it's almost as fast as my Ludicrous, man. 3.1 seconds to my 2.7. That is incredible. And then the Plaid drops it down to 1.99, and the Plaid Plus goes to under 1.99 and over 520 miles of range. I'm gonna have to try this thing out at the very least, man. Oof, it's so nice.
So the Plaid is 390, but the regular long range is 412. That's interesting.
It is, but that's it's got the three motors in the
The
same
bigger
battery.
motors, or the additional motor rather. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the one of them is bigger. The big one in the back on the Plaid Plus, because mine is significantly less than the regular dual motor because my rear motor is huge. So probably the same deal. But yeah, so the Plaid Plus is probably a lot, at least marginally larger than 100 kilowatt hours. And then the Plaid Plus, the Plaid Plus, sorry, I'm missing the plus there. The Plaid is bigger than 100 kilowatt hours, but the Plaid Plus is probably 200 kilowatt hours because the Roadster was advertised as 200 kilowatt hours at some point, and they removed that. So,
You
yeah,
thinking that? I don't know. I don't know if it's 200
they said
because
they
I
said
mean,
double stack back, and a double stack of 100 is 200 kilowatt hours.
yeah, but 520 miles of range, you're getting you need an extra 100 kilowatts to get an extra 120 miles of range.
At the time, we were looking at like in the high 200s. They hadn't even crossed.
No,
They
but
hadn't
I'm
even.
saying, I mean, if you look at the Plaid, not versus the Plaid Plus,
Or
let's say
I'm looking at the Ludicrous because that's when they announced it. So at the
no, but
Ludicrous,
but I'm just saying the Plaid has
Yeah.
390 miles of range,
Right.
and the Plaid Plus is over 520.
Right.
So that's an additional 130 miles of range.
Right.
So you're adding almost 100 kilowatts of battery to get
Well,
130 miles of range.
you're gonna lose some for the weight,
Correct.
and it's got the same motors as the regular Plaid Plus, as the regular Plaid, in theory. So maybe they've reduced it from then, but when it was announced, it was going to be a 200 kilowatt hour battery because
Right.
it was a double stack. So
Right. But
they
now
might
that they
reduce
have
it
the
from
new
then.
batteries, because
Yeah.
they've changed the battery cells to different battery cells,
Yeah.
I'm thinking they
It could
may
be a
not meet.
150.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking
Yeah.
it's probably around 150.
Yeah. And that's part of the reason they removed the numbers from the back is so that we don't know.
Exactly.
I'll
I
still see if
mean,
I can't.
which, if you think about it, is smart because I mean, the amount of kilowatts is not really what's really important. What's really important is how far can you go.
Yeah, and that's
So
what you're paying for.
right. So
Yeah.
it is about the range.
Yeah, and let's see. Somebody asked us about Model 3 features. We've talked about the Model 3 here, but neither of us is really that much into the Model 3. It's a great car. If you want one, get it. Somebody had asked us in one of our groups if Model 3 owners felt that they were missing out by not getting a Model S, and none of us really understood that question because it's a choice. Like with the BMW, if you wanted to get a BMW 3 Series versus BMW 7 Series, those are two different customers. One person appreciates the larger car with all the extra bells and whistles on it, and somebody else might appreciate something more nimble and sporty. You can't throw the 7 Series around the track the same way you can the Model 3. Oh, sorry, the Model 3. The 3 Series, like the 3 Series Performance, like the 3M or M3? M3. And it's a completely different customer. Very few.
It's just a matter of choice, right?
It's a matter of choice. Yeah, very few people are looking at it as upgrading or graduating, or unless they're had 3 Series all their lives and then they get older and slower and now they want the comfort. I'm not saying that you're old and slow if you get a 7 Series or a Model S because Omar and I aren't that old. But those are the few times I would have seen anybody consider it to be an upgrade, except for the auto reviewers. Only the auto reviewers see the bigger number as being the better car. Everybody else sees it as a different car. And even most of them, they look
I
at
mean,
it from the different lens
I
too.
can make the argument that me getting a Model 3 would be an upgrade from my Model S
Yeah, for the
because I
same
have an
lens.
older
Yeah.
one, right? So
Yeah.
if I upgrade from my current Model S and I get a Model 3, that's going to be an upgrade,
Yep.
right?
And it's about the same size interior. It's a different seating position. It's a lot easier to park.
The biggest deal breaker for me with the Model 3 because I was a day one reservation holder of the Model 3. I put down $1,000 sight unseen, and I reserved it and all that. But the biggest deal breaker for me with the Model 3 was I didn't like the rear. It opened like a regular trunk. I like the
I
hatch.
didn't like the trunk. I needed the hatch. So for
I
us,
needed the hatch. So that was the deal breaker for me. And then once I saw that it was that it didn't have a hatch, I said, okay, I'll wait for the Model Y.
yeah.
So I didn't take the Model 3. I canceled my reservation and said, all right, I'll get the Model Y. And then by the time the Model Y became available, they announced the Cybertruck.
For the same price.
So then I was like, whoa, 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 wait a minute. Pause. Let
That's me
pump my
right there.
brakes.
Yes. Before the Cybertruck and before the refresh, if we had changed out of this Model X, we would only get a Model Y because it has the hatchback and it has the bent leg seating position. I can't do the legs straight out anymore for any long periods of time. I don't know why. It just hurts. And so for us, it would be the Model Y if we didn't get a refreshed Model X. But the Cybertruck is coming, so hopefully we don't need a refreshed Model X. We'll see. Okay, guys asking if active noise cancellation means more power consumption. Technically, yes, because now you're doing an extra calculation all the time, but it's such a low power calculation. The Honda was doing it on a little bitty IC. It's like literally...
I mean, if you think about it, there's wireless earbuds that do it, right? And
Exactly.
tiny little earbuds and they work for hours and hours, right?
At least 8.
So so the amount of consumption is so negligible, it's not going to make a difference.
Yeah, it's like that big, and so like the Honda was probably using a couple milliwatts for it, but but if they're using a lot less milliwatts for it now with the earbuds, so you can use that same tech, and Tesla probably would use that tech rather than an automotive supplier. And literally, you're listening for a sound, and then you're putting the inverse of that sound out to cancel it out. So it's just a streaming processor, a low wattage, milliwatts. So I think that yes, if you were to measure it out, you could see it. But as far as it wouldn't affect your range any because the radio would draw more power than than this, let alone your air conditioner or your drive motor. Because as we all know, as all of us being EV drivers, the even hybrids, the air conditioner and the drive motors, they are your biggest.
Yes,
not even really the air
the
conditioner,
heat
the heater,
is
the heater, the heater,
heat is
and the
what
drive
gets you.
motors.
That's
Yes.
what gets that wintertime range down. Is that heat?
Yeah, yeah. But those are those are the biggest things you'll see if you were to measure them out. You see the drive motor doing its thing, then you'd see the heater doing its thing, and then you'd see the air conditioner or the heat pump on the newer cars that have heat pumps. I love the idea of the heat pump.
I'm surprised they didn't do that earlier.
All right, Dan says he's going to join us. We'll see. Jump on in, Dan. Too tall for the Model 3. Yeah, the Model 3 is the other thing is if you're a taller person, the glass roof helps you fit in, but it still is like as a taller person, you don't really want to.
If you're a taller person, the Model Y is probably better for you than the 3.
Yeah, the Model Y because you got that the bent leg position and there's less distance or there's more distance between the glass and your head because that's the one thing I didn't like
the
when I
vehicle
would.
sits higher itself because it's so
Exactly.
much higher. You get that additional room, and yeah, you're definitely going to make out better as a taller person in the Model Y or the Cybertruck. The Cybertruck is ridiculous. It's just
the Cybertruck will fit Andre the Giant on purpose. So if
Right.
you're as big as Andre the Giant, you need the Cybertruck. But the Model Y would be where I would go if for all sorts of reasons. All sorts of reasons, the Model Y is my car of choice. But because I have the Model X, I don't want to give any of that stuff up. If something happened to mine today, I would make every effort to get the refresh Model X because I'm spoiled.
you just want doors opening themselves.
Yes, all of them. All of them. And then, so Model S convertible, that was actually a cool thing I saw. But the Model 3, there were 2 Model 3 convertibles I saw that were actually better executed. And I liked what I saw with that latest one. They deleted the rear doors rather than trying to keep it a 4-door. And I wish I had a picture of it. Let me look. What did you think about the convertible Model 3s and Model S's, Omar?
I'm not a big convertible guy, so I mean, other than a vehicle like the Roadster or something, I'm just not big on convertibles.
Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting, but not something I would want.
I was hoping you'd have enough saved for me to find a picture.
I'm sorry.
It was actually the Model S convertible that I like the second one of. Let me pull this up here now. Share my screen. Share a window. So I share my
You
screen.
remember when who was it? When that I forgot her name, but she took a Model 3 and she turned it into like a El Camino.
Simone Yurts. I did like that a lot. Her she called it the Truckla.
Chocolate, yeah.
Yes. So here is the execution I saw that I liked of the Model S convertible. The other one was a 4-door with a pole in the middle. It looked terrible. And the Model 3 was the same thing, but smaller, and I didn't like that.
I hate soft tops myself for convertibles.
I like hard tops with the automated, all that jazz, and that is what I would prefer is if I had a convertible with a hard top. So this is Truckla by Simone Yurt.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, so that one was a fun
I thought that was
video.
pretty cool.
Yeah, was it video or series they did? They had Rich Rebuilds, they had Simone, and they just did a good job of it. They measured everything. It's actually pieced together a little bit with a couple different cars and trucks. But it was well
They put a
done.
lot of work into that,
They
but
did.
I think they did a good job though.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was impressed with that. But that would be how I would do a convertible. The Newport convertible version of Model S looks horrible. The Newport two-door Model S looks cool. All right, let me look them up. I'm seeing too many of it to be them. If you got a link, Kigai, if you could message me that would be nice, and we could share it. Unless they were showing off stuff before they actually did it, and then that's what I'm seeing. I'm not sure.
Oh, I have a picture.
Yeah, the Roadsters, they did and will have better covers.
I don't like this at all. What they did with the
Share your
Model
screen.
S.
What'd you got there?
So let
Yeah,
me
that's
hold
what I'm
on.
talking about there. The NSX did that to me. I could get in, but my head touched the roof, and I'm like, I'm not driving anywhere if I hit a bump. Mm-mm.
Um, hold on a sec. I'm gonna I'm gonna send you a link.
There's a share
Oh
button
wait,
at the bottom
oh
here.
wait,
You can
not
share
that.
it. You can share
Wait,
it.
oh yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me go back.
Ah, there we go. Can I highlight that? Yeah, I can. I don't want to show. Yeah, I don't like that.
So this is what I'm looking at, and I don't like this at all. This right here.
Yeah, I don't like that.
It's yeah, that's not a look I would like. I mean, I appreciate the fact that they kept the utility of keeping all four doors and all,
But
but
a convertible needs to be two doors.
it just doesn't look right to me.
Yeah.
To me, it
So
defeats the purpose of making it a convertible. It's supposed to have that really sporty look, and it just no, I don't like it. I wouldn't do it.
right. So they're going to do this. Good guy says that doesn't look bad. I don't know. They're showing one with the nose cone, so I don't know. The one thing I did like about the other one, the other two door that somebody did, was that it kept the B pillars, so that you kept the autopilot, but they still only made it a two door, which was nice.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I saw somebody do a stretch to a limo before.
The
With just,
stretch was never finished, unfortunately.
and I didn't understand how they were doing that.
They didn't. They started, and I would have loved to have seen Stretchlet get finished, but they didn't finish it, unfortunately. The new Model S, we talked about
And
that.
then I saw the one that looked kind of like a hearse that they did.
Yeah,
Um,
they did do a couple hearses.
so
Yeah, yeah, the wagons and hearses would be better. The wagon I saw looked nice.
yeah, the wagon one. I thought that one looked good too. There's there's quite a few people doing mods out there.
Yep. Somebody asked about a cheap Tesla Model 3. We talked about that with Kagai, actually. Because, you get a used one, and we recommend it. Absolutely. Somebody asked about Tesla Elon Musk. I don't know what you want us to say about him. He's an interesting dude. Model 3 tint. Omar is a huge fan of tint. He recommends it.
I well, one of the things I really like about tinting my vehicles is not just the look of it, but I do a lot of road trips and I drive down south. And when you drive down to places where it's really hot,
Yes,
having tinted windows helps.
absolutely.
So it not only helps with just keeping the interior a little bit cooler when you get out of the car or whatnot and you go back to the car, but it also helps a little bit with your efficiency because the air conditioner doesn't have to quite work as hard to keep you comfortable.
Yeah.
So that's a couple of reasons why I like it.
And a little bit of anonymity as well. You don't want anybody to know you're driving around. You can see that. And if you're in a place where DWB is an issue, that's a concern we have. So there you go. Somebody else asked about 75D Tesla Model X. We talked about the 75 batteries. If you wanted more than that, please be more specific next time. Somebody else asked about the Tesla Model X P100DL. That's what I drive. I love it. I recommend it. I don't know what you're asking, because that's all you said. So, yeah.
I test drove one.
It's been an awesome 3 years with this car, and I look forward to many more. Like I said, if something happened, I would replace it with the refresh. I'm not big on rebuying cars that I already had, unless they are still at the top of the chain. Yeah, the UV helps if you're like me. I have trouble seeing at night sometimes, and so being able to have the protection of the UV tint and still be able to see at night is a bonus. Now, if I could, what I would probably end up doing as the price comes down is going with the electrochromatic tint, so I can have it dark during the day, and then at night I could have it clear.
That's an
but
awesome
also
idea.
with the UV film.
But I can't imagine the price on that.
From what I've seen, is about $1,000. I mean, so it's not
Really?
impossible. Yeah, not impossible, but it's higher than regular tint though. Regular tint's
It's
what,
definitely
$200
higher than
bucks?
regular tint, but I would have
Yeah.
imagined it being even more. So
Yeah, and then you've got to pay somebody to wire it up. So I'm thinking that might cost a little bit more because you got to get 12 volts to each door. But each door's already got 12 volts because you got all the lights and stuff for the window switches. So, and in my case, you only need the two front doors because Model X is a truck, and in the U.S., everybody tints the rears of the trucks.
and actually, I can't speak for all states because all different states have different laws. However, for the state of New Jersey, anything behind the driver, you can tint it as dark as you want. It's legal. So
I think the only reason they do it only on trucks is because of those states that have other tighter restrictions, but none of them say anything about trucks. Like I said, as long as it's behind the driver, that's why so many of them, like mine, which is clear as day up front, and then in the back is almost limo tint. I do like that though, because the peeping, they can't see anything in the car, so
it makes it harder, a lot harder for them to see inside. That's for sure.
it does. And then because I've got the front windows clear, I can see whatever I want outside. This question I can't pronounce. It was Model X and a bunch of accented A's. Amazon just drove by again. I need to go get my package off the door.
Yep. Yeah, get your package.
All right, I'm gonna put you full screen for a minute, and I'm gonna go grab that, and I'll be right back. If you want to talk to the stream, let's hide.
Let's see if I can see any of the chat. So Casey will be right back. He's got to go get his package. Let's see. What else are people interested in talking about? So one of the things that I can speak on as being a Model S owner from the early days is when I first got my car, a lot of people in my area didn't even know what it was. And I would get a lot of people saying, "Oh, what is that? Is that a Maserati? What is that? Is that something foreign? What's going on?" And I would tell people, "Oh, yeah, that's a Tesla." And they would say, "Oh, who's that made by? What?" I'm like, no, it's a Model S, and it is made by Tesla. Tesla is the brand that's who makes it. And what a lot of people don't realize is it's American car, American company. Um, it was made in the U.S. So that's one of the many things that I got to educate people about over time. Um, Casey's back.
I'm back. All right, so what I ordered was this Tac Life 12 volt DC power supply. Let's get it open here. And what I'm hoping I can do is plug it in, and it'll convert down to DC at 12 volts, or whatever I set it to, but probably 12 volts. And where I can then deploy that icebreaker and make a video on it. It's not a bad little size. Show and tell part 2. I've got some alligator clips and some DC probes, and a regular scientific power cable, same as you use on a PC. I don't know what they called it, but I think it's scientific or something to that effect. I don't remember. I'll look it up at some point when I feel like it. Unless somebody here on the chat knows the name of the PC power plug. I like this soft touch plastic. The bags. Very reluctant with changes with light and dark. Yeah. My glasses are transition lenses, and they actually work in the Model X. They didn't work in any other car with a regular windshield, because on the Model X it comes up over you. All things. All right, so here's the device. So you got a ground here, you got a positive and negative. You can adjust your voltage here. It's stepped, and it's got an output and high resolution. Nice. Okay, and you can adjust it for fine and coarse adjustments, and it's got a fan on the back. So you'll see this in a video soon, along with this, where we're going to talk more about the icebreaker. The icebreaker has been pretty popular. It's got over 6 million views on the 2 icebreaker videos. And so that is exciting. Tesla actually calls this part, they call it door popper, but when you go to program it on the car, the section you'll go to in the Tesla toolbox is called icebreaker. And then there's one other place where they call it door actuator, and they're not talking about the regular door motor, so they're very consistent with their naming of this part. Yes. Somebody had asked about the Model 3 exterior. It's a pretty car. It's not as pretty as the Model S to me and Omar, but that doesn't take away from if you like your Model 3. I like them too. I was almost going to buy one, but I got the Model S first, so didn't need 2 Tesla sedans.
Yeah, if I didn't already have a Model S, I probably would have bought the Model 3.
Yep. Somebody asked Tesla Model X automobile model. It's a Model X. It's a crossover utility vehicle. Don't know what more I can say about that. Tesla Model 3 lights. I'm not sure what you're asking about there, but the new lights in Europe, they have matrix lights, but they aren't active in software yet, so they're not very matrixy yet. But if you catch them turning on and off and turning high beams and low beams, and you do it in slow-mo, you can kind of see them come on in segments rather than like what we've got here with individual LED bulbs. And then they also have a new projector bulb, and I don't know, because nobody's answered my question on it, if it is a projector xenon halogen or if it is a projector LED. But it looks aggressive, and I think that's pretty cool. And if it helps with the high beams,
I would think it would be an LED.
I hope it's an LED, but then why would it need to be a projector unless it's just that much better?
I don't know.
Model X crash test. It's a weeble wobble. They don't fall down. Solid T Talbot. Oh yeah, because the T has a unique shape. But what's cool about the T is it's actually just a segment of a AC induction motor.
Fun fact.
Fun fact. Does the Y have a trunk like the 3? It's a bigger version of what the 3 has, but then the cover to the opening is a hatchback rather than a trunk. So that's why I like it.
The Model Y I actually like better than the Model 3 as far as the trunk goes, because it's a hatchback the way it opens. It's more like an SUV.
Yep. Tesla Model X crash test. Yeah, like I said, it's hard to roll it over, and once you do roll it over, it generally rolls back unless you balance it delicately on its roof, and that's no longer a crash. That's then a art installation. And as far as any normal collision, it's a Tesla. It's built safe, and it will protect the occupants from the craziest of crashes.
And you know what's funny? That's one of the things that isn't talked about as much as everything else when it comes to Teslas is their safety. So
Yeah.
they do everything with safety in mind, and they design all their cars around the safety. So they really do make the safest cars in the world. And I know, like for years, like Volvo's had like the reputation of having like the safest cars and whatnot, but I think Tesla's really topped them.
Absolutely. Yeah. Um, Somebody asked about Tesla Model 2 update. Don't call it that.
It's not going to be called that.
Yeah, Elon's already
Nobody
said.
knows what it's going to be called, but right now, I know everybody's calling it that just for a place marker.
Well, we do know it won't be called that because Elon already said so. He said they're done with Model asterisk for the foreseeable future. Will I get the refresh? Why and why not? Why I wouldn't get it today is because there are tax implications in me getting rid of the current car, and I don't need two for one driver because Luna doesn't drive yet. If Luna starts driving, then we can see getting multiple cars. What we're looking at doing is hanging on to this one for a while and then getting a Cybertruck and a Aptera. The Cybertruck would be my car for family use, and the Aptera would be my commuter car, and the Model X would then be hers. Or if the Robotaxi comes out, it will be our Robotaxi. We'll see. But that's the main reason I can't get rid of it. The other reason I don't want to get rid of it is it's grandfathered in on premium connectivity for life and supercharging for life. So I've got another 2 years to go before I can get rid of it without a hefty tax implication. And because I was using it for business when I bought it, and that came with certain discounts that I will have to return if it stops being used for business or if it stops being used for the proper amount of time. But any other reason, like if it were totaled, I would get the refresh in a heartbeat.
Yeah, that free supercharging is clutch.
Yes.
I would be in no hurry to get rid of that, especially in your case. I mean, you have autopilot and everything, so it doesn't. I mean, there are minor reasons to upgrade, but not compelling enough to get rid of that free supercharging.
Right, right. The extra range would be nice, but not the extra range isn't that much different. Let's go Tesla.com/Model X and see.
And yes, Eddie, all Teslas are very difficult to roll over
Yep.
because
In
of
fact,
the low center of gravity, those heavy batteries in the bottom, and just the overall design, their aerodynamic design and everything of them. They're tough to roll over.
yeah. In fact, the Model X is the easiest to roll over.
Yes,
And even then, it doesn't stay rolled over, so that's a plus. All right, so
and even then, it's not easy to roll over as things go. It's one of the hardest SUVs.
you had to work
roll.
at it. You had to
Yeah.
work at it. In fact, to do the rollover test, they gave up. They actually strapped it to a machine, and then they rotated the machine through the paces to get to get their rollover numbers that they needed. Oh, I've got low blood sugar. Yes, I do. So back to the Model X. The Model X Plaid gets 340 miles of range, and mine was advertised as 289. So 340 minus 289. I would get an additional 51 miles of range. That's not compelling enough. I don't watch enough videos and play enough games in the car. I mean, I do enjoy doing it, but I don't do it enough to get back into $100,000 of debt. And I don't have that just laying around to buy it in cash. So while it is nice, it is not an upgrade enough for me to go trade in the current car. And again, like I said, the tax implications would cost additional tens of thousands of dollars on top of the price of the car. Now the long range gets 360 miles, so that is what did I say, 70 miles more. That's kind of nice, but well, wait a minute, what am I talking about? That is kind of nice, and it gets 0 to 60 in 3.8. Mine does it in 2.7, and or 2.8, 2.7 or 2.8.
Either way, it's not slow.
Yeah, and it's faster than the long range, and the new Plaid does it in 2.5 seconds. But again, having 1,000 horsepower is nice. But if I could do it again, and I didn't already have this one, yes, I would absolutely do it. And if something happened to mine, I would do it. But I am not yet looking at making the move to the. I did consider it. A couple nights. I was thinking about it, but it's not one that I'm gonna do just yet. Like I said, unless something happens. All right, and then mine is not at 17. It's at 18 and a half. It was built in August of 2018. So the only thing I'm missing between what's out there today and mine is the Raven motors, and I got the Raven fixes for the shutter. So other than the speed and the cheetah mode and the nicer suspension, mine is exactly the same as what they're selling today. But once that new refresh hits the road, then I'll have a different interior than what's out there. But and one less motor. So because all Model X's are at least dual motor. But I mean, it's tempting. It's super tempting, but it's not practical for me to make that financially to make that switch.
Yeah, that's not exactly in my budget.
The xenon lights, yes. The Omar's Model S has xenon lights. Mine had them too, but the new ones are LED, and I'm curious about the projectors on the Model 3. That's what I'm concerned with there. Oh yeah, we already answered that one about the trunk. Somebody else had asked about Tesla camping in the Model 3, and Luna makes a mean Tesla bed. And what that is when you're camping in your Tesla, you fold down all the seats and you make a bed and you go glamping. And the Model 3 is very much the same as the Model S. We did it in the Model S. Omar's done it in his Model S. And the Model X just gives you a lot more room to do it in, and a lot more leg room as well. And what we've done in the past is we've done foam mattress, we've done air mattress, and then we settled on just a really thick comforter or duvet. And then we put some sheets and some pillows on top of that, and then we set the climate control to camp mode, and it is nice. We didn't have camp mode at the time. We haven't been outside since camp mode. Well, we've been outside, but we haven't been outside traveling since camp mode was introduced because of COVID protocols. So what would happen is we would set the climate to always on, and at 4 hours it would turn off, and then it got really cold, so that woke me up, and or either it got really cold or I heard the fans turn off, and that woke me up. And then, so at that point, I turned the car back on again, and it made it through the night. It burned, it was below freezing out, and it burned 30% of the battery just on the heater. Both heaters, because it knew we were in the back. So the Model X with 6 or 7 seats has dual HVAC units. And so it was running all the vents in the back for us. And then if the back is on, the front was already doing its thing. And so camping in the Model 3 is very much the same, except unlike the Model S, Model X, and the Model Y, you've got a parcel shelf that's fixed because it's a sedan, so it's welded in place. And I would suggest putting your feet in the trunk, not your head, because if you sit up straight for any reason in the Model 3, that could become uncomfortable if you hit the metal. But the vent in between the trunk and the car is huge, and it's if you're in the trunk and looking up, the mesh is see-through. So you can, whatever's more comfortable for you, head in or toes in. But camping in all the Teslas except the original Roadster is quite comfortable. How about your camping experience there?
Pretty much the same as yours. I used a blow-up mattress because I've seen those. You know, there's they make actual mattresses and beds or whatever that fit right for it.
Yeah, there's two. The
But they take up
Dreamcase
so much space.
They do. The Dreamcase, you lose your ability to hold your luggage, well, as much luggage, and it's very expensive. And then I forgot the name already. Somebody gave me of the new one. They don't yet make the Model S and X version, but I've got on their waiting list, and it is a third of the price. So I'm hoping that they contact me for the Model X, and I can do a review of it, and that would be really nice. Speaking of reviews, I got a test box. It's like a loot crate, and I've got a video coming out on that. I did the unboxing, but then somebody made me feel bad because while my unboxing is better than some of the ones I'd seen, somebody else also did a review of it and explained the benefits and the pricing, and so I didn't feel that that video did enough justice, so I'm going to re-record and or not re-record, but
Add to it.
I'm going to add to it and make it more fully featured. But yeah, so you were saying that the people make beds for it, and you had gone through a couple iterations on yours, and you decided on
Well, I had
what?
looked at them. I didn't buy the other ones because of the amount of space that they took up when they weren't in use. And so I settled on using a blow up bed. You
Nice.
know, 'cause the blow up mattress. I mean, when it's deflated, it doesn't use up that much space.
Yep.
And I just used the little thing to blow it up with.
Yeah, and you
And
use it to take the air out when you're done.
exactly, and it worked great. It was a
Yeah.
great experience.
It's got a 12-volt adapter, so you plug it right into the cigarette adapter.
Yep, plugged it
Yep.
right in the cigarette adapter and just blew it right
So
up.
do you do a thin one, a thick one, or just a standard, whatever the $20 one is?
It was just a standard one. It was fine.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we've got running in our frunk right now, because the Model S that Omar has actually has a bigger frunk than the Model X because it's rear-wheel drive. But next is the Model X, and then after that is the Model Y, actually, because everything else has a small front.
In fact, that's another feature of the old Teslas that are kind of compelling versus a new one is the fact that the frunk is so much bigger. In fact, it's so big, I have a full size spare tire that I keep in my
Wow.
frunk when I
Wow.
go on road trips.
I can't do that.
So
Wow.
it's the only Tesla that can.
That's
It's
right.
the old school Model S. So I keep a full size spare in the frunk whenever I road trip, and it's great to have. I've never had to use it, thank God, knock on wood. But if I did, at least I know I was covered there instead of just trying to settle with a little repair kit that may or may not solve your actual issue, depending on what the issue is. I can actually fully change it.
There you go. Um, does your Model S have the dual latches in the configuration where there's one in front of the other, or is it like my Model S where it just had a thick latch, and latch 1 and latch 2 would grab it in different places?
For
When you open your front, do you see the pin that comes down like a little D square shape? Are there two of them, or is there one?
it's, I'm trying to think. I think it's one.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember now.
I'm trying to figure out when they made the switch, because I
Is
saw
it
one
two?
and it
It might be
just
'cause I usually use two fingers when I pull it down.
yeah.
I'm not. See, now I'm gonna have to look. I'm gonna have to get back to you on that one.
All right. Yeah, I'm curious.
I don't know because I haven't really paid a lot of attention to it. Other than the fact I do usually grab it with two fingers when I go to when I shut my frunk.
Yeah.
I grab it.
I'd grab it with two fingers too,
I grab
but
it
it was
with
two
two
fingers
fingers
in the
at the same
same
time.
hook.
But it
Yeah.
might be in the, yeah. I don't know if it's in the same hook or if it's two different. Now I have to look.
Okay. Because when I saw that, I didn't even know. I guess I did know, but I didn't recall that they used to do it that way, and it was it weirded me out a little bit because I've only ever seen it with the single hook that I can recall, and I saw that and I was like, "It's just so weird." It's a
mine
great
has
solution.
I think it's two. I think mine has two.
Okay, yeah, because I know they stopped before they got rid of the microwave, um, and then Eddie says you'd think they'd have camp mode for the Volt. I would think so too. But what I did with the Volt, because I had the plug-in hybrid one rather than the battery electric. I would put it in neutral and set the park brake, and then I'd lock the doors, and it couldn't turn off because it was on, and it was in gear, and it would go until it ran out of battery
There's
and
your
juice.
workaround.
That's right. And so unless they got rid of that, which I doubt Chevy had any reason to get rid of it, because that means extra labor and extra programming and extra testing. So I don't think they got rid of that as the workaround. And then because I manually locked it from inside, same as the Tesla, if you manually lock it from inside, it then ignores the key fobs, which means that nobody's busting in on you. But if you want, you can get a Faraday bag and put your key in that, and then the car will complain that the key is missing. But then nobody else can open the doors with your key from the outside. Because if you don't lock the Model S from the screen, or Model X too, if you don't lock it from the screen and then somebody tries to open it from the outside, it will ask the key, "Hey, are you there?" The key will say, "Yeah, I'm here," and it'll open the door, even though it's locked. That's no fun. But once you've locked it from the inside and set camp mode, because camp mode is new, it'll be just fine. And then Robert Williams says that he remembers a lady went over the horseshoe path in the Model X, and it's just it still looks like a car at the bottom, and she was alive after 300 drop. Let me see
300
if I
foot
can.
drop. You know
That's
what?
a lot.
I remember a news story about that.
Yeah. I'm looking it up now to see if I can get a picture. I spelled horseshoe wrong apparently. Now I need crash. Oh, it looks like she died in the hospital. Unless it's a different person. It might be a different person. Yeah, but there've been a couple of Teslas off cliffs that, like one guy tried to commit suicide via car over trigger warning. Sorry, he tried to do it in the car, and he survived. And that's not the way I would go. Teslas are super safe, and reminds me of the lady who tried it with her Prius, and they found her the next day. She was a little worse for the wear, but because of the way that the Prius ran, it was not enough to do the deed. And she was okay after a couple months of recovery. Because it's still poison. It's not healthy. But you can't do it with an electric car.
Oh yeah, there's no no emissions with the electric car,
That's right.
which is great because my car sits in the garage, and before I leave for like let's say a road trip or something, I'll ahead of time go ahead and with the app and run my climate control and get the climate all at the comfortable temperature that I like it at, and the heat is running or the air conditioning is running, whatever is running with the car inside the garage, and I don't have to worry about it.
Exactly. Oh, my neighbor's saying they drive fast cars again. If you can hear it, it's not fast. Sorry, buddy. Unless it's a funny, unless it's a funny car. Here's one. All right, Eddie, I'm going to put it in the chat. Faraday bag is something that
Yeah,
blocks
it's like
signal.
it's basically a Faraday cage,
Yeah.
which is something that will block all signal from going out. That's all.
Yeah, so the car won't be able to receive a signal from the fob, and the fob won't be able to receive a signal from the car. So they'll both think that the fob just disappeared. Instead of walking away, it just poof, went fast. And so what that does, you can put your credit cards and stuff in them too, so that nobody can skim your card over the NFC, because no radio waves are getting in and out. Yeah, like the guy said there. I put a link to one on there.
So the poor man's version of it, Eddie, is just get some aluminum foil and just wrap that sucker up.
Well, what you want to do is you want to do crinkled aluminum foil and an Altoid tin, and then you put your key fob in that, and then test it. Make sure that your car doesn't see it, because some of them have really sensitive radios, and you might need small Altoids inside of big Altoids with aluminum foil. Or if you can get a lead box, but the thing with the lead is you got to be more careful with handling it, because it's a hazardous material. Lead poisoning and all. Yeah.
Right.
Model 3 wrapped. My Model X is wrapped. I like it. It's actually a PPF wrap, so it didn't change the color. I didn't change the color because I have a color that was discontinued. It was discontinued before it was delivered. We have the Obsidian Black metallic. So unlike the free black, it's got glitter in it, basically. It's got metallic glitter. And I figured that we didn't want to hide it since it was rare now. My wife said that we should have got it in matte, and she is right, and it's not, so oh well. If we redo the wrap, we'll redo it in matte, because that will keep the color, and it'll actually enhance it a little bit. But instead we get enhanced sheen and gloss. And so there's two types of wraps. There's the PPF wrap like we have, which will protect the paint. It's paint protection film. It's thicker, and like I said, it'll only change the the finish. It won't change the color. So you can go matte or gloss, and if you go gloss, you can matte or gloss. You can get ceramic coating on it, just like you could with paint. But you want to put the ceramic coat on the wrap, because the ceramic coating would make the adherence of the wrap harder to do. And then there's the color change pattern wraps. You can do those to change your car to any color that Tesla doesn't make. In fact, Aptera is going to make their cars all wraps from the factory. So even the black or the black, the white, that's another color they have from the factory. But then they have an option for you to pick whatever you want, and so they'll just get that color wrap in, and they'll wrap it up nice. And they look like paint sometimes. You can get them in matte or gloss, and you can do patterns. So sometimes you'll see a car with a really cool looking pattern, and it's very rarely paint. It's usually a wrap. Do you have any PPF on your car, Omar?
I do not. So I didn't add anything to my car as far as paint protections, wraps, or anything like that. And surprisingly, it's held up well over the years. It still looks good, still shines great.
Yep. You just don't take it in them touch car washes.
So I actually have done that a couple times. I've taken it to the car washes that have the brushes and all that stuff. And surprisingly, I mean, now it has gotten a little bit of the swirl, like you can see it, but you have to be looking at it just on the right angle and the right lighting to really see it. Other than that, you'd never notice it.
Yeah, my Model S, the color was also canceled. I had the titanium metallic, the champagne brown, and
that's a nice one.
It is, which is a little different from the original brown. The original brown, a friend of mine in the Charlotte Club, he calls it Louis Vuitton brown. I used to call it before he called it that. I used to call it milk chocolate because Tesla just called it brown, but I called it milk chocolate because that's how it looked. And with that, it showed the swirls pretty quickly, and you can only see them in direct sunlight, but it would glint like somebody had washed my car with sandpaper, and I did not enjoy that, so I'm never going back to one of those again. I'll do the touchless, and I'll do the coin wash, the do-it-yourself with the brush that goes around in a 360 circle, and I'll do it at my house, but no more. Well, now I really can't, because I've got that stupid off-center tow hook mount license plate. It's the EOS kit. It's one of the best that I could find for my car, and it worked great. It's made for the Model S, and you can find a link on my gear page. But because it's there and it's a little more fragile, I can't go through the brush car washes, so they'll break it off.
It'll damage it, yeah.
But on top of that, the wrap isn't warranted if I go through those washes, because they'll rip it off. And so I have no love for these things.
I try not to use those. I try to just use the one with the high pressure.
Yeah. Somebody asked us about the Model 3 battery range. It's great. If you have a heavy foot, it's going to be worse, just like any car. And the original long range was upgraded to 325 miles of range. It was originally 310 miles, and they do great. But there's so many models. There's the new long range, there's the dual motor new long range, and there's the standard range plus, the Chinese model. So
performance.
The performance, both versions of the performance. So yeah, I'll be more specific on that question as well, and we'll be glad to revisit it. Modifications of the Model 3. We're mod heavy. We like mods. Do what you like, but be wary that anything that you touch might be out of warranty.
Right. You avoid the warranty on that part.
On that part, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, be wary of the software hacks. Tesla could then say that the software touches all parts of the car, so good luck with that. And they also have started detecting. They'll say unauthorized modifications when you go to do your updates, and so if you want the speed, don't steal it from them. Buy it, and you'll be fine. The other stuff that some of those mods do are really cool. I've seen the one that gives your Model 3 self-presenting doors. They don't really present; they just unlatch and fall open, which is still kind of cool.
It's still cool.
Yeah, and then I've seen the soft close. I don't know if that's a added hardware and that they're playing with that, or if it really does have soft close to an
I
extent.
think that's added hardware.
Okay. And then they again they do stuff like turn on the heated seats in the standard range. I think that's stealing. Yes, Tesla does put them in there to save themselves money, but they turned it off. And the fact that you can buy it would then make to me that would make it stealing. But I do like the idea of doing stuff that the car isn't ever going to do from the factory. That part is kind of cool because I'm a modder, but I'm also I don't want people ripping me off for stuff I do. What was funny on the Model X, if you didn't have the premium kit when they were doing that, they would still put the lights in your doors, and if you plugged them in, they would turn on and they would turn right back off. Oh, and that was fun to me. Hey, Daniel. No camera though. We can hear you.
You can hear him. I can't hear him. Hey, Dan.
He's not saying anything, but yeah, we can technically hear him.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I asked, the increase in range and miles is enough for me to make the upgrade for the current car for almost the same MSRP as the payment. Yeah, but the other part is the price came back up because the price had been down for a while after I got my car, and now it's almost the same price for the same trim level, or the equivalent trim level, I should say. For me, it's almost there, but the problem is I have that tax recapture I'm subject to that would make it extra expensive, and so that would set my decision back even further because it's not money going to Tesla, that's money going to the tax people, and I'd rather give them less of that.
For me, I'm looking at a different type of vehicle. So,
That too.
like before I got my Model S, I had an SUV. So one of the things looking at electric cars was the utility of it, and the Model S still had that utility. In fact, it had more cargo space than my previous SUV had because of the frunk and the trunk and the way the trunk opens, being a hatchback and all that. When you fold the seats down and all, it Model S has a lot of room. It's a wide vehicle. It has a lot of room. So because of the utility and everything, if I'm going to get a newer car or upgrade to another vehicle, I would be looking at a different type of vehicle than the Model S because now there's other options out there. Because there's the Model Y, there's the Model X, there's the Cybertruck coming. So now that there's other models out there, back when I got my Model S, there was a lot less options.
Right.
So
And
now the vehicle that I'm gonna get I'm is gonna be I'm getting the Cybertruck. That's I'm just for the utility of it, for the price. I mean, you really can't beat the specs for the price. I don't even know how. I mean, I guess how they're doing it is they're saving a lot of money and they're passing that savings along to you with their design of the vehicle by them not painting them. Like the paint right there alone by
yeah,
itself is a huge savings, right?
and then I can take it wherever I want for a wash.
And then yeah, that too. I don't have to worry about door dings. I don't have to park all the way in the back of the parking lot anymore.
Yep,
You
and
know,
then I can get the color change wrap, so I can get a color on it if I want. I don't have to worry about scratches. If somebody scratches the PPF, you just rip the panel off, put it back on. With the utility, for me, like you mentioned, the Model S to the Model X, the reason I waited so long to do the switch was because the 17, before 17 and a half, the early 17s and earlier, they all had the pretty seats. And they're pretty, but it meant that the Model X, being a larger car, had less utility for me than the Model S, except for the ability to tow. And I wanted my SUV to have more space than my car, especially if the SUV was bigger than the car.
that totally makes sense.
Yeah. Sorry to
But
interrupt you.
but with the truck, now you're gonna get that utility, right? So now I'm getting the tri-motor Cybertruck. So that means I'm gonna have 500 plus miles of range. That
There you
means I'm
go.
gonna be able to tow an
14,000 plus pounds.
insane amount of towing, right?
Yeah.
It, it's gonna have a pickup truck bed, right? So basically, I could toss anything I need in there, and with the tonneau cover, if it's stuff that will fit below the cover, I'll be able to cover it, which is nice. But if it's too big, no problem. Just keep the tonneau cover open.
That's right. That's right. Robert William is asking how we do the camera. Not sure the question. The camera on the live stream, the camera on the car. Please give us more to go on there. Somebody had asked Tesla Model Y autopilot. We talked about autopilot. We like it. Do it. And it's the same on the Model Y as it is on all the other cars. Somebody else asked Tesla Model 3 ICE. Are you talking about cold? It doesn't do as well as it could do. They've been working on it. It does better now. And the other thing you could be talking about is somebody actually converted their Model 3 into a hybrid, which I think is insane.
I wouldn't even attempt that.
So they replaced the frunk with a fuel tank and a lawnmower engine, basically, and it's stupid. Don't do it. I know that their job is they were trying to sell hydrogen or something else like that. No, it's counter to the mission. If you want a gas car, buy a gas car, one that's actually regulated. Don't buy electric cars. That's what we really want you to do. Buy electric cars. But if you need a gas car and the electric can't do something that the gas can do for now, then get a real gas car. Don't convert them.
Yeah, I don't know, and maybe so. I don't know exactly what he was referring to when he said Model 3 ICE. Maybe he was talking about in the ice in the wintertime or something. I know with the Model Y, with the introduction of the with the heat pump, they do a lot better now as far as efficiency because the heat pump is a lot more efficient. So um, I can imagine that if they start putting that in the Model 3 as well, that the Model 3 is going to then be more efficient as well. So,
yeah, and we've seen that with the range increases already.
right.
Yeah. And then Kagai says that the Cyber is too plain for him.
Okay, to each his own. Personally, for the price, for me, for the amount of utility, I don't like the
Yay,
Hummer
buddy.
versus the Cybertruck. Hey, Dan, now we can see you.
What's up, Dan? So the Cyber, I like the Cyber, and I like I said, any EV is a good EV. So if you like the Hummer and that price increase is good on you, then go for it. It's got a lot of features, a lot of bells and whistles. I think that the interior is too busy for me. It's got all these knobs and switches, and I don't want to pilot an airplane on the ground.
I like the fact that it can do that turn where
The tank turn is cool. The crab walk.
where it take the crab walk where it turns all the wheels and it can, but if you look at the size and the shape of that thing, it kind of needs to be able to do that.
It's huge.
Maneuvering with that thing,
That's what
man,
she said. Sorry.
it's insane.
It is. It totally is.
I think the only practical vehicle that is competition to a Cybertruck is the Rivian.
I like the Rivian.
And the tank turn is a neat feature, but I don't.
You can't use it on the pavement.
A lot.
But yeah, it's that to me. That's a gimmick, It
It is.
Well,
That's what's going to sell that car to something else.
It could be one of those gimmicky things that
app turn on part. It's a gimmick to sell.
But it's one of those gimmicky things that you're never gonna really use. It's like, oh, great! It's great that it can do that. Kind of like the Model X with that little Christmas light show thing that it does.
Oh,
it's
no,
like,
no.
It's a great gimmick
all the time.
It's a great gimmick,
That's the one gimmick that gets used all the time.
Practical use for that.
There is no practical use for it.
It's just.
Have you seen Kacey? Kacey's the most humble flex person ever. I would use it all the time. That is a necessity for swag. Like, you will need that. Like a Cybertruck just sliding straight off the roof onto the ground. Like, that's like some of the best stuff that you can do for a swag. Now the actual Rivian looks too clean. So if I get a used Rivian, it's like this thing's gonna be just dusty, and I could do a tank turn in the middle of nowhere, and it's just like
the tank turn, while being a gimmick, I do see it being more practical than the Model Xmas show, because say you are going down a dirt path or somewhere unpaved, and it's a dead end, and there's not room to turn around with a K-turn. you could then just rotate it and go back where you came.
True.
True,
But you
or
gotta
you
have
can
the space to send it
or you
to
can
your
put that
sender.
sucker in
So
reverse and look at the backup camera and just go.
But if you've been going for miles down this trail, say you're on like a
Yeah,
mountain or
you don't want to
something.
drive miles in reverse. Yeah, that's true.
hey, just don't do a tank turn on the side of a cliff and you just end off just falling, spinning around like this.
We've had too many cliffs this show.
You know, can you imagine just doing a tank turn, just going and just
I would imagine that you would make sure that you had footing before you turned your truck around.
I don't think you would do that, but I guess anything's possible.
Yeah. Thank you, Robert. The text to speech does make it easier for you, and I do like the way it works most of the time. It's pretty cool. And okay, guys says that the biggest seller is the fact that it's a convertible SUV that's an open Jeep, closed Jeep truck. Luxury N1, SUV. Yeah, I like that, and that's why I was so disappointed that the Jeep Magneto was just a concept. If it was actually something they had intended to produce,
oh god.
who wouldn't love a Jeep EV? I mean,
I would buy a Jeep Magneto just because it's a Jeep Magneto. Just literally, just that is to be the most frivolous purchase of an EV I'll ever own. I won't name it nothing else. What is that? A Jeep Magneto. What's his name? Magneto. Like, what's the next one I'm buying? Polaris.
Eddie says hi,
Like,
Dan.
you know,
Yep.
it's just what's up, Eddie.
And like you guys said, you can't convert the Cybertruck into anything else. It's literally a truck and nothing else. That's not entirely true, because
So-
you can open and close that tonneau cover. So now you've got a truck and an SUV and a camper. Because Elon finally agreed that they would try and make the air move from the cabin to the vault, and then you've got all the other truck upfitters that have been doing upfitting of trucks for ages now. Yeah, you can't personally change it, but you can get it changed into a van. You get it changed into a camper. I am so looking forward into seeing what the upfitters do to the Cybertruck, and then you've also got the panels that open on the outside for contractors. So you have the what do they call the storage on those arches?
So the Cybertruck
Right, you
has
have a
the
bunch of
panels
storage
for
on the
the
side.
contractors
Yeah.
with the
So,
outlets. Oh, see, that's even boss.
so on the sides where the Cybertruck comes, where like you have the bed of the truck, but the sides of the bed where it's angled, there's a bunch of storage inside of those, which is phenomenal. So instead of you adding a what do you call it, a tool, um, instead of them adding like that tool cover in the back of the truck, like with all the tools, like a tool chest in the back, they don't need to do that. They can put everything in the sides in the storage there,
It's still a dope thing.
and
It's still
then
a
you
dope
have
thing.
the pull out um, ramp on the tailgate, which is awesome. So you already have a
It is.
built-in ramp for easy loading things in and out of the truck.
Oh yeah, that's a definite. But
And you have in the back of the truck, you have additional plugs that you can plug stuff in it. So you can plug in all your power tools and stuff right directly in the truck, which is great.
Yeah, I said
It
it's not on the. Kagai says not on the fly. Yeah, I said it's not on the fly. You're gonna need an upfitter to do most of the ones I'm talking about, but
But the ones I'm talking about are just
the ones you're talking about,
built-in
you
on
can
the
do
fly. So
built
this
in
is not
exactly.
something you have to pay the extra to do. And
no,
with
I'm
the
just fine with a plexiglass roof. Like
and with the tunnel,
I'm
and,
fine
and
with
the other thing that Elon was talking about was making it. I don't know if this is going to be in the final design or not, but they were talking about making a throughway so that you can get from the cabin to the vault, right? So if you can make an opening there where you can get from the cabin to the vault, and then now you close the tonneau cover, now you have huge amount of space. Like you have like basically
that's
an SUV.
actually a Humvee, a cloth covered Humvee. That's something simple that they should have figured out by now. A cloth cover Humvee, you can pull up the center flap, so you could drop it for like when you're actually driving it during the actual missions to keep that heat in the front. But at night, you can say if you have two stretches, you put one in the back, one in the front, roll up that flap, and just let that heat flow into the back area, and then you're solid. So that's something simple that you should
Right.
program for a Cybertruck very easily.
Which that's something that may actually come that the Cybertruck may be able to do from factory. So
Yeah, and like you said, in the case with stretchers or something, they could actually use it as an EMT vehicle. Maybe not the
oh my
same as an
goodness, for
ambulance.
emergency vehicles, I think the Cybertruck's gonna be phenomenal for that.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
like not necessarily an ambulance without the upfitter, but like say you've got some park rangers or somebody, and they come across somebody, they throw them in the back, roll the partition down, and somebody could be in the back rendering aid while they. Or say you get like an injured animal,
I
even
still
you
think
can make sure they get the proper temperature because that way they're not baking in the vault while you get them to where they need to go.
yeah, even with itself or with a tandem, y'all can tell y'all to no end how it works with other EVs. But the fact that it has a 500-mile range, it can just reach ridiculously far to go get anything and anybody than a natural any type of gas without carrying extra gas to hit the same amount of range, and then come back and either apply that or have a all-purpose trailer, and then you can send any other micro SUV or smaller SUV past that 250 range to extend it out to rural areas, and then bring it back. And so you're doing life-saving medical treatment, and you're bringing stuff back. And so even if a helicopter good in there or whatever, you're saving lives in the process of doing it. There's just so many uses for it.
Most folks would only take the single vehicle though, but you can extend it further with
True.
that solar Tonga that Elon was talking about because it's not going to be a lot, but it could be the difference between them making it there or not making it there and back. Or if you're camping,
Or those smaller locations where you can't get into.
Yeah, if you're camping
Cybertruck
and
doesn't
you have
out
a
that
solar
far,
tonneau cover,
that would be sharp.
but if the Cybertruck gets out that far and it can't make that little narrow gap, then it's like a laser beak. You just send out the little smoke.
Well, that would be a good use for the cyber quad because yeah,
Or if you have a
Cyber
cyber
quad.
quad and then you're pulling something, because then you have that person holding on like this on the cyber quad as they need help. So
well, I don't envision anybody using this as an actual emergency vehicle, like for medical, unless it gets upfitted to have the box in the back with the where you have a proper EMT in the back and a
That's what
driver.
your ambulance is for. This is the Ford Reach vehicle. Like the ambulance can't make it, so you just deploy the Cybertruck. Just go.
I don't see anybody using it that way. Like maybe somebody on border patrol is doing their rounds and they come across an emergency. Then just throw them in the back. That's not a primary.
Well, how big is the Cybertruck then in your back?
It's huge in the back.
That's what she said. Sorry.
In the back, you're looking at. You should be able to fit. Excuse me. You should be able to. Excuse me. You should be able to fit a full sheet of plywood because when Elon was doing the final lists of what we all wanted in the truck before they finished the design and made that angular monster, people wanted the four-wheel drive with the lockers. They wanted to fit Andre the Giant, and then Elon was going yes, maybe, no, yes, no, yes, and
Is this possible?
right, and so they built it to hold. So I mean, he said yes on the full sheet of plywood, so they must have a solution for that. So it should hold a full sheet of plywood, 4x8. Or is it 4x8, 4x6, whatever, a full sheet of plywood.
To hold a full sheet of plywood would be.
Full
There's
size.
a lot of vehicles that cannot hold a full sheet of plywood, and if you
There's a
can't
ton
hold
of
a full
vehicles
sheet of
these days.
plywood, you should not be called a truck. It's just.
well, I mean, there are smaller trucks that.
I get that, but you should not be called a work truck. Okay, I'll put it that way. If you can't hold a whole sheet of plywood, you shouldn't be called a work truck. Now, if you just happen to have a truck that's going around town, you could throw some cases of ice or some water, some cases of water. That's different. But if you're trying to do like home renovations, and I mean that's all you got, that's good. But if you're like saying I got a truck and you can't really do no major work, transfer the entire possessions of a car plus its engine, then yeah.
Well, that's the thing about it. So one of the things that Elon did, or that he claimed that he did was he talked to a lot of people that actually have trucks, talked to truck guys, talked to truck owners, talked to, you know, they, I guess, did some research on current truck owners and stuff and how they use them and whatnot. And the whole thing about it is for it to be that utility that can be used the way truck owners use their trucks. So, contractors and stuff, people that actually do real, that use a truck for its purpose of being a truck and doing truck work, this should be able to do it. Now, we'll see what compromises he made to also not only have the utility, but also be, I guess,
Yeah.
aerodynamic or small enough or what have you, because it's not like an oversized dually. It's not like that size. So he said it's the same size as a F-150. So we'll see.
We'll
I haven't
see.
seen it. I haven't seen it in
Which
person.
F-150? The new
Me neither.
F-150s or the old school F-150s?
See, I don't
Well,
know.
it would probably be whatever was on sale at the time he made the announcement. Just the way he works. So Robert Williams talked about doing EV gardening, and this is a Model X at a winery that's pulling a trailer.
See, that would be dope. To do EV gardening and just span out to that realm. I believe, Omar, you talked about this before. I think it's a fantabulous idea. I spoke with I don't know if y'all seen it, but I spoke with the dude who didn't know about enough about electrics. But, he was doing this. He knew his sister actually wanted to buy one, but he knew about the voltage and stuff like that. So being able to see that and being able to do it, or being able to connect to be like, I can't make it to this county, or I can't make it to this actual location, here, take it. Or call them, hey, Omar, there's a job here that I can't make it to. Or it's in a whole nother state. I don't know why they asked me. It's just hands off to you. And that ability, and it's the crazy thing is because if you ever heard somebody working in that landscape gardening type area, it's noisy. With gas, it's
Yes.
always noisy. So with an EV, particularly the Cybertruck, you can literally creep in, unload everything you need to do if you're bold enough to get a large scale riding electric lawnmower, or even two or three, regular green mowers or egos or whatever, and just go to town. You can literally clear out and then do it and come back out with no problems at all.
Speaking of the ego, Omar and I we have egos, and Omar just got his. It's so quiet, it's super quiet. But they also have a commercial version, so you could actually do a zero turn mower. You could haul a trailer with the Cybertruck, or if it's just a one man operation, you could instead of putting the ATV in there, you could put your push mower,
In there, right?
your hand equipment, and then you could put your push mower, and then it would fit it all. You'd have to leave the vault open for most of the stuff, depending on how you park it in there, and then
And then you can plug in all your stuff in the back.
But see,
Charge it
yeah,
up,
yeah,
and that's why I explained to the
all
guy
your
I was
tools
talking to,
charged
and it was like,
in between
what? The
jobs.
crazy thing is, he actually liked the futuristic look of the Cybertruck. First person I know that loves the Cybertruck up in front. But
I might do that. Get a Cybertruck and a bunch of electrical lawn equipment, and get somebody to run it for me.
I'm telling you, and then it's just
I'm not gonna be out in the heat.
you
Yeah, if
pass
I
the
could
word
get
along.
somebody
It'd be
to run it
like
for
a
me,
national collective of just
I could.
people running around with Cybertrucks, and it'd be like, hey, can you do my? I know somebody in New Jersey. I know somebody in Maryland. It's just passing around the information. It's just it's easy when you do it, and my wife told me to run away when I started talking about removing wood, and we can come by and take that wood from you. Like, but it's just a simple process to do.
Yeah, we could build plenty of businesses around Cybertruck. It's going to be a game
So
changer. I mean, a lot of people are putting it down, but it's going to be better than people are expecting.
Well, the real question is how many Cybertrucks are they going to be able to make per year? So
Less than they want.
uh, less than the demand is for. I tell you that
Yes,
the
yes,
demand is definitely there. They have over a million pre-orders right now
right. And even
well,
for.
if
they're
only a
pushing
quarter
it.
of them convert, that's still 250,000 in the first year they need to make. And then
Yeah,
think about the people who don't pre-order but do want the truck, or don't need a truck yet, but theirs dies, and now that's what they want.
Oh,
and
I've
and then
always
think
wanted a
about all
truck.
the people that see them once they start hitting the road that are going to then decide, oh wow,
Yeah,
I do want that.
Yeah, because not everybody's an early adopter. So once they see it performing in their face and they can see if they like it or not, that will make a huge difference for a lot of other people.
Yep.
Well, see, if
I
you know,
tell
no,
everybody that I've talked to, I said, look, if you're even remotely thinking about it, go ahead and pre-order it now. You can always cancel later, and by the time it comes around, by the time your number comes around, you'll be able to have made that decision whether or not you
and
want
you
it.
can always pull that number, right? Or you can always push yourself back in line, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
it's
can always just wait
refundable.
and put
No,
it
I'm
on
not
hold
saying
and not.
refundable. I'm just saying you
No,
don't want
because
to
it's
take delivery
refundable. You don't
now.
need to commit right away.
Yeah,
Well,
you don't have to commit to delivery date.
even if you don't grab a refund, you can always wait. Even though they say, "Hey, your number's up. Go ahead and configure your thing." You can always just wait and not do it yet. Oh, I'm
Yeah,
still
yeah.
deciding. I'm not sure. And they'll other people will go right on through. Other people behind you in line to go ahead and take it.
Yeah, and see,
Yep.
that's the cool thing. Having a deposit just puts you in line. Then, or you can be rich, like
Well,
never you have two, and then
once they well, these
different
people
days.
don't know who Nevery is. Well, actually, some of them do. Some of them saw the video with Nevery. Um, the 3 minute gas fill up video I'm referring to, my friend Nevery is who Dan is referring to as well. We basically all the people who said they could fill up their gas in 3 minutes. We timed it, and those are some bold claims, like fishtails, if you will. Uh,
You know why? Because when you're doing something, it doesn't seem like it's as long as it really is because
yeah.
you're in the process of doing it, and then they don't realize, oh, that was really 7 or 8 minutes or whatever.
Hmm.
I thought it was 3 or 4 minutes, and it was really 8.
And
You know,
because it's so normal to them, they don't consider that's actually an oddball trip that you're actually taking out of your day to go find a gas station. Yeah, I
Or
mean,
to
yeah,
lose track of time.
it may be on your way to or from where you're going, but it's not always on your way to or from where you're going. Like for me, it's never been, except for when I never needed it on my last apartment. There was never a gas station that was on my route. I always had to detour to get to it, and then they don't count that time. They only count the time that they're squeezing the nozzle. Um, so somebody had asked about Model 3 Shanghai. Again, they didn't detail what they were talking about, so I'll say that the Model 3 Shanghai taught Tesla a lot of stuff, and they backported a lot of the lessons learned to Fremont, and we're seeing them in the Model 3 2021s, and glad to see they did it.
See, what I want from Fremont, or not Fremont, what I want from the Texas plant is for them to, I'd rather them be late and be quality built than to be fast and shoddy built.
Well, they have no reason to rush it at this point. They're gonna take the time. They're gonna implement everything they learned. They're gonna have all the newest technology. Fremont, they it was do or die. They didn't have a choice but to do it the way they did it, and now they can actually literally shut down Fremont for a brief period and make the changes they need to make. May I have volume, please?
Yeah,
And
yeah, I do agree.
yeah, so Shanghai was a good step change learning experience for them, and we see the changes already starting to be implemented in Berlin, and we're starting to see them in Austin, Terra, Texas. So we'll see what happens there. Yep.
well, I think it's going to be real interesting because Tesla already those giga presses that they bought, those 8,000 ton presses.
Yeah.
I thought they were only going to buy like 3 or 4 of them or whatever.
No.
Come to find out,
8 per factory.
yeah.
And when you
So
consider
they already bought like 11 of them or something like that.
right,
So
and Sandy Monroe says that they can produce a car they fill in under a second. So if it takes under a second to fill, it takes 19 seconds to cool down and eject the frame. You're making a whole car in 20 seconds.
in a half a minute, yeah.
Yeah, not even half a minute. Just over a quarter minute. That is phenomenal. The people who are discounting them as just a car company, uh, they're going to be in for such a rude awakening just on the car side, let alone on on the rest of the pies that Musco has their fingers in. Somebody had asked about Model 3 towing. In the U.S., they don't offer anything for that, and in Europe, you can order it at order with the tow package. You can't add it after the fact because of the way the laws in the EU are. You can't add towing to the Model 3 after the fact. But it can tow the equivalent of 1,500 pounds over there, same as the... No, not same as anything. 1,500 pounds. And the Model Y uses all that same equipment, but it can tow 3,500 pounds. But I'm guessing that has something to do with it being an SUV and the way that the frame is constructed. It's heavier too, so it can stop more. I'm not sure what else you were looking at with Model 3 towing. I've seen people add the bike rack towing to do it, but that is something that I cannot recommend because bike rack tow bars are made to hold bikes. They're not made to tow. So do at your own risk and be very wary of the people around you. What do y'all think about Model 3 and towing? Anything to add on Model 3 towing?
Model 3 tow. So what's funny is I added to my Leaf, I added a tow hitch. Added the Eco hitch to my Leaf.
Yeah.
And I can physically, yes, I can tow stuff with the Leaf. It's not rated for towing. It's not meant for towing. And like you, one of the things you said, you got to be careful about towing because whatever you tow, you got to be able to stop.
Absolutely. And so on Model X, when you're towing, because it can tow up to 5,000 pounds, it actually is wired for trailer brakes. So it comes with a little kit that you can put to your brake controller, and then your brake controller plugs right into a port on the Model X to control through the 7-pin connector, not the 4-pin, to control your trailer brakes and lights and everything. It even does, I think, 19 volts of power transfer.
So
don't
that
quote
was
me on
one
the
of,
voltage.
and that was one of the things I added to my Leaf was there was I had to buy a wire harnessing kit, and I had to wire it up to be able to add the lights to it as well. So I did do that.
Yep. Somebody else asked Tesla Model 3 Australia. We've got some folks in the chat who can speak to that, but it's a fine vehicle. It meets all standards, and it continues to be a Tesla Model 3 with a steering wheel on the right-hand side. I'm not sure what more you want on that, if you could be more specific, or if one of our folks down under could speak to the Model 3 in your area. That would be nice.
Now, is the
And
Model 3 in Australia, is that being made at Giga Shanghai?
now it is. Now it is, but it wasn't originally. Originally, it came from Fremont.
Right. So I can imagine that being made in Shanghai is going to be probably a lot cheaper than them making it in Fremont and shipping it over from Fremont.
If it isn't, then it needs to be, and it will be soon.
Well, I mean, just it's definitely cheaper for Tesla to do it because the shipping cost alone is going to be less.
Wow. The Balkan Killer is a racist son of a gun. We won't be showing that. We won't have any of that here, sir. If you can speak finally, you can join the stream. If you can't, I will kick you out. Sorry.
Well, I'm glad I didn't see that, whatever that was.
Yeah. After this, I'll make you guys moderators so you can edit these streams. Wow. I've seen some stuff, but never that on my stuff. And wow. I mean, it's out there, and there are people like that, but let's not do that. Somebody else is asking Tesla Model S, Tesla Model 3. What?
Model S versus the Model 3? I mean, I think we kind of covered that. There are some differences there. One's a larger vehicle, one's smaller. It depends on what you want. It's up to your personal preference. You know, the Model 3 is nimble and kind of sportier, but the Model S, I like the utility of it. It's bigger, more cargo space.
I forgive it. Please have a chat with him about that. He's got a little bit to learn on there, and I do appreciate the apology. Thank you.
So yeah, it's a personal preference. Model 3 versus Model S.
Yeah,
They're both great cars.
Absolutely. Somebody was asking about Model 3 interior. I'm hoping that the question is that they're asking about the new changes to the interior for the 2021. And I want to say that I do like the new console. It's I did like having the cover of the phone, but I found that most of my friends that have the Model 3, they have the cover just always open. And then a lot of the folks get the problem with when you try to close the cup holder. It says, close it softer, close it softer. And,
Right. Just keep popping back open like,
yeah,
Yeah.
and so with the new console seems more premium to me, and that they got the Alcantara under where your phone goes, so your phone gets like a little bed that it can go on. It's nice and soft. When you go to grab it, you're not touching hard plastic. You're touching this soft fabric when you go to pick your phone up. I thought that was nice, and then the fact that the wireless charging is there now, and that they've got the charging in the glove box, or not charging in the glove box rather, but the
The USB
the USB
inside
in the glove box.
the
Yes.
glove box. Yes, that's big. So you can put that for your Sentry mode events. So that
Yeah.
way, it's locked in there, and then if somebody breaks into your car or whatever, they're not. It makes it much harder for them to try to rip that out, so your evidence is safe.
Absolutely, and then if they would need a either the pin or crowbar to get at it, or to crash the car. If they crash the car, they'll also open it by it automatically. So Vulcan Killer is asking about the interior of the Tesla Roadster, and that is the most exciting one to me because we've seen a preview of it, but they've made so many changes in their corporate design language since they unveiled that I'm wondering if it's going to be like what they showed us. I mean, it's got the steering yoke. I think that's going to make it now because we're seeing it on the Model S and Model X and the Cybertruck even.
It'll probably get the exact same yoke.
It probably will. Just all the cars, right?
The parts, right? The
Yeah.
economies of scale, right?
yeah. All the cars right now have the same seat frame. It's a different seat, but it's the same seat frame. So if you take off all the cushions and everything, it's the exact same seat. And so I have a feeling, like Omar said, that it's going to be the exact same yoke. And since everything's software now, I think, unless for some reason the yoke is the wrong size for a car, I think that they're going to just use the same one. And since people are the same size, no matter what the car is, I don't think they will be making a smaller yoke like they did with the S and X have a bigger wheel than the 3 and Y do. I think they're done with that. But the one thing that I think that might be up for change, and we don't know yet, is what looked like a screen in front of the driver. I have a feeling that now that they've got the information display on the new refresh Model S and Model X, that we'll see that on the Roadster there, where that looked like that smaller screen. And then we also will see the what's the most up in the air is what orientation that center screen will be in. Will it be portrait like they used to do on the Model S and Model X, or will it be landscape? I think that it will still be portrait because that's still a driver-focused car, and with over 520 miles of range, I don't think that it'll be spending much time at the superchargers to the point where you'd care how the screen orientation is for video games and for watching movies and stuff. That doesn't mean that they won't change it, but I have a feeling that they'll just leave it the way it is, just so it takes up less room.
I would think just because of the amount of room and the size of the Roadster, being a smaller car and not being necessarily a family-oriented car, like you said,
yeah,
it does make sense for them to keep it, keep the orientation the way they initially showed it.
Yeah, but if they do a smaller screen, if they put the Model 3 screen in there instead of the Model S screen, like they were going to do, then I could see them doing, having more room to put the screen somewhere in the car. And then that would be, across the board, the family would be landscape screens.
Yeah, that's possible. So it's going to be interesting to see which way they go with it.
Yeah. And Kagai says, the Model S and X felted trunk is nice, but the 3 and Y trunk is ripe for tailgating mods, similar to the Mach. Absolutely. I've actually seen some people make coolers that fit in there, so it'd be awesome to see if somebody makes a fridge that fits in there. And
in the front?
In the front, yeah.
Oh, that's just waiting for a commercial to happen. It's just, yeah! Bring the party to you. Corona. Not better 2022.
Not sponsored.
Right? So Corona 2022. Make it better.
Not sponsored. Anyway, so
Yeah, any brand, whatever brand it is. Yes,
right. So
it's a commercial waiting to happen. You're right.
I did like how the Honda Ridgeline had the same situation as the Mach-E, where it had a drain in it, so you could put all your ice and your beverages in there. You could open the trunk and then open the sub trunk, because that's where the Ridgeline, Honda Ridgeline, kept their tub. And then after the party, you pulled the plug, and it would just drain all the ice water out, and you were good to go. And so the Mach-E is the same way, and I certainly hope to see somebody do something similar to the Model 3, Model Y, Model X, all them. So assuming that they
I mean, I
remove...
I like what they did with the Mach-E with that.
Yeah. So I think the mod would be, you'd have to put like a little nipple on there, and then you put a hose to get it draining through the wheel well or something, so it's not dripping on components, because slimy water on top of whatever's underneath the frunk might not go so well. Because underneath the frunk on the Model X is the intake for the for the bioweapon filter, and you'd probably want to keep the water out of that if possible.
That's the best thing too. Will the Cybertruck have the bioweapon defense mode?
Probably, because even the model, right? Because it's a bigger vehicle. The Model 3 and the Model Y don't have it, but they have something really close to it.
They do?
Yeah.
Okay. See,
they just don't qualify for a bioweapon because their filters aren't at that level, but they're almost the same thing.
They just don't have the cool thing of bioweapon defense mode.
Yeah. So I think that there will be other Teslas in the future. We've got what people are calling Model 2, but a few friends of mine are calling Model Next. The Model Next is going to be their $25,000 car, and then after that, I think we'll start to... Huh?
Sexy and me. Something's going to stick, then.
Please watch the language. The family friendly channel.
Sorry.
No, not that. It's a family friendly channel. The
Have you not heard Real Family? Sorry, go ahead.
This
is not Family Guy.
It's not Family Guy, exactly. What I think will happen with the other ones is we'll then see the Tesla van after the Cybertruck and the Model Next have launched. The van should be easy enough if he wants to build a car on the same frame, like you can build on the truck and just build it up. But after his experience just building an SUV on the sedan, he might not want to do that, because there were lessons learned. But so many other manufacturers have had such great success building vehicles on other vehicles that I think that they could make that happen with the similarities between a truck and a van. Especially in Europe, the Cybervan would sell like gangbusters because they use vans over there more than they use pickups. And a van on that platform in that size, like you didn't have to make it smaller.
That would be a compelling vehicle.
Yeah.
I think a van's more useful. It's just not as sexy or as.
I like that one. I've had similar conversations.
Tesla bad.
So you told him the Golf is bad. I like it. Yeah. So somebody else asked about the Model X autopilot. We discussed that a couple times today. The Model X battery. It's the same battery as the Model S, and I think the new 100 battery is a lot more robust than the 90 batteries were. I haven't heard of anybody getting a new 100 battery. I've seen some people lose range, like me, and I've seen others gain it back, like me. And with the performance packs, you have the Iconel fuse. So basically, if the car needs to blow the fuse, it actually is a pyro fuse. It will detonate an explosive to sever the fuse because of how much power it is able to draw when you're in Ludicrous Plus mode. What they were having problems was the fuses of all the other metals they were using were melting way too soon, and you couldn't get all the power out of the car. So on the non-performance packs, or on the refurbished packs that are coming from P100Ds into 100Ds, they do the refurbishment and they put a regular melting fuse in it.
That was sporty.
Yeah.
Oh no, but yeah, to actually have that, I think pretty good. I'm still looking forward to that. the possibilities of the Cybertruck and the competition once it heats up. The
Yeah.
friendly competition that heats up.
Yeah. Somebody else suggested we talk about the Plaid Model S, which we did, and Model S
Oh
road
God.
trips. We talked about the road trips. Model Y towing. That's one I touched on, but I didn't really get into. So the Model Y, it can tow 3,500 pounds. And if you look at my series of towing videos on the channel, it's exactly the same as towing with the Model X, except that since it doesn't have the air suspension, you don't have to worry about what height the car is set to. And again, in Europe, you have to make sure that it's already equipped with towing if you want it. But in the US, if you didn't have the tow package already installed, you can get it installed by your service center. Or you can get it installed by another third party if you want, because there's nothing stopping you from doing that. You can order the parts or just get a third party hitch, and it's got the openings necessary to do that. But again, in Europe, it's not legal everywhere to install towing after the car is manufactured. It's a law, and I don't recommend breaking it because from what I understand is if you don't have the certificates for that, the consequences can be quite severe.
Mm. Really?
Yeah, somebody asked for a Tesla Model 3 360. I will try to get a 360 shot of the Model 3 for you on a future video. Tesla Model X restoration. They're not old enough to need that yet, unless you're talking about Mr. Rich Rebuilds restoring flood cars and crash cars. In that case, I would send you his way. He does great work.
And great trolling.
He's a troll.
He's definitely a troll.
If it's a little more neutral to that, like my Model X had a restoration of the recharge capability. We talked about that a little earlier in the show, where I was stuck to charging at 120 kilowatts or less, and then 110 kilowatts or less. And at that point, my car stayed at 110 for right around a year. And then with the Christmas update, the holiday update, 2020.30 or 38, 48, whatever. The last update of 2020, I got that, and then my supercharging speed came back, and it was at 160, and I loved it, and I still
I'm
do.
curious if mine is back then, because I have not supercharged
Since then,
recently. I haven't supercharged since then, so I'm just curious if mine.
and you got during the 2021 updates now, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
All
I think I
right.
am.
So I would like to hear next time we meet up. I'd like to hear how that went. Maybe record the screen as it's doing the charge, and we can get an idea.
Yeah, I'll definitely
We'll pop it in here.
I'll definitely take notice of what I have, and I'll let you. I'll maybe take a little short video of it, or
Yeah. Get it
definitely
down
take
to
pictures.
get it down to around 10 or 15%. Mine charges fastest at 20%. I don't know where yours charges fastest at. Some people's at 5%, but mine is slow at 5. I don't know if it's my pack or if it's my vehicle, but 20% is where I see the best charging. Assuming it's up to temperature.
Mine is, I think, the best charging is around 10%.
Okay. And yours got the preconditioning feature added with the
It
update,
does.
right? Okay.
It does.
Yeah. So definitely want to make sure it preconditions. So we gotta have to do that before it gets hot.
Yeah.
Tesla Model X acceleration, it's the bomb diggity. I love it. Mine is 0 to 60 in either 2.7 or 2.8, depending on how you measure it. And
And mine is slow, but it's still quicker than most other cars out there. So
10 out of 10 would ride again. Tesla Model S range, we talked all about that. It's all over the map, but we're excited to see what the new Plaid Plus does, and we were concerned and surprised to see that the Plaid got less range than the Ludicrous Plus. That was unique. But the long range, some people said it went down, some people said it went up. So if it went down, it was like 10 miles. It wasn't bad. It's still over 400. What more do you want? Other than the 500, but you have to plus up to the Plaid Plus for that. Somebody else asked about...
or you gotta wait for the Cybertruck.
Right? Somebody asked about Performance Model 3. I like the one feature I like about the Performance Model 3 is track mode, and I really hope that they bring that to other vehicles, at least the Model S Plaid Plus. I would like to see it on the Model Y Performance and the Model X Performances. there's no reason to keep that just to that car other than making you pick. And I don't like that. Come on, Tesla. They're going to get the car. Let them pick whatever car they want.
Yeah, I definitely could see track mode coming to the Model S at least.
At least the Plaid.
At least
I
the
mean,
Plaid
Yeah.
and the Plaid Plus.
Yeah. EV vans. And yeah, I love the EV vans. They're on the market now, and I would love to see what Tesla does with theirs. Unfortunately, I don't think that Tesla will do a EV scooter because of the way that Musk feels about motorcycles. And somebody pointed out that
I was surprised he did a quad.
exactly somebody else is pointing out that the quad is more dangerous than a motorcycle. But I guess that that he was just shocked and awed by his experience with the semi truck.
That's what I want to see. The semi-truck batteries technology be re-engineered back to the smaller battery cells and
Oh,
see
they already
how
have.
much range improves.
They already have. Yeah. So what he's going to do, what he said at Battery Day, is the high nickel content will be in the Cybertruck and the Plaid Plus first, and then after that we'll see other changes.
Yeah, that'd definitely be interesting to see. Definitely be
Yeah.
interesting.
Somebody else asked. Two people asked. Oh, okay. This person asked the same question in a different way. They said Model 3 performance, and the other one said performance Tesla Model 3. Tesla Model S mods. I wish a guy was on the stream to talk about his mods. He's got a ton of mods, but he can tell us in the chat if he's still there listening about some of his mods. They are phenomenal, especially the visual ones. The car looks great too.
Yeah, there's a lot of people doing a lot of mods out there.
Yep.
And definitely Purcell.
Yeah, Purcell too.
Yep.
Ton of mods.
Yep. His channel is called "Don't Waste Your Time. This video might not be for you." It took me quite a few months to actually watch his videos because of the title. I was like, well, if I'm going to waste my time, I'm not going to watch it.
Why is he telling me don't waste my time? Let me see what he told me not to waste my time on.
Yes, and they were okay. So I'm glad I found a good one. Because if I'd started on one where I totally wasted my time, he's like, well, I told you not to waste your time. The interior of a Cybertruck and the quad in the Cybertruck. So the Cybertruck interior is actually really cool. Whatever it ends up being is going to be better than they showed us. I like that little paper marble thing they got going on, and I like the center screen. I really hope that we get the screen of the Model S and Model X in front of the wheel. But if we don't, I'll deal with it.
You know what I'd like to see in the Cybertruck? I'd
Yeah.
like to see them do like, you know how like your traditional glove compartment opens out, it just like swings down.
Yeah,
I'd like to see them do like more like a drawer, like a shelf drawer, like
that would be cool.
slide open.
Yeah,
I'd like to see that,
that'd be really cool.
but I have no idea what they're gonna do. They're just throwing stuff up in the air.
Yeah, it was pretty cold here for last week, and then it warmed up a lot. Like this morning it was 50, and now it's 73 Fahrenheit. But we were almost down to zero C last couple days.
We actually got down to 0 C
Yikes!
overnight.
Overnight.
Yeah. So we've been hovering. We've been hovering in the last couple of days. We've been hovering around in the 50s and low 60s for our
Yeah.
highs.
Wow.
In Fahrenheit, like 58, 60, 62. Like we've been hovering around there, somewhere in that neighborhood. But
Nice.
but which is funny because that's cooler than it has been. So before that, it was hot. we're we're up and down. It's that time of year. It'll be hot one week and cold the next. Hot again.
Definitely.
Same here.
So does that mean winter's coming on for you now, or because we're coming into spring, so you'd be in fall now, right? Or autumn?
Oh, that's right. He's down under. So
Yeah.
they're the reverse of us.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
Wear a sweater.
we're warming up and they're cooling down.
Yeah. Somebody else had asked about buying a Tesla Cybertruck. That is really cool. All three of us on the stream have actually reserved a Cybertruck. So let's start with Omar, then we'll go on to Daniel, and we'll talk about me.
Well, well, what's funny is at the unveiling, I watched that, I saw it, and I was taken aback, and I wasn't sure what to think about the Cybertruck. It was kind of funny looking to me, and I was like, nah, I'm not. I don't know if I'm going to get that or not. So I didn't reserve it right away, and I was
Right.
still up in the air trying to decide between the Cybertruck and the Model Y. So later on, fast forward a few months later, I finally decided, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pull the trigger and order the Cybertruck. So I pre-ordered the Cybertruck. So now the problem is I'm like number 600,000 or something like that in line. So I'm hoping that a bunch of those people ahead of me don't get it because it's such a low price to reserve it. It's $100, not like
Right.
the $1,000 that they did before.
Right.
So I'm just hoping that a lot of those people like change their mind, don't get it. And the other thing is, since
Or
I
just they're in a different region than you, so their region is behind yours.
here's the other kicker. I
Yeah.
pre-ordered the tri-motor. And
Yes.
traditionally, what Tesla does is they do the higher end, more expensive ones first before
Yes.
they do the lower price ones. So I'm hoping that bumps me ahead of a bunch of people as well. The fact that I did the higher price one.
Yeah, they had originally talked about doing that one last, and so that's why I picked that one because I was like, oh, that gives me more time to get rid of the Model X and not have two cars that are that I don't have titles for in my hand. And then they moved it up, and I was like, crud, I'm gonna have to deal with you know making two payments for a couple months until the X will be finished paying off by the time that the Cybertruck arrives, hopefully, or at least nearly there. And go ahead, Dan. You had a unique experience with your Cybertruck as well.
My Cybertruck I didn't reserve, first of all.
But there's one reserved in your name.
Yeah, it was my wife who reserved it while we were driving. I'm always driving, so while I was driving, she reserved it. But the one thing we always talk about, and that's the easiest adoption, is the ability to being able to the reserve. That reserve is so low, and you're not committed to it. And even when they say, "Hey, it's your time to configure it," you can be like, "I'm not good right now," but they will come back to you.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing is, it's their track record. So you know that it might be late to production, but you know it's going to be produced. It's not a concept vehicle. It's like, oh, we can do this and get excited, and nah, we ain't coming out with it. It's going to be there. Now, I finally figured out when we were talking about opening the cabin to the back end to when you're camping to figure it out. And I'm gonna share the screen because that's when I talked about the
Okay.
Humvee. Now I have I have a couple of vehicles that did it screen share right? But there's actually a couple of vehicles that the Humvee actually works very well. What I was talking about with the camper.
Yeah. Eddie, the Aussies probably do call it that, but our friend Mark Benton also calls it the cyber utility truck. He doesn't call it or cyber utility vehicle because he doesn't like the idea of the Cybertruck being called a truck because to him it's not a real pickup truck because it's got those high sides and everything else. So he refuses to call it a truck. He calls it the cyber utility vehicle, and he hopes that Elon will consider it as a name. And then while you get that loaded up, Dan,
Okay.
Vulcan Killer was asking if the Cybertruck will have NOS or nitro, and
Ooh, I don't think it needs nitro.
well, it physically can't, but that doesn't mean they won't have a similar feature to it. So, like with the Model X or Model X, the Cybertruck Plaid, basically the Plaid Plus, the tri-motor, they can add in like a boost, like where the car will just run flat out for short period of time until something overheats or some capacitors or whatever run out, and they can add a little bit of kickdown, a little bit extra oomph for you if you want. And I think that would be a cool feature to have, especially if you called it out and you could hit the button to get the overdrive. There are a couple other EVs and hybrids that have this functionality, and rather than just pushing harder on the pedal and sometimes getting it, sometimes not, if you had a button and it would change, like I think the Hyundai Veloster has an overdrive boost, and you hit it and it'll tell you, it'll turn red if you can't use it, or some other color if you can't use it, and then it'll light up when it is available. So that way you'll know if the conditions are available for the extra get up and go. And if they have that on the Cybertruck, that would be really fun, especially for anybody doing like the Dark Hour Rally or something like that.
Or for drag strip. drag racing
Yeah.
or something.
Oh yes.
You know,
Okay.
that would be dope for that.
Yep. So Dan just hit share on stream, and it'll ask us to share it, and you'll be good. There it is.
All right. So do y'all see what I'm seeing now?
Almost. Hold on.
Okay. So
We see a
this
black
is.
screen. Oh, there you go.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, now I see us.
All right. So
now I see lots of us.
there's the house computer. So I'll give it time. I'm gonna stop clicking so fast. Y'all see it now, right?
Yeah. So you
Yep.
have a Humvee with the medical tent.
Yeah. I just don't see y'all, so it's confusing me. So this is what I've done, or I've used a lot. Now my job skill set has always been working with a command person here in this area right here. So I'm always here. But all this in the back area is like a stretcher going this way and a stretcher going this way. But in here is where your boots and your uniform are sit, whatever, as you sleep up in here. Now this back here, I don't know if you can see that back in the window, is a flap. And if these doors are closed, even during to winter-ish, you can push a lot of air through the vents here and be able to keep this area warm. Now at nighttime, this is a marine version because they can ford through heavy water.
Yeah,
But
and that's what we were asking Elon, and that's what Eli asked him was could we push the air like through a vent or through the open window or through a partition to the back to keep it warm or cool while you're camping?
And that's what this has came up in my head.
Yeah,
So see, right
exactly
here
like
is
that.
hard. And you can actually roll it up. Now, that's what the interior is. And so you see it's pretty basic, less technology.
That's more like the not the Byton. Who was the one with the square one? The
Canoe.
no, not Canoe. There's a square one that looks like a Humvee. It might be Byton. But like it's very utilitarian like that, and you can open up the front, and you can have wood going all the way through the truck. Let me look them up now. I think it's Byton. No, because Byton is nicer. Theirs is more like the Lucid.
That's a Humvee.
The ability for the compared to a side truck when it's air go back that way.
Have anybody seen the Humvee that's supposed to come out? The Hummer, the electric Hummer.
Yeah. We were talking a little bit about that earlier. A guy wants to get that one.
You said none of y'all wants to get that one.
Kagai wants to get that.
African guy.
I wouldn't mind the Hummer one myself, but I need to see the inside.
The inside is looking nice. It's looking a lot like the pickup truck Hummer. Robert, you got to get some temperature in that house. That's not a healthy temperature inside the house, man.
But as you see here, so this is what I would normally have, and then all the air goes back this way. Now, this is the cargo space. And see, if you know what that tool size is, then you know that's a pretty good space to have to actually put something into.
Right.
And so
Bollinger is the one I was thinking of. The Bollinger.
Yes, Bollinger.
I'm
Yeah. Okay.
I thought you were talking about Canoe.
Wait, that's a Humvee?
No, not Canoe.
Yes, this is the
I don't remember that box.
I'm thinking this is the military version.
I'm talking about the military
You don't
version.
ever have a box in like that?
No, we had seats in all of ours. We never had the little box. We had the turret at the top.
Oh, you
and
talking
those, and then the regular Humvees, it was 4 seaters. We never had that little open space right there.
that was the supply ones I had. I had these all the time.
Oh, okay. I thought so. I never seen that one.
All right, so this is the
Bollinger. Yeah, that's more like a. That's more like a Hummer.
Yeah, it's very utilitarian, just like that. It can go fast though.
Yep.
It's not clicking anymore. Interesting.
It's made to get beat up. But see, with this
there we go.
is what
there it is with the open back like that.
Yep. And that's why I definitely think of when I see actual.
Yeah, that's actually the same shape as the Cybertruck right there.
I was like, this is what connected me.
Yeah. That's the funny part.
Yeah, see, and that's
the same
what
shape
in my head. I was like, that's why that's what's wrong.
That rear is like the same shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what drew me to the Cybertruck now, except this piece rolls up.
I just like it because it looked like a doomsday vehicle.
So,
that was one of the things he was selling for.
That's it gets you ready for the zombie apocalypse.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Robert Williams is talking about my background noise. Yes, I'm right in front of a main road, and I will not. I'll make sure that I don't have all this noise on my next move. And then Pick Me says a blast off button. Yes, I would love them to call it something like that, blast off or launch or something. And yeah, that's another concern I have about it. They did try that with Model 3 and it worked for a while, and then at some point they made it so that you couldn't move your Model 3 reservations because people were selling them for a profit. My Model 3 was ready before I was ready for it because I got the Model S and it moved me way up in line. So I was the last person who could actually, not the very last person, but I was in that last group of people who could actually move the registration of the car from the person who reserved it to somebody else. And I sold it to a friend of mine before it hit the ground. They configured it exactly the same way I would have done it, same color, same options. So other than the name on it, it was essentially the same car as far as Tesla was concerned. So that wasn't so bad for them. Yeah, you got to worry about those scalpers because we've seen with the video cards, we've seen with the computer equipment, we've seen with the next-gen game systems, sneakers, because they started with sneakers, the sneakerheads.
I'm sure a bunch of people that reserve the Cybertruck are only getting it so they can sell it.
Absolutely. Others are probably hoping that they can get the tax credit and flip it. The thing with the tax credit is you have to prove that you didn't get it just for the tax credit, and then you can't sell it in the year that you bought it. But you can sell it the next year. So if you get it at the end of the year, you could sell it. But you again have to prove that you didn't get it just for the tax credit. If the tax credit comes to be, I mean, they've been talking about it, they've been pushing it, but there's a lot of stuff they talked about during the election that they didn't actually do and aren't moving on yet. But that doesn't mean they're not going to do it. I'd rather not get into politics right now. But if it comes to be, then that's how it worked last time and the time before that. So
bottom line is the tax credit thing is not a guarantee. There's no, and even if they do the tax credit, we don't know how they're going to do it. If they retroactively did it from the beginning of this year, it could be all used up before the Cybertruck is even sold, because it could be all used up by all the Model Ys and Model 3s or whatever. So it's not a guarantee. It's nothing to. For me, it's a non-factor. It's just like icing on the cake if it happens. If not, it's okay. It's just that's a non-factor.
Yep, and just like with the stocks, we're just three dudes on the internet. We're not tax attorneys. We're not tax prep. You need to consult with your own CPA before making a move, or use your own judgment. But don't point at us and say they told me to do it. If nothing else changes, it appears that the Cybertruck and the new Hummers, the Hummer truck and the Hummer SUV, will qualify for Section 179, aka the Hummer tax credit. So that will be awesome for people to be able to actually use the Hummer tax credit on their Hummers again. But again, talk to your tax professional because 179 is no joke. It's fun, it's great, but if you use it wrong, you are subject to massive fees and fines. So get it done right, and it's a very useful tool. Again, professionals. I'm letting you know it's there, and you can ask them about it and how to do it correctly. Yep. So what was something else somebody else asked me besides the buying of Cybertruck? I didn't talk about mine. So I saw it come out the night of. You guys might have seen the live stream that we were doing with the Tesla Life. I was streaming that to their channel, kind of like we do every week. I stream stuff to their channel, and you can see our reaction, especially mine, was disbelief. It's like, that has to be a joke. What is he doing? When's the real one coming out? And then he mentioned all the features, and he mentioned the price, and I was like, those are really good features, and that's a dadgum good price. So the next morning on my way to work, I thought about it some more, and I was like, it's $100, I'm going to buy it. And so when I parked in the parking garage, before I went into work, I was actually 2 minutes late for work that day because I was buying the Cybertruck on my phone, and I bought the Cybertruck. But because I bought the next morning, that actually put me deep into the line as well. And I thought I was slowing it down by doing the tri-motor because he said it was coming out last, and instead I was actually putting myself at the front of the line, unfortunately.
It's that tri-motor.
Yeah, because
There's no
initially
way
the
you're
tri
gonna
motor
find.
was going to be last. He was going to do the dual motor, then the
Dual
single,
motor
then the tri,
first. Yeah,
and and it backfired on you.
it did. Well, because I'm thinking I don't want anything less performant than what I've come. Like I said, the Model X has spoiled me. So everything he was talking about was that the only difference between the X and the Cybertruck at the time that he announced it was it would be a tenth of a second slower. I'm not going to notice a whole tenth of a second on day-to-day use, and it wouldn't have the flappy doors, and it would have one less seat because ours is a 7 seat. So I was like, this is the vehicle for me. And then it still is, but now it's just going to happen faster than I was anticipating.
Let's see. Okay, so the cool thing about the Cybertruck is, regardless of the look, now that I figured out why I like it, because of the variations to the Humvee, the military style Humvees, it's that for the money, there's no more bang for your buck. And
Yeah.
I've always been a person of a Tesla. I want the biggest thing, the best thing, and here's my mortgage. Like I don't care. Like
Well, with it being
most
cheaper than the Model
possible.
Y, or at least the Model Y at the time it was announced, I don't know if the Model Y is going to drop in price as the Cybertruck comes out. That will
It's very compelling.
you're getting a lot for your money with the
Yeah,
Cybertruck.
I
and just
mean,
the weight of the tri-motor, the torque,
even if you get the dual motor, you're getting a lot bang for
yeah,
your buck. Like
the
it's
torque, the
insane what
tow
you're getting.
volume.
But the single motor is like, man, 39. And at the time, Tesla wasn't doing options, so basically it was, do you want autopilot or not autopilot? Do you want full self drive or not? And that was
Right.
your option.
Right, that was the
Yeah,
only option. Now, what's funny is, so for me, I wouldn't get the single motor just because I don't believe trucks should be two-wheel drive.
Right?
I just believe
Well,
that if
it
it's a
depends on where you
truck,
are.
if it's an actual truck, like
Like a work truck.
no, it's gotta be full-wheel drive or all-wheel drive, something. No,
it
Yeah.
depends on if your first truck. My truck is a rear-wheel drive, and I just
no, yeah, no.
want it
I would
because it
never get a
looks
rear-wheel
this
drive
big.
truck. I just wouldn't. No, just no.
Well, see, my truck's like this big, and I never knew it until I was driving in snow. And my front end's like, we're not going nowhere. My back tires was like, you gotta go somewhere. We're like, we're not moving. So it
Well,
wasn't
it
until
would,
then.
if I was getting it for specific use and I wasn't going to be using it as our main vehicle, I could see some cases where a rear-wheel drive only would be all right. But you don't get all the same disadvantages you get with a combustion truck. I mean, yeah, you do have another 50 to 100 pounds up front with all the equipment for the four or more wheel drive, but well, not drive, but for the dual or tri
The
motor.
additional motor, right, and stuff.
But
But
it's not the same disadvantage as it is as having a transfer case
well,
and
that's true. That's true. It's
yeah,
not. It's not. Rear wheel drive on for an electric vehicle is not the same as rear wheel drive in a gas vehicle.
yeah. But
Absolutely,
that's why
you're
so
absolutely right.
many two-wheel drive EVs are rear-wheel drive rather than front-wheel drive. The only ones that are front-wheel drive are the ones where they didn't want to change anything in the factory.
Like the
Everything
Leaf.
else, like the Leaf and the Bolt. Everything else that they like, all the VWs, everybody makes a rear wheel drive EV if it's two wheel drive, because the steering wheels are steering and the drive wheels are driving. There's no it's just classic car engineering, and the only reason to make the EV front wheel drive is because you don't want to change anything in the factory. Just pop it all in there, and then you have all that stuff sitting up front. You have a hood, but no frunk.
Yeah, that's where all
Right.
the electrical stuff is, and all the stuff that they wouldn't know where
Right.
to put. Which is the beauty about Tesla. They can be like, and give you all the space that's necessary.
Or the F-Terra, because you would have a one-wheel drive car if you went rear-wheel drive on that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So there's another one, Eli,
Elio?
Elio, yeah.
Didn't they
There's
go to
more.
business?
Say what?
Didn't Elio Motors go to business?
No, I think I still have the web page up somewhere
All right.
on my phone, but I can find my history and share it.
Yes, so that's us
But
buying a
yeah,
Cybertruck.
my ice truck was just huge as fuck, and sorry, was
Language.
just huge as crap. Yes, cat. It was only huge as crap, and it was designed for pulling things, hauling. So that weight that I needed in the back was going to be what I was hauling. It had a fifth wheel adapter. So
Yep.
I didn't realize that even though I was rear wheel drive, all my spaces in the front, my weight that weight on my back tailgate was going to be pulling and weighing my truck down to pull it. Now, when there's nothing back there, no sandbags or logs or whatever, then I'm just sucking wind in the middle of the snow. I didn't learn tricks like letting the snow go in the back so it can weigh me down. It ices up. Yeah, I didn't realize all those. So now it just becomes to be like, okay, how can I appropriately drift this and let my rear wheels take me around corners while I'm trying to steer with all this weight in my front end?
But that's the beauty of an electric car is the traction control can control everything thousands of times per second. So
Yes.
you don't have the same lag you have with a combustion driveline, and then you still have anti-lock brakes, which do work pretty much the same way as they do on a fossil. But you don't have to use just the anti-lock brakes. You can use regen. You can use any number of tricks with the digital control, which is pretty cool. Somebody else had asked us about the new Model S Tesla. We talked extensively about that today, and we're impressed. We like it. We're not switching, just
Which,
because.
by the way, speaking of, just to go back on the previous topic a little bit,
yeah,
rear wheel drive. My Tesla is a rear wheel drive Tesla
Yeah.
because they
And
didn't
you're in
have
Jersey.
they didn't make all wheel drive back then.
right.
And little known fact, it snows in Jersey.
Yeah.
So I've dealt with my car in the snow and everything, and for a rear wheel drive vehicle, it impressed me because it's a lot more stable than any other rear wheel drive vehicle I've ever had.
That is fact.
Yeah.
I didn't expect it to be as stable as it is in the snow, in the heat, in the ice. So it really is because of the fact that it's electric and it can be controlled much quicker.
hmm
As far as the electronic stability control works way faster than with a gas car would, and the fact that it's a really heavy vehicle and it's got that low center of gravity with the battery pack on the
Oh
floor.
yeah,
So
the low battery pack system. I cannot. You'd think I was an evangelist for Tesla with the way I've seen, especially the smallest vehicle they have, a Model 3, be able to just be the most cog diesel little thing on the road, just slapping other vehicles around when it comes up to it. Like, it's like, are you crazy? Or the Model X getting hit, and it's just like, you didn't have to hit me like that. It's just like, here, let everybody out for safety. Like,
Yeah.
the way
Yeah.
they're engineered is so, when they're properly engineered, the way they work in accidents is unless you're doing severe damage things.
We don't have accidents. We have crashes.
Yeah, you're with smaller vehicles or vehicles that are comparable in the ice sector. When they hit you, it's just the ability to survive those impacts. It's just a boss level move with that low battery weight.
There are a lot of cases where somebody hits a Tesla and their car gets totaled.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
like the truck that hit me, or that family in the Honda Accord that hit the Model S. Everybody in the Honda Accord died, but nobody in the Model S was injured. That was, I mean, bad for the family in the
that was
Accord,
tragic, but at the same time,
but it was good because
it's clearly obvious Model S is a very safe car.
and we still
Yeah.
see many accidents where they're going against the center dividers, concrete. They're running under semis, and the people are still coming out alive. It's like, this shouldn't be happening. It's like they drop the seats automatically. It shares off, and it's like,
they're not automatically dropping the seats. That's probably them being pushed back and overriding the limiter. But
yes, and something's
It's-
happening that it's like protective. It's like Kit from Knight Rider, protect the passenger at all costs, and it's just like, what?
a little bit, yeah, a little bit.
So the Teslas do destroy themselves to save the passenger compartment as much as possible.
And that helps because they have such a large area to distribute the force. When you have the frunk, I mean, if there's anything in the frunk, that's going to be all over the street. But the fact that there's not a 500-pound block of iron, steel, or aluminum in there that's bolted tightly to the frame. I mean, yeah, with the breakaway engine mounts, they can come off of the mounts, but they don't actually drop down under the car because now you've got a 500-pound chunk of metal sliding down the road. So it actually just comes off of the mounts to help dissipate some of the force.
And it pins you to the actual car too, which is why you lose your limbs and
Yes, and it pushes back through the firewall, but whereas there's nothing in the firewall, or nothing in front of the firewall, exactly.
like bubble wraps or just slow.
Just crumples. It's just a one big huge crumple zone.
And that's why it still has the hood area, unlike some of the other EVs where they just delete it. But it gives you 3 feet of space to dissipate that energy, basically, or meter for our other folks.
Like the Matrix, where they slow down the semi crash. You just see the ripples of everything going back before it actually smashes together.
Right.
And that's it.
So somebody had asked us for a Model 3 comparison. I don't know if they mean between the Model 3s or the Model 3 to everything else. As we said with the everything else, the Model Y versus the Model 3, other than the glass configuration, is the hatchback. To everything else, it's a good fine car. It's a sedan. It's cheaper than the Model S, but it's different. It's different. It's more nimble. It fits everywhere. And
Yeah.
so Model 3 comparison, I'm not sure what you want us to compare, but it compares favorably with everything else.
I think for their different class sizes, I think each of one of those cars, the sexy lineup, compares very well, if not outperforms most of those vehicles in that class of a bar none. Now they may be slower than the others, and most of the regular Tesla owners we know that driven all the styles will tell you the heavier cars get better speed due to their weight and traction, and just they go like that. So it's like having somebody at 300 pounds didn't realize they could move that fast, based somebody at 150 and low center of gravity that can move just as fast. So yeah, it's just being able to see that and being able to notice the difference between those compared to their siblings is completely different than anything else.
Well, if you compare them to gas cars, they're going to outperform the gas car just about every time. I
Yeah,
mean,
or not.
especially if you compare it to a gas car in the same category and in
Yeah,
the same price range,
yeah.
they're going to outperform the other car. So it's just, I mean, you may get a gas car that maybe has a more luxurious interior, maybe more plusher or nicer materials or design or something, but when it
More
comes to
buttons and switches.
when it comes to actual performance, you're you're not going to beat a Tesla for performance. It's just not
I'm
going to
Right.
not.
happen.
Unless you're measuring like a very specific thing, but all around is going to be the Tesla. The performance models, and they, as far as like straight line performance, performance models, they just blow everything away. It doesn't matter if you got a 3, a Y, or an X, or an S. They're going to take care of it. And then the Cybertruck is it's going to do it too.
That's another reason I want the
The
Cybertruck.
Cybertruck is ridiculous because a truck there's no truck out there that's going to beat the Cybertruck for straight line speed.
No, it will
Not a stock one.
not straight line, but there's a truck that will beat a Cybertruck for one factor: noise. That is it.
Well, yeah, they're all going to beat it for noise, but
No, the ones that make it purposely loud and go
but real
whoa.
G's move in silence.
Yeah,
That's
right.
right, because any noise you make is power not making it to the ground. So
Exactly.
all people hear when you're making all that noise is, oh, that guy is
Wastes
compensating for
power.
something, or that guy doesn't realize that his loud behind truck is not making as much power as it possibly could because he's throwing all that power into the air instead of into to the drive line.
Yeah, and it's always worse because the truck is too clean to have that much loud sound to
Well,
warrant that.
I'm muted for a guy with a cat pack, like, or not the modern glass pack. He was crackling and popping all up and down the hill there. It's not a really big hill. It's like that. So he's sitting there thinking he's cool, and like really all I'm thinking is, man, you're waking up the kids in their naps for nothing because your car is slow. I can hear it that it's slow because I can hear it.
Yeah, it's
uh,
really crazy because it doesn't matter if the vehicle is loud. It's loud because it's grunting, lifting weights like "Urgh," like okay, you're actually doing some work to warrant the sound. But when you're looking like you came out of the car wash and you're just loud because you sound like you need an inhaler, that's
the
just
fire
ridiculous.
the fire trucks running down my street and the school buses and the trucks hauling gravel aren't struggling on this little bitty hill. So if their cars and trucks and motorcycles are having trouble with this little bitty hill, then they've done something wrong with the configuration.
Yes, that I do agree with. That I will definitely agree with. 'Cause now you
Exactly,
see
Eddie. Exactly.
exactly, Eddie. And I see a lot
Exactly.
of them
Talking
around
about
here,
it
and
and
that's why I want the
selling wolf
Cybertruck.
tickets.
When they go this, because I might catch like 4 or 5 tickets, and I'll be like, what were you doing going at the speed? Do you realize the speed I was going? And I burnt that guy behind me. I mean, you didn't stop him because I was different, but that's fine. Like, I'll put that speaker and be like, "What you need, officer? Open the back hatch, and here's everything I need."
Yeah.
And because I want to burn so many people just to be like, "Oh, that's a funny looking truck. But what's your speed?" And it's like, "Here's my information. Subscribe." Like, what is the technical? Hey, this is a guy I know, Kacey. Subscribe. Like, like, like it's gonna be so cool to be getting those things because the cool thing about the Cybertruck is you can misplace a Tesla for any other car. It's if you're not paying attention.
It's a generic shape if you don't know what you're looking for.
Yes, but if you go with a Cybertruck, it looks different. The fact that it caught on to people creating
Nothing
new
else looks
products,
like it
it
right
was a
now.
Nintendo 64. It was, it looked like the Nintendo 64. And I'm like, you forget, Nintendo 64 was very revolutionary when it came out. So, and then just the fact that people are just now saying, oh, it's a cool thing to get. But now that you know what it looks like, even the people who can create or are familiar with video games, and now that you have it, they're gonna be like, oh, that's cool. Like, I'm legit gonna put a little Nintendo 64 emblem on it. And when they
Yeah.
realize they got burnt by something that has the graphics of a PlayStation, you know, 5 or 6 or Xbox Series X, and it has the Nintendo 64 logo on it, it's gonna be like the humility that comes with that. Oh God, it's gonna be
Somebody had asked us about Model S interior. We talked about the refresh interior, Omar and I, and we like it, and it's done nicely, and I can't wait to touch it. It looks like it's going to be feel good to touch, to drive it and feel it will be nice. Somebody,
the first time.
another person asked us about Model 3 Tesla car. I'm not sure what you're asking there. I like this next question. Somebody's asking Tesla Roadster versus Tesla Model S Plaid. So I'm going to convert your question to Tesla Model S Plaid Plus, and we're going to talk about that. So the Tesla Model S Plaid Plus, all the specs for that vehicle match the initial specs of what they told us for the 2020 Tesla Roadster. And that is phenomenal because when you think about it, how much bigger and heavier it is than the Roadster.
And less aerodynamic. It's got.
Exactly.
That is amazing. So that means what are gonna be the actual specs of the Roadster then?
Yeah, because I don't
The
imagine.
Roadster's got to be better, right? Because
Yes.
it's a smaller, lighter, more aerodynamic. So. I mean, the other thing that Elon was talking about putting those cold air thrusters in the
SpaceX package.
SpaceX package, right? So, I'm scratching my head like I can't even imagine how fast that's going to be because the Model S Plaid Plus is already what under 2 seconds, 0 to 60.
Greater than or better than 1.99 seconds. Yep.
So under 2 seconds.
Yes.
So what type of a launch are we talking about with the Roadster now?
Which is lighter with
Do
bigger
they
tires.
even make tires that can handle that?
That's right.
Maybe that's what they're holding up for.
I think they have to re-engineer the tires just to be able to handle what that car is going to be capable of doing.
And this is the base model because the SpaceX package is going to have the cold gas thrusters. So how much better is that going to be than this thing is already better than the Plaid Plus? Because even if they just released it today as is, if they just deleted the 2 doors, then it's basically Model S Plaid Plus Coupe. And they're not going to do that because Elon is too much. He's petty and he's a performance guy and. So he's not going to let other people have a chance to.
He wants to blow the doors off for everybody else. He doesn't want.
Oh, he's going to beat the Porsche Taycan eventually.
He already does.
No, that already happened.
Yeah,
that already happened.
The Plaid Plus does it.
The Model S Plaid Plus beats the Taycan.
Right. So he's beat the Plaid Plus has beat the Taycan on the track.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
The Plaid Plus beats the Taycan.
That same track that it beat it beforehand.
Yeah, it did it even before we found out that it was going to be a fat roadster.
Right.
Still didn't it?
I like the looks of the Taycan, and I'd like to drive one once, but I don't want to own one because
I have no desire to.
I've seen it, and it looked like Porsche Taycan, and it was the one car. Like I took that Linux event and I took my
Honestly, I
kids
like the
there.
looks of the Lucid better.
Oh yes, absolutely. So
Yes,
so
I
with
think
the Plaid Plus doing all these specs, and again the the Roadster. This is what the Roadster was supposed to do, and now the base model Roadster was supposed to do all this. So what is the new base going to be, and how are they going to improve that? It's going to be faster before you turn on the cold cast thrusters. This is Elon we're talking about. So what are they going to do, and how? It's mind boggling.
I think maybe the base model Roadster might have the same speed specs as the Model S Plaid Plus.
But how's he going to get you to spend 250 grand for it?
Completely different type of vehicle, though.
It is.
So the handling and everything is going to be
It will
different.
handle better. Yeah.
It'll do better on the track. Maybe there's certain things, certain aspects it might do. It's going to do a little better, but just that 0 to 60 time is going to be probably the same for the base model. Um, SpaceX package, I mean, that's just going to be ridiculous.
Yeah. I agree with Kagai here. I mean, if I could afford the Roadster and I had a choice between the Roadster and the Plaid Plus, and it wasn't going to be an only vehicle, especially if I was going to get the Model S Plaid Plus with 7 seats, that would be fun. But
that's true.
if it's going to be your show car, you have a hard time charging what you charge for it, and it not being better than, because like you guys saying, it looks exactly like every Model S ever.
Until you pull out and beat everything ever, then it's.
But if I
called
park this thing at
Yeah,
car
but-
show, I don't want it to look like a 2012 Model S. If I
That's
spent
true.
almost $250,000, I want it to be.
Customizing it, and then it looks completely different, like yours, the guy. Where it looks completely different. You bust it up and it's like, oh shit, and it's just like, you can play the. Sorry, Kicks. I see you give me that look.
Yeah. So with
You see that-
Kagai customizing the Roadster would be phenomenal.
So yeah,
I mean,
it's
I can't wait to see what Kagai does to the Roadster. That's going to be, and I imagine he's going to get the SpaceX package. That thing's going to be sharp. So I mean, it's going to have wider tires. It's going to be lighter. It's going to be more nimble. It's going to be track ready. Not that the Plaid Plus isn't track ready, because we've seen that it can handle the track again and again. In fact, they changed the battery layout. They changed the cooling of the battery, and they changed the cooling of the motors. In fact, they actually called it out on the spec sheet for the regular Plaid that the motors. In fact, let me go to the site and see how they call it out. You guys talk about it real quick.
So so this is what Tesla's gonna have to do when we're talking about Plaid S Plus and the Porsche Taycan. The Porsche Taycan here in Atlanta, or Porsche here in Atlanta, actually has an experience center. So they have a miniature track, and you get to drive whatever Porsche you want, so that you're familiar how it handles.
Yeah, they have that with Tesla. It's called the Tesla Store or the Tesla Gallery, depending on what state you're in.
No. The Porsche Experience Center actually has a track for you to ride on, a closed
Oh, yeah, they don't have a track.
system. Yeah, see, and that's the thing. Once Tesla opens up a closed circuit designed all.
Well, Tesla's probably never going to do that because,
Or at least not until they catch up with demand. Yeah.
and here's the reason why they don't.
Oh yeah, not right.
They
now.
don't need to try to generate more demand. They have more demand than what they can produce.
Yeah, they're
No,
kind
and-
of jerks about it. Do you want it or not? Get out.
And
No, it's more so
and the other
having
thing
that
is
experience of buying beforehand.
right,
Because
but
I would get a Plaid S and
the
kill
other
myself.
thing the other thing
It's
about that, Dan,
easy.
the other thing about that is that you have to remember the difference with Porsche is they have third-party dealerships, and the dealerships do different things. And this particular dealership that you're talking about may have that.
No, it's actually the Porsche company.
So, but the other thing is that's that's a lot of land area. That's a lot of space to buy up just to use just for a track, just for people to test drive on.
To
And
generate
so
sales.
Tesla's not going to spend the money on that
Because they're
when
already generating sales.
when they don't need to try to generate more sales when they already have that pent up demand.
they're
it's
constantly
not a garage sale.
they're constantly trying to hold us back from wanting to buy their cars because they want to keep up.
Yeah, they're trying to
It's
anti-sell their
worse
cars
though.
sometimes. I think that's what
Well,
why
yeah.
that's one of the reasons why they keep fluctuating their pricing all over the place all the time. It's because they're they're trying to play this balancing game with demand versus supply. And they're trying to lower demand sometimes, and then sometimes they try to raise it just a little bit, but they don't want to raise it too much. And it's like this little game that they play.
Yep. And so right
Okay,
here,
so I get
let me zoom it in again. Oh, I can't. Oh yeah, I can. It scrolls when I zoom though.
actually okay, like Casey, you look at the actual
There it
spec
is. So right
to
here, the tri-motor all-wheel drive platform with torque vectoring features, blah blah blah. 3 independent motors, each with carbon sleeve rotor that can maintain peak power output all the way to top speed. So that is basically calling out that what we've seen in other older Teslas like mine, where if you push it hard enough, it doesn't maintain peak performance all the way through. It will start to throttle you back. I saw that when I took my Model X to the track. Or for people who manage to get back-to-back drag race runs, like say they've rented an airfield or a drag strip to themselves, where they can't, where they don't have that weight that you have at a typical in-between heats at a typical drag race event. So they're calling that out and saying that that the Plaid doesn't have a heating problem like the others did. So I'm curious to see how that does, and then again what they do with the Roadster with that.
That's gonna be interesting.
Oh, what happened to Dan?
Did you kick him off?
I don't think so. No, I don't have an X. I had an X for my screen, my shared screen. Let me try again. Make sure. Yeah, no, the only X I have is for my share screen.
I don't know.
Oh, he crashed. He'd be right back.
Okay, he'll be back.
Good guy says can't afford a new Roadster, but probably can get enough on my P100D. That basic Roadster. I mean, even the base Roadster guy is phenomenal. I mean, I would love to see what you do with the car, and I know you're going to do something special. It won't look like anyone out there. Basic Roadster 2 between the long range and Plaid Plus at 70K or so. I wouldn't spend 80K on a car that. Yeah, exactly, because unless you're taking it to the track, like our friend Marcus, there's no incentive for you to do that.
If you're a track person and you're going to be racing it, then it kind of makes sense to
Right.
pay the additional for the additional speed.
Right. And that would be fun.
But still, even at the high end price on the Roadster, if you look at it, the numbers that thing is going to be doing is hypercar numbers. Like you could literally buy like $1 million cars.
Yeah, they can't do that.
That this thing will actually be able to keep up with, if not
Or beat. Yes.
So if it's able to beat $1 million car, and it's way less than that, I mean, how compelling is that for people the people that are in that type of upper echelon that are buying those type of vehicles? It's going to be real hard to overlook a Roadster if you're looking at $1 million hypercar, some Bugatti or something like that you're looking at. You're going to be like, but wait a minute, what are the numbers on this and what are the numbers on that?
Yeah.
Wait,
Well,
why am I not getting that?
Elon said he wants it to be the best car, period. And that's one way to do it. If nothing can beat it, then it's the best car, period. Production car. Yeah. And so I'm curious to see how it does, and I'm excited for it. Somebody asked about Model 3 Car Wow. I mean, they're a great channel. I appreciate what they do. Yeah, people spending $1 million want to look different, and you can't get that if it looks like
You're
the
right.
base model.
People spending $1 million want to look different, which is why again. But the Roadster doesn't look the same as the Model S.
Exactly.
So again,
Exactly, and that's why guy is into the Roadster over the Plaid Plus.
right.
So if he were to do it, I bet he would just get a regular Plaid and call it a day, so he's not slowing down. But if he's going to spend the money, I could see him spending the money on something. He's going to get something from it. Somebody else asking the same thing: Model S Plaid versus Roadster, which we're talking about now. Tesla Model Y, Elon Musk. Okay. And Tesla Model 3 first impressions. I mean, my first impressions were it was a smaller car and I had to have it. But I actually ordered it before I knew what it looked like, so... And I was still into it, except I bought the Model S, and then once that happened, I didn't need two sedans.
Yeah, the problem is I already had a Model S. I pre-ordered the Model 3 just in case, and not knowing when it was going to come out or what it was going to look like. I ordered it sight unseen, and then when I saw it, I just didn't like the trunk. I
Yeah,
wanted a hatch. And then by the time the Model Y came out, I wanted the Model Y because it was what I wanted. It was basically a Model 3 with a hatch.
yeah,
But then the truck got announced, and then once the Cybertruck got announced, I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Let me rethink what I'm doing. Let me take a look. And then I was up in the air, not sure, not sure, not sure. And then finally I decided I'm going to go with the truck. So,
yep. Somebody
so now I'm
mentioned,
still waiting, but I'm still driving a Tesla. So
yeah,
I still have my old school Model S. So,
and you got the Leaf, so you're still driving EV.
and I have a
So,
Leaf. So
yep,
either way, I'm still driving electric.
yeah. So somebody had asked about the touchless delivery of the Tesla Model 3, and I can't speak to that, but I have seen the touchless test drives, and in fact, they have them at a supercharger near us up in Maryland. And I did a review of that supercharger. I don't know if I published it yet or not, but I went up with the Tesla Family Channel, and we did the Model X dance for his daughter, and it's it seems really neat. I really wish they wouldn't park them and lock them at the supercharger because there's better uses for those spaces, and they could make money off of it. Maybe if they would. I mean, I understand them having the customer plug them in or whatever, but maybe a couple times a day they could come and get those cars off of the superchargers because it was a moderately busy supercharger in the middle of COVID protocols. So I can only imagine once we return to fully open how that's going to be. I do hope they keep the touchless test drives because that allows people to do stuff more on their own schedule, and it's a little easier without somebody staring over your shoulder, even if somebody's watching every move you make on the camera and on the test drive course. But
Well, one of the things they used to do, I don't know if they still do, but they used to do test drives where they let you keep the car for like a weekend or
I
something.
did a couple of those,
So
yes.
if they do the overnight or they do the weekend, that's a really good way to measure whether or not a car will work for you when it comes to EV, because the EV is different than gas. And
Yeah.
by taking it for a couple days and seeing how you are with it, that I think is a good way of doing it.
Yeah, they got me with that. I did a 4-day test drive because I did my overnight over the weekend and over a holiday weekend. So it
Mm.
they were closed. There's nobody to return it to, and
I see what you did there.
right.
Smart man.
The guy who scheduled it for me, he knew what I was up to, and then the girl who handed me the keys, she's like, smart guy, and I was done. I mean, because I saw how it worked on my commute. I saw how it worked on the weekend. I saw how I went on a road trip to go see family and just go on a weekend with a car. I mean, because I had the Volt at the time on my first Tesla overnight drive. So if I needed to go further, I would burn gasoline, and it worked. But I didn't want to burn any more gasoline, and so I got to try it with the supercharger network, and I was done. They knew what they were doing. I couldn't spend another minute in that Volt after that, and so oh man, I was done.
Oh, they definitely knew what they were doing. What blew me away was there was a test drive event that they did down not too far from me, about an hour, 45 minutes away from where I live. But so I went to this test drive event. I'm like, man, I always looked at them, always kind of wanted one, wasn't really sure. They were out of my price range. I would never buy one. They're too expensive. I had that mentality about it. Um, but then I did go there. I did test drive it, and then once I drove one, I was like, man, I need to make this happen.
Yes. uh,
How am I going to make this happen? I got to figure this out.
yes. Somebody asked me what I thought about the V8 Tesla from Rich Rebuilds. Rich is a cool dude, and since it's only one and it's going to be a race car, I have nothing against it. But our mission is, EVs for everyone. Electrify all transportation, or even better, remove all motors and any of everything from like a sailboat. I don't care. I prefer an EV sailboat, but we want to reduce our carbon output for our transportation for our lifestyles, and so
I think what Rich Rebuilds is doing is he's coming up with different things just to do stuff
Yeah,
that's different, and
right.
I respect that. I respect
I
what he's
do.
doing, and I understand what he's creating something that's totally different. It's
Right,
and
and
I
he's
get it.
and he's recycling. This is going to be a car that would have been. It was. He pulled it out of the junkyard, and it's still going to be more fuel efficient than any other vehicle like this because it's got the Model S body, so it's going to be aerodynamic, and and again, it's going to be a race car. So hopefully it doesn't just become something that's just going to always be on the streets. Like if he's done with it and he sells it, hopefully it's just not a daily driver. But
I
it's
don't.
one
Well, number one, I don't see it being a daily driver. Number two, I don't even think he's going to sell it to like somebody just to drive around in on the streets
probably a
because
collector.
it's. I mean, if you think about it, like that's such a weird one-off thing, and there's going to be no reliability to it.
Zero.
There's nobody that you'd be able to take it to get repairs done.
Just Rich.
So you're just on your own on that, and
Yeah.
I just don't see. I don't see that being a other than it just being a do it just to prove that he can type of thing.
Right, you'd have to be an engineer or be willing to be tethered to Rich, and I don't know if he wants anybody tethered to him like that to sell it. But it's unique, and I'm enjoying watching it, and I like that it's something different. But and I'm not knocking him. I'm not complaining about it. It's just for me, the mission is electrify all the things. So I'm watching it with curiosity, like a train wreck. But there's no love lost. I don't disrespect him over it. It's cool. He's doing something different. Somebody else asked about the Jeremy Clarkson Model X review. I liked that. It was funny. He's not always funny, but he tries, and that's he's trying to entertain his audience. And the end when he locks the lawyers in, he does the basic summon forward so they can't get out the doors. It's entertainment.
I didn't see that one, so I can't speak on that one.
It's pretty old.
Is it?
I don't know. I guess that's one of the channels I don't watch.
Yeah, it came to me as a YouTube video. I didn't actually watch it online.
Yeah. So if y'all seen it in the chat, going back a few topics before I just completely crashed.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
I know, appreciate it. The experience center is directly from the corporation itself, but it's on a track setting, so it doesn't sell it to you. But if you go there, you can actually race any Porsche you want on the track circuit. The thing is, with your Roadster and your Plaid Model S, even with a regular Tesla, if you're not used to that instant torque and controlling that vehicle, you're going to just and crash automatically. So if you design okay, Kacey, you went to the track. So after a while and going to the racetracks, you understand what your car can and cannot do. Okay, and a few major bumps. So you understand what the car can and cannot do. There's a ton of people out here who are going to transition into a used Tesla or a brand new Tesla, or they just got the money and will get the Plaid S Plus or the Roadster, and they're going to raise the insurance for everybody because it's just going to go.
Well, that's the beauty of the way the Tesla does stuff now. Is my Model S had lower insurance than any car I'd ever had before, and it's because of the safety, the ease of repair, and then usually if it's going to be repaired, it'll sometimes get total loss, but it's got all of the automation to help keep you in check. So
that's the thing. It's the safety features, right? So it has all the automation stuff.
Let's hope so.
And if you do get in a crash, the most expensive thing about the crashes for insurance companies is not the repair of the vehicles; it's injuries.
And liability.
So the fact that the Teslas are as safe as they are and they keep people as safe as they do means you're reducing your injury factor. So that's going to keep the price
now. That's not to say
as well.
To people who are non-familiar, it's not to say that people can't die in Teslas though, because they have boundaries.
You can. You absolutely can. Sure. If you're doing 100 miles an hour, you hit a brick wall, and they're
pushing the boundaries of a Tesla. I mean,
but you're generally safer in a Tesla than you are other
oh
vehicles.
yeah,
That's the
that's
point.
without a doubt. The
And
ratio of it's
so
like
Dan,
a 90 to 10% ratio of survivability to fatality. But it's not to say you can't get into that 10% and just fly off the handle. Like we've all seen, as we're Tesla centric owners, we've
so
seen the
Dan,
stories where somebody's just
you, I was
being
looking
able
at
to blow
their
themselves up. So to me, that's my biggest thought process on the concern, because there's a big change even from going from an ice to saying a bolt and a leaf. So if you're not
yeah,
prepared for that,
it is a big difference.
it's that transition that you will need on a closed street or a closed circuit track to get used to it, and then release yourself out to the wild. You
Well,
know,
Dan, I'm looking
like
at I'm looking at Porsche, right, and their experience center, their test center, and whatnot. So, as big of a company and as long as Porsche has been around, they only have the experience center in Atlanta, LA,
mhm.
and
Germany.
Alabama. It's three of them, literally three. So obviously that's something that's so expensive, right? That even a car company that's been around for
Oh
as
yeah,
long as
it's
they've been
expensive.
around, they only
I
have
just
three
never went there.
centers. So Tesla being a fairly new company as far as car companies go, right? They've only been around since '08. You know, you don't I wouldn't expect them to have anything like that
Oh no, I
at this
don't
point.
expect them to have it.
So
I'm saying the transition because we know that as you transition to electric, the majority of the articles will be make the 10%, the hundred
Well,
percent.
they can do race days. A lot of other manufacturers don't own their
Yes,
own tracks, and they do
yes,
track days or they include track time with the car. Like some of the Corvette models you
that's the
get
word.
will come with one or two track days included. A lot of others will include track instruction. Like with my insurance company, they give you a discount if you go on your own, pay for your own track time, and get instructor led training. They'll give you a discount off your insurance for it. And that was actually part of what I did that day when I took it to the track. Is I got instructor training, and they said, here you go, here's a discount. So my already low insurance got lower.
That's the
Uh,
key thing that's going to be a factor in
so
the game changing.
so Dan, to your point, at a certain point, there's a bazillion different things that Tesla can do to market their vehicles to try to pin up more demand to get more people to buy them.
Yeah, it's
Right
going to
now
have
they
the
have,
actual
but right now
market.
they have the opposite problem. They can't
they have
build
too
them
many
fast
people
enough.
trying to buy
Yeah,
cars.
that's
They
the thing.
literally have more people that want them than they're able to build.
Oh yeah,
So
Yeah,
I'm just saying to mitigate the fears of outdoing it. If
yeah, but
any track that they want to
anybody can
generate
handle it
money,
right now. They don't need to be sponsored by the manufacturer to do it.
oh
It
no, it's not
helps,
even
but
that.
it's not. Yeah,
If any track was like, we need money, I'm like, you can put out a word and every Tesla owner will come and see if they can pull it off. And then,
right. We have Tesla Fest East and Tesla Fest West right now. The owners do it on their own, but if a track wanted to, that would be a good advertising opportunity to get some people in once COVID protocol is over. Off the stream, I've got a guy. I'm gonna just abbreviate his comment because I disagree with the first part, and I can do that. I'm on stream and he's not. He's complaining about Teslas. He doesn't think they're good cars, whatever. And then he says, "Oh, you can't touch the screen when you're on the road. Police can give you a ticket." And I'm sitting here responding to him so far. I'm saying it's not accurate unless it's illegal to touch the radio where you are. The screen is a part of the car. It's been cleared by NHTSA, NHTSA, and several other agencies, NTSB. So unless it's illegal to touch your radio, it's not illegal to touch the screen on your Tesla because it's not
well,
a computer screen. It's a
so
part of the car.
so
this
what
argument,
he's talking about was there was a news article that came out a while ago. Somebody in Europe, I believe it was,
Oh yeah,
they
Germany.
crashed their Model 3. They tried
Yeah.
to blame the wipers that they couldn't that they were trying to control the wipers with the screen, and they were saying that they were distracted by trying to do the wipers on the screen, which is why they ended up
and this
causing a
is
crash.
that
But the
10%
but see the
encompassing the
problem
100.
is
Let Omar finish, then jump in. All
Go
right.
ahead, go ahead.
so the problem with that whole premise is that number one, he didn't necessarily absolutely have to do it on the screen to do the
Yes,
wipers. But
exactly.
number two, even if he did, knowing your vehicle and knowing how your vehicle works would have stopped that issue from occurring.
Right.
Um, so if he really knew his vehicle, he would be able to find it and hit it very quickly with a quick glance, as opposed to where's that at? Let me look. Let me go ahead.
Dig through the
Let me see.
menus.
Yeah, there it is. You don't have to dig down. You don't have to dig down through 4 different menus to get to it. You
Right,
know,
and that's basic knowing your vehicle because it's on a card. You flip over with your thumb, or you use a voice command. So if you have any familiarity with your vehicle, it's not going to take you that long to do it. Go ahead and continue. I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, it's fine. That's the key point where I lead from my mindset of that experience center, and I know the experience center has 3. But if you lead to a track day, like you have, Casey, now you know what your speeds, and you will see your muscle memory goes back to that track day. That guy, if he's doing all this, and there's plenty of accidents in a regular ice car. So, Omar, this is where I go back to my
But you
thought
don't, you don't need
process.
the you don't need the track for that. You can drive through the parking lot and stop, and then find the stuff, and then drive again. And
How many people
like
do that in the parking lot?
a buddy of mine, Russell, he was trying to dismiss the card on the Tesla Model Y Performance. He was loaned for 15 minutes, and he couldn't dismiss it. But instead of crashing the car, trying to faff about with it, he just ignored it and kept on driving.
or
Casey, how many know? How
here's
many
another
people you know
idea.
are
You
that
could
smart to
always
do that,
pull
though?
over and stop and figure it out.
Right, but he didn't want to waste 15 minutes of his test drive trying to
Right,
figure out.
right.
Yeah, I
he
get
said as
that. I
much.
didn't want to waste
Yeah.
15 minutes on my test drive either. But how many people are you smart enough to know to pull off to the side, try to figure out at a slower speed as they go without that happening?
And that's what I was telling this
Just about
guy. Is
everybody
you
I
don't.
know would do that because I mean, like, it's gonna. Are you
That's what I
gonna
did with the.
just think about it, Dan? Are you gonna sit there and fiddle around with the screen and just stare at a screen while you're
No,
moving
I'm
at
not.
speed,
There will
or are you
always
gonna
be somebody
or
that
are you gonna
does.
say,
There
"Hey,
are
I
a
need to figure
few.
this out. Let me go ahead and just pull over. Let me find a safe spot. Just pull over to the side, and figure out what I need to do, and
Yeah, there
figure out
are.
how this works."
I know you
There,
run into people all the time that do the exact opposite of what they should be doing.
there
That's the
are.
Oh
key
yeah,
factor.
they do, and they
That's
are
the
at
key
fault
factor
when
that
they
you pull
and
out.
you're right. And then when something happens, those people that do the exact opposite of what they should be doing, they are at fault for doing what they shouldn't have been doing.
And those
Right,
little, those
and
little, those little incidents are what makes the that because we know those get highlighted. So that 10%.
well, yeah, it gets highlighted, but those numpties are typically at fault on their own. Somehow, I guess this guy had a good lawyer in Germany that it got to the Supreme Court like it did. That no reasonable lawyer or judge would take that up and be like, "This is Tesla's fault." It's like, dude, you didn't learn how to use the wipers before you got in the car and drove off.
Well, that's true. I knew the story was BS from the crap and it shouldn't have got that far, but until it gets a major adoption, you're going to have those stories, those issues, those problems until people get smart enough
But you have that with every car. The only reason it even makes any news is because of the Tesla smear campaign.
exactly my point. So you can eliminate, and they're still going to sell regardless. That's, you know, anything issue, regardless
It's
of
funny
little
to me
micro
that
things.
Tesla spends less money on advertising than any other car maker in the world. Yet, I mean, the the growth rate is exponential right now.
Not even mention the real world applications that happens. Like people are really getting in large scale accidents, and then you can see that and you can send it out, and they'd be like, "I want that car. I never knew what it was beforehand, but I want that now." And so when
Right.
that happens, it's crazy.
So Baby Tesla just posted this. This just came out. The Lexus LFZ concept.
Really, baby Tesla. I'm tired.
That's his name.
That's
What
that
is
your
this?
car
The
name, baby
Lexus?
Tesla?
LFZ.
Oh, okay.
It's sharp looking.
It is, but is it
It's
actually
it's
going to
it's,
make it to market?
it's too concepty for Lexus. Lexus won't do a yoke.
Oh, and look at that. Okay, they did a yoke, a screen that's landscape, and then another screen behind the yoke. So they're basically doing a Model S.
And then to the left, they've got a camera mirror. Lexus isn't going to try to do camera mirrors unless somebody else has done it first.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it's going to be in Europe. And look, it's got a glass roof. Like the glass roof looks like the one in the Lucid to me, with the way that the mirror and everything is. And there's no mirror, so this is totally a concept that, like, Elon's always complaining about a concept that's going to look better than the actual car.
Right, it's vaporware. So
Well, I think they might do it.
well, the actual car is going to look nothing like that, though.
Yeah, it's not going to have this shark fin. I don't know why they have a shark fin. Look at it. That's not going to happen.
Spoiler reason.
Yeah, that's not
like
gonna
people
happen.
Like winners.
Oh, it's got a spoiler, so it doesn't need a shark fin.
No, I'm saying that the aftermarket spoilers that people like that visual look.
Look, those rims aren't going to be like that.
No, it's going to have more meat on the bones.
Yeah, not by a long shot.
And the camera mirrors might work in Europe, but they're not going to be anywhere else. Unless Tesla and a couple others get it done here first, I don't see Lexus doing the camera mirrors here in the States. or Canada.
Yeah, I never seen. But has anyone seen that one car? I forgot what it's called, where the center dash display was the screen pushing ahead. So if you look down, you still saw the street ahead of you.
The canoe?
Was it the canoe? It was a coupe.
I don't know.
I'm not sure it was a canoe. It was an actual. It wasn't canoe. It was a legacy manufacturer, but the computer, the screen below the in the dash area was what you were looking up. So if you looked down for too long, you still saw what was in front of you had you looked up.
There's a couple cars that are, or at least concepts that are doing that.
No, this is an actual car on the road already. It was posted. It was
Oh,
posted
that's
in our group.
interesting.
I just can't find it.
I haven't seen that. That's interesting. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot of manufacturers trying to do actually a couple already doing them, but heads up displays where you know you look up ahead and towards the road to see certain things like speed or navigation, turn direction, stuff like that.
No, well, all your speed stuff is so in regular ice, your speedometer, all your gears, your notifications are right above that steering wheel, between your steering wheel and your top. They've removed all that, and they basically put your heads-up display down there. So once you start looking down there for your information, it shows you the exact same thing as if you're looking out the window. So when you're supposedly looking away and you're looking down for too long, you still have the same line of sight. So it doesn't matter if your eyes are down or eyes are up. So you don't have to do the quick glance down and glance up. It's, you can fix this. And then you look back up and it's the same view shot. And it was one of those weird things that I saw that it's unique for it.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, but that was the one thing I saw different. If I find it, I'm
When
going
full
to.
self driving gets solved, it's not even going to matter.
That is
Eventually, they'll solve it. They'll figure it out. And I think Tesla's going to be first on it because they just have all the data.
Yeah, so Robert Williams sent me his electric bill, and they claim that the electric bill will go up 30 pounds per year for gas and 33 pounds for electric. And he said it was much more than that, so I'm going to look at the next picture now. Because that price is like super high. Okay, not pound. Well, P. Is P pence or pounds? Because in pence, that's still high as heck, but not insurmountable. But pounds, that is oof. Ooh, what are they doing? All right, so 1952 pence. Let's see if they're doing pence instead of pounds. 19.592, if that's pence, times, let's call it 800 kilowatt hours. That is 15,673 pence. And copy that. I'm guessing that the pence are the same as pennies, and it would just move it over one. So that's 156 pounds. That's still expensive as heck. 156 pounds in currency, not euros. I want pound sterling. That would be a $215 electric bill if it's in pence instead of in pounds. But in pounds, we're talking tens of thousands of dollars. I can see it happening after Texas. Yikes. Well, I hope that they can get them adjusted for you guys, because that's high. Regardless, it's high.
Well, gas prices over there are high too.
Yeah, but at least you get something for the gas price. You get healthcare. You don't get anything for that electric rate except raked over the coals.
Yeah, that's insane.
It is. It totally is. Let's see here if there are any more pre-posed questions. Here we go. Nope. same as before. All right, so the last thing that I like to do is talk about the videos since our last show. So March 21st was our last show. So I did a deep dive on 2021.4.2. It improved the way that the car behaved at the flashing yellow lights. It still is not good. It was good previously, not the previous update. The previous update was an abysmal failure at flashing yellow lights because it tried to stop in the middle of the road for everything, and that's
Ouch.
that's not appropriate. Then I
That's not
did
what you want.
right. Then that's a video I haven't
Like, why
published
would he
yet.
even try to stop in the middle though? It's like either go or don't go, but
Well,
don't.
because it thinks the light is changing red.
Yeah, but you don't stop in the middle if you're already.
If the light is yellow going red, it
If
stops.
if right, but if the light is yellow going red, but you're already in the middle of the intersection, you don't stop. You keep
Right.
going through.
Typically, it will do that, but on a
So,
flashing yellow, it'll try to stop at the line, and if it misses the line, it'll try to stop in the intersection. And I'm like, that's not appropriate.
no, yeah, you don't stop in the intersection. That's my point. You don't stop in the intersection. Period.
Right.
Either you stop before
Yeah.
or you go through. One or
Most of
the
the time,
other.
most of the time it tries to stop before, but I'm hoping that they fix this further because it's not
That's not right. Yeah.
right, and it's beta. I know, but this is what I do. I test the tar out of the car and
Well,
see what's changed and what's improved.
so what version? You're on, like, what is that? Like 8.2 or something? Or
Oh, I'm not in the city streets beta.
oh, you're not in that. Okay.
Yeah, from what I understand, that one handles it better than what
Okay.
I'm working with.
And
Then
Elon said that he's going to push out 9, and that's when you'll get your button.
right,
Um,
allegedly.
so, and apparently 9 handles things differently than any of the 8s did. And apparently,
Right.
and from what he said, it's a lot better. So we'll see. I don't know.
I'm excited to try it out, and you'll see it here first, unless there's some sort of NDA. Then we did 2 videos of me at the racetrack. The first one was my second session on the racetrack with low battery on the Model X. So not only did I overheat the motors, I also ended up to the point where the car wouldn't brake 100 miles an hour anymore. That's when I decided to pull off and get some more charge to make sure that I could either do another run on the track, but it was too late in the day for that. So I wanted to also make sure I could make it back to the supercharger because the track was a fair distance from the superchargers. And then after that, I released my very first time on the track ever, my first time in any track, and it was in the Model X. Not a drag strip, because those aren't tracks; those are drag strips. Yes, they're still tracks, but that's not what the vernacular for me. And so that one was not as exciting because it was maybe a little more hair raising, but it wasn't as action packed. So that's why that one came out second, and that catches you up on all the videos that we've done since our last live stream.
That track one was actually better when you actually heard the sound outside of the we had.
Yeah, most of the poll results were either light music or no music, and so I made one with none and I made one with light.
The one with none, once you can see this speed going and hear the ambient sound, I'm like, that makes sense on the speed now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Especially when you remember that it weighs 6,000 pounds. Somebody, one of our friends, was getting on to me about how I was taking some of the turns at 45 miles an hour or 26 miles an hour, depending on the turn.
It's probably lag.
Hmm?
It's probably the lag once the video goes.
Oh, yeah, because when you look at my telemetry, the telemetry is way behind what I'm actually doing because it's ticking by one update per second. And I think it's the same for the GPS, too. The GPS map wasn't as stuck to the car as it could have been.
Yeah.
Because it was coming from my dash cam. The dash cam's job is to help in a crash, not to report fun days.
Right.
So once you actually heard the sound, I started matching the sound to what the speed should be. And I was like, okay, he's actually hitting. And I saw the little gauge, so you were going at 45 round of turns, and you zip up high, and then it comes back down low. So you're doing the natural come high, swing in, and swing out. So
Yeah.
I saw those natural movements. But
Yeah.
Omar, I'm going to find that cluster that I was talking about where the screen manipulates the same as what you're looking up. I'm going to find it. I'm going to tag you because now it's pissing me off that I can't find it.
Don't forget me. I'm curious now,
I'll
too.
tag you too. I just got to put out the all points bulletin there.
Yeah. Definitely share that when you find it because
I definitely will.
that's
But I
interesting.
got the look, so I got to go. So I've gotten that look before.
We
I'm
also
on here too long.
had the well, we're coming up on
We're
a
about to
little
wrap
while.
it up anyway, Dan.
Yeah, so we had on that same track a couple of years ago, more closer to the day that we actually did these races. I was just going through my storage server, cleaning it out, and I found this pristine footage and assembled it because it was too good to just delete it. I actually did another one where I did the 360 footage of that, but I ended the I disconnected the phone before I turned off the footage, and I didn't know that would do that. So it dumped the GPS data. It dumped the because I would have had a smoother stream of that telemetry and the GPS had I known. It was my first time with that particular 360 camera, so had I known how it worked, I would have left the phone up and running. You can actually see, if you turn the 360 to look at my phone mount, you can actually see the video on the screen, but you got to end the recording correctly, otherwise it'll destroy everything but the video feed.
I definitely believe that.
Yeah, and we talked about everybody's questions. Any shout outs? Anybody?
Nope.
Nope.
Go like my wife's page apparel. I'm about to. Oh, one question I wanted to ask you: which one has the most cubic square foot for a car, the Leaf or a Bolt?
I think the Leaf.
Wait, are
As
we
far
talking
as
the new?
spaciousness.
We
Oh yeah,
talking
the new
Leaf
Bolt.
or the old Leaf?
I want to say 15 on.
I think the original
No,
Leaf
wait.
and Bolt.
So
If you count from 2015 on to 2020, because we spoke about the
but that's two different
2017
Leafs.
15500.
Yeah.
So the 15 Leaf is different than the 20 Leaf.
Okay, so if I was going for
You're talking
usually,
Gen 1 versus Gen 2.
okay, so send me 2017, 18 to anything not brand new. I should say.
Okay, so you're talking about Gen 1 Leaf. Okay. So Gen 1 Leaf
14.
versus the
Well, when
Bolt.
did the June 2 Leaf come out?
Gen 2 Leaf was,
Was it 2020?
I believe that was 19.
Yeah, 19.
I think it was
Okay, so Gen
2019.
1 Leaf then.
So you're talking about the
Yeah.
Gen 1 Leaf versus the
Well,
Bolt.
what is?
I'm not sure which one. Let's look it up real quick.
I'm about to say because that's I'm close to pulling the trigger on that, and I've already got the name of the car available. But I need to know which one's gonna have the most space because I got those huge car seats and a booster, but I also got a baby brother that's about this big, but sometimes the space can be this big that he has to fit in, and then the trunk spaces on some of the Leafs are like this. So I can fit luggage in the Fusion Hybrid fairly easy because I can
Okay,
identify
so
the battery pack.
so it's a mixed question. So the Bolt has more cargo space if you fold down the seats, but if you have the seats up, the Leaf has more space.
Because it's got a
What
deeper
about trunk
trunk.
space with the seats up?
The
Right.
Leaf.
But the Leaf has more space when the seats are up. But when the seats are folded down, the Bolt has more space.
Because the Bolt has a squarer shape. It's a little bigger.
Okay, so if I
But
always have
it's
people
a
in the car,
It's a
So if you always
CUV.
have people if you always have your kids in the car or whatever, you always have people in the back seats, then the Leaf is going to give you more cargo space in the trunk than the Bolt will.
Yeah.
that then I already have the name for it because it's a Leaf tracking.
All right. So, you got any shout outs, Omar?
Nah, not really, not this time.
Okay, I
Oh
want to
yeah,
shout out to our patrons and our channel members. You can become a channel member down below. You can click that join button, and you can pick a level, and you get some perks based on what level you pick. And so at this point, I want to shout out to them and thank them. Looks like Dan dipped out before the show was over. So, do we want to meet up again next week?
Sure.
All right. So Sunday
Oh wait,
afternoon.
you know what? Next week Maybe.
Okay. Look for a scheduled stream. It's going to be a Sunday, and it's going to be in the afternoon. It'll be either next afternoon or the week after that, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
All right, cool.